Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2102, 2102. Translator, 549690339. Seeing that the humans below were all silent, the great elder of the dragon clan knew that they had chosen to acquiesce. Thus, he opened his mouth again and said, "All right, now you have to choose one person to go back and let your leader and treasure come to redeem you." Everyone looked at Ji Chunhong, waiting for his decision. "Junior brother son, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip," Ji Chunhong said. In fact, he should personally go back to the Valiant Martial Hall and ask for help. However, he was not too confident about the dragon race. The Valiant Martial Hall's experts could be a little more obedient. Moreover, Jiang Fei would also have some misgivings. If he went back and these Valiant Martial Hall's experts angered Jiang Fei, it would be unimaginable. Yes, the expert surnamed Sun nodded and prepared to leave. Jiang Fei stopped the person. The expert surnamed Sun was stunned. He did not know why Jiang Fei stopped him. However, Jiang Fei was Ji Chunhong's last disciple after all. Therefore, he had to give him some face. "When you return, you must spread the word," Jiang Fei said to the person. Master Sun was very confused. He could not wait to not tell anyone about such a shameful thing. He could just quietly return to the Valiant Martial Hall and ask for help. "If you don't say anything, I'm afraid that the Temple Master will not come to redeem you," Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Master Sun was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. "He sent you to stop the dragon race. This is clearly asking you to die. How did you make him embarrassed in the hall previously?" Jiang Fei asked in return. Not only Master Sun, but the others also fell silent. As the Valiant Martial Hall had a long history, everyone no longer respected the Hall Master as much as they used to. However, if they were dissatisfied, they would most likely say it to his face. However, thinking back, they had indeed offended the Valiant Martial Hall Master in many ways. Moreover, when the Valiant Martial Hall Master sent them out this time, it was clear that he wanted them to die. There was an 80% chance that there would be no outcome. In fact, the Valiant Martial Hall Master might even kill Master Sun to silence him. However, if Master Sun had spread the word before he went back, letting everyone know that the Valiant Martial Hall Master was surrounded by the dragon race and needed the Hall Master to use his treasure to redeem him, then the Valiant Martial Hall Master would do it for his own face, for the sake of not hurting the Valiant Martial Hall disciple's heart. Even if he was extremely unhappy, he had to come and redeem him. "All right," Master Sun nodded. After Jiang Fei's guidance, he also understood the crux of the matter. "Senior GE, and all of you, please bear with me for a moment." Master Sun bowed to the others and left on his sword. After Master Sun left, the Dragon Clan's Grand Elder did not say anything. He landed and found a free place to sit cross-legged. He did not even look at the Valiant Martial Hall's masters. Although the dragon race did not guard the Valiant Martial Hall strictly, these people did not dare to run away. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too big. If they ran away, most of them would probably be killed. Moreover, as long as they paid the money, they could return safely. They did not need to take the risk for some money. Moreover, the money was not paid by themselves. The experts from a Valiant Martial Hall were all waiting quietly. At this time, Ji Chunhong found an opportunity to call Jiang Fei to the side. Ji Chunhong asked, "Kill the Temple Master and let the Valiant Martial Hall return to the right track," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Ji Chunhong asked unhappily, "It's very simple. After the news reaches the Valiant Martial Hall, the Temple Master probably does not want us to return alive. However, if this matter is made known to everyone, it would not be good for him to just ignore it. Therefore, I estimate that he will probably bring more treasures to the dragon race to negotiate," Jiang Fei said. Ji Chunhong asked, "Everyone knows that the dragon race is greedy for money. Therefore, I guess the Temple Master will discuss with the dragon race and have them get rid of these worshippers. Then, they will bear the name of taking money and killing people. However, Because the temple master has given enough money, the dragon race should not mind taking the blame, Jiang Fei said. Ji Chunhong was shocked. If it wasn't for me, of course they wouldn't mind. Jiang Fei asked. Yishu Nong Saihit. He knew that Jiang Fei was talking about the situation without him. However, Jiang Fei was now the dragon race's sage lord. If the valiant martial hall master really came with such intentions, he would not only be sending himself to his death, moreover, he would be disgraced after his death. Ji Chunhong frowned as he thought of this. After all, that was the leader of his own sect. Ji Chunhong could not bear to see him being executed. Ji Chunhong felt that it was a little too much. Master, you can't say that. Did I frame him? Jiang Fei asked in return. However, Jiang Fei felt a little guilty. He had already decided to kill the valiant martial hall. Therefore, no matter what the valiant martial hall master chose or did, he would definitely die. Yishu Nong Saihit. He knew Jiang Fei's character very well. Since Jiang Fei was already plotting against the valiant martial hall master, the outcome was already decided. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There were a few more dragons that appeared in front of Ji Chunhong and the others. Although these dragons were not as strong as the Great Elder, they were still extremely powerful. Each of them was not weaker than an expert like Blood Mistress. They were not something that an ordinary true immortal could deal with. More people came from the dragon side. The valiant martial hall's experts did not dare to act rashly. However, there was no movement from the valiant martial hall's master. This made the valiant martial hall's revered elders, other than Ji Chunhong, very worried. According to the dragon race's character, they should have killed the hostages long ago. However, because of Jiang Fei's presence, the dragon race's people were very patient this time. They did not rush them. They did not threaten the valiant martial hall's experts. Everything remained as calm as before. However, the valiant martial hall's master had not made a move yet. This had caused the people from the valiant martial hall to feel anxious. They began to recall what Jiang Fei had said earlier. They could not help but believe that the valiant martial hall's master had really given up on them. Chapter 2103. Translator 549690339. Just as the worshippers of the valiant martial hall were panicking, the great elder of the dragon race, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Jiang Fei had an idea. The two of them looked at each other. At the same time, they thought to themselves, "It's coming." At that moment, a powerful aura was rushing toward the valley. Through Jiang Fei's senses, he could clearly determine the other party's identity, the valiant martial hall's master. Although the dragon race's grand elder did not know the valiant martial temple master, with such a powerful human coming straight for him, he could guess the other party's identity without even asking. The grand elder sent a voice transmission to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei replied, "Yes." The grand elder nodded and then closed his eyes again, as if he had not noticed the valiant martial temple master. After a while, Ji Chunhong suddenly looked to the northwest. Although there was nothing there, he had also sensed the valiant martial hall master's aura. "I'm the valiant martial hall master." At this time, the dragon race's great elder received the valiant martial hall master's voice transmission. "Oomph." The great elder nodded in his heart. Previously, Jiang Fei had told him that the valiant martial hall master would most likely not appear. This time, he had come to secretly discuss with the dragon race. Now, it seemed that the valiant martial hall master really did not want to appear in front of these sinecures. The dragon race's great elder replied. Then, he leaped up and disappeared in an instant. Although the valiant martial hall's revered elders did not notice the valiant martial hall's grand elder, he did see the grand elder leave suddenly. Yifru Nong Saihit. Since the valiant martial hall's grand elder refused to show himself, he had already guessed the grand elder's choice. Therefore, he could only sigh. The valiant martial hall's grand elder was really a life-threatening person. He was tired of living. "Master, don't worry about it. Everyone has their own fate. Everyone has their own choice," Jiang Fei advised. Ji Chunhong and Jiang Fei's conversation made the others confused. Ji Chunhong waved his hand. He really did not want to talk about this. Master, I'll take a leave of absence first. I'll be back in a while, Jiang Fei said to Gu Chunhong. Ye Sunong nodded. He knew very well what Jiang Fei was going to do. However, at this time, he could not and did not want to stop him. After all, even the valiant Martial Hall Master had done so much, his existence would indeed destroy the valiant Martial Hall. After that, Jiang Fei rose into the air and sped toward the northwest. Why did Jiang Fei leave? When the other revered elders saw that Jiang Fei had left, they could not help but feel relieved. Although the great elder had left previously, there were still dragons guarding the place. It was just that these young dragons were not as strong as the great elder. However, now that Jiang Fei had left openly and these dragons did not stop him, would the other revered elders still stay obediently? A sword light shot into the sky. However, before the worshippers could fly far, they were struck down by a silver light. Although the worshippers fell to the ground and looked dusty, they did not suffer much damage. It was just that their faces were too ugly. Everyone, behave yourselves, a young dragon roared. Then one of them left just now. The elder who had been beaten down was obviously not convinced. Why did Jiang Fei leave so easily? He was beaten up so badly that his face was covered in dust. What are you talking about? I am willing. The young dragon glared at him. The elder was so scared that he did not dare to speak. After all, the difference between the two sides was very obvious. The other party did not even need to lift a finger to beat him up. Seeing that these humans had become obedient again, the young dragon muttered to himself, "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Can you compare to the Sage Lord? If the Sage Lord wants to leave, I dare to stop him." Under the intimidation of these young dragons, the guardians of the valiant Martial Hall all became obedient. After all, so many days had passed, and these dragons had not bullied them. Other than not letting them leave, they had not mistreated them at all. They even provided food and water. Under such conditions, who would want to be beaten up for no reason? At the same time, the first elder of the dragon clan had already arrived at a small forest more than 100 miles away. The first elder of the dragon clan also met the valiant Martial Hall Master. He was a little stronger than Ji Chunhong, but the difference was not too great. In front of the first elder of the dragon clan, he could only last a few rounds. Therefore, the great elder naturally had a condescending attitude. "I am the Hall Master of Wuing Palace. The people under my command have been detained by you," the Hall Master of Wuing Palace said very humbly. There was nothing he could do. He had felt the pressure from the other party that was like a mountain. The great elder asked straightforwardly. The valiant Martial Hall Master looked troubled. "Speak your mind." The great elder snorted coldly. He had always looked down on humans. The valiant Martial Hall Master's beating around the bush made him even more impatient. The valiant Martial Hall Master had already become a side dish for him to drink. Yes. The valiant Martial Hall Master nodded repeatedly. His humble manner could not be compared to the valiant Martial Hall Master. The valiant Martial Hall Master already knew the identity of the Grand Elder from High Official Son. The Grand Elder nodded. "I am willing to pay double the amount of treasures, but I will not ransom anyone. Half of these treasures are given to the dragon race as ransom. The other half is given to you, Grand Elder," said the valiant Martial Hall Master flatteringly. The Great Elder was moved when he heard about the treasures. Seeing that the Great Elder was moved, the valiant Martial Palace Master immediately became more convinced of the legend of the Dragon Clan's greed for money. So he said to the Great Elder, "Those disciples attacked the Dragon Clan without permission, which is already considered as betraying our valiant Martial Palace. I only hope that you can help me clean up the clan and get rid of them." The Great Elder raised his eyebrows and asked, "Yes, not only that, I am also willing to lead the valiant Martial Hall to submit to the Dragon Clan." The valiant Martial Hall Master said. The Dragon Clan's Great Elder threw his head back and roared after listening to him. "How is it?" the valiant Martial Hall Master asked tentatively. Great Elder laughed. Valiant Martial Hall Master lifted his clothes and knelt in front of Great Elder. "Don't rush." Great Elder laughed. Chapter 2104, 2104. Translator, 549690339. Hearing the first elder's words, the valiant Marshall Hall master was stunned. He had read some historical materials, so he knew the status of the first elder of the Dragon Clan was very high. He could be said to be a member of the highest decision-making level. How could he not even have the right to subdue a subordinate force? The valiant Marshall Hall master looked at the first elder and was speechless because he did not know what the first elder meant. What? The great elder smiled slightly. Please give me some guidance, great elder, the valiant Marshall Hall master said. The great elder straightened his clothes. Then he said, the valiant Marshall Hall is under the protection of the Dragon Clan. The Sage Lord has already explained this matter. But as for you, at this point, the great elder suddenly stopped. He looked at the valiant Marshall Hall master with interest and then shook his head. Me? The valiant Marshall Hall master immediately panicked. He did not know why he had attracted the attention of the Dragon Clan Sage Lord. Logically speaking, he had absolutely no contact with the Dragon Clan Sage Lord, so there was no way he would offend him. In order to let the great elder guide him, the valiant Marshall Hall master immediately took out a Chinquin bag. Inside it were the treasures that he had promised the great elder. Although the great elder took the Chinquin bag, he did not say anything. This made the valiant Marshall Hall master feel extremely aggrieved. However, facing the great elder of the dragon race, he did not dare to say that he would not do anything even if he was paid. Sage Lord, the valiant Marshall Hall master asked. Although he did not know where he had offended the dragon race's Sage Lord, at least he had a chance to explain himself. At the very least, he could die knowing what had happened. Of course, the great elder knew that Jiang Fei was hiding in the dark. However, he could not say it out loud. If Jiang Fei wanted to appear, he would appear himself. If he revealed Jiang Fei's position, wouldn't he be offending the leader for nothing? You want to see me? A hearty laugh followed. Jiang Fei walked out from behind the tree. In fact, he had already arrived. However, with Jiang Fei's strength, if he hid his aura, how would the valiant Marshall Hall's leader be able to find him? When he saw Jiang Fei, the valiant Marshall Hall's leader's head immediately buzzed. The Grand Elder bowed to Jiang Fei. This time, he was even more certain of Jiang Fei's identity. The Grand Elder pointed at Jiang Fei and was speechless for a moment. This was simply too shocking for him. Impudent! The Grand Elder roared angrily. He swung his hand and sent a blast of energy that sent the Grand Elder flying more than 100 feet away. He crashed into more than 10 towering trees. Jiang Fei was the dragon race's Sage Lord. A mere human dared to point fingers at him. This was an insult to the dragon race. Therefore, the Great Elder's attack was quite ruthless. The valiant Marshall Hall master spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiang Fei, who stood proudly. He knew that he was done for. How did he frame the valiant Marshall Hall's sinecures? How did he send Gu Chunhong, Jiang Fei, and the others to their deaths? Jiang Fei had seen it with his own eyes. Now that he was the dragon race's Sage Lord, how could he still be okay? Jiang Fei smiled as he walked up. The valiant Marshall Hall master laughed bitterly. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "The winner takes all. Now that you are the dragon race's Sage Lord, I have nothing to say." The valiant Marshall Hall master was also a bachelor. He knew that Jiang Fei would not let him off no matter what. At this time, he would only be asking for humiliation. However, that was on the basis that he could obtain benefits from the Great Elder. Now that he was facing Jiang Fei, the valiant Martial Temple Master knew that he would definitely die. Therefore, there was no need for him to lower himself and accept humiliation. "Lord Temple Master, I have a small gift for you," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The valiant Martial Temple Master had nothing more to say now. Just the Great Elder of the Dragon Race alone had given him no chance to fight back. Therefore, he was now a meat on the chopping block. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then he took out a small thing from his body. This thing was not some magical treasure or high-tech. It was just a very ordinary holographic camera equipment. Jiang Fei pressed the switch. After a ray of light, A three-dimensional holographic projection appeared in front of the valiant martial temple master. I am willing to pay double the amount of treasures, but I will not ransom anyone. Half of these treasures are for the dragon race, as ransom. The other half is for you, great elder. I only ask for a small favor from you. Those disciples have already betrayed the valiant Marshal Hall by attacking the dragon race without permission. I only hope that you can help me clean up the sect and get rid of them. Yes, not only that, I am willing to lead the valiant Marshal Hall to submit to the dragon race. From now on, I will follow the dragon race and be at your disposal. The previous servile and obsequious face of the valiant Marshal Hall master was completely restored. The effect of the three-dimensional hologram was displayed. It was as if history was repeating itself. The valiant Marshal Hall master roared angrily. He rushed toward Jiang Fei and wanted to destroy the thing in Jiang Fei's hand. Once this thing was made public, he would be finished. Previously, the valiant Marshal Hall master thought that he would definitely die. However, even if he died, he was still a hero who fought against the dragon race. He died in the hands of the dragon race in order to save the valiant Marshal Hall's worshippers. His deeds would be widely spread. However, if this video was made public, not only would he die, but his entire reputation would also be tarnished. Although he would also be remembered by future generations, it would not be remembered forever. It would be tarnished for thousands of years. To a person like the valiant Marshal Hall master, he was indeed not a good person. Not only was he very selfish, but he was also jealous of his talents. However, there was one thing that he loved about his reputation, otherwise he would not have needed to spend so much effort to eliminate his enemies. The valiant Marshal Hall master was a typical hypocrite like Yu Buchuan. Although he was secretly doing shady things, he valued his reputation very much. This was worse than killing him. Jiang Fei did not even make a move. With a roar, a terrifying sound wave swept the valiant Marshal Hall master away. The difference in strength between the two was too great. The valiant Marshal Hall master could not get close to him. It's over. The valiant Marshal Hall master collapsed on the ground. He knew that it was impossible for him to destroy that thing. His dirty deeds would be exposed to the world. He was finished. Completely finished. Chapter 2105, 2105. Translator 549690339. The valiant Marshal Hall master was completely dispirited. His mind had completely collapsed. For a hypocrite like him, although he was sinister and vicious, he was extremely proud. His glorious image would be destroyed in an instant. This was a serious blow to him. Jiang Fei gave the great elder a look. He did not want to kill the valiant Marshal Temple Master just like that. He might even be able to clear his name as a martyr to the dragon race. This was not what Jiang Fei wanted to see. Jiang Fei wanted him to have a bad reputation for 10,000 years. Only then would he be able to completely destroy his influence in the valiant Marshal Temple. The great elder nodded and leaped to the front of the valiant Marshal Hall's master. The great elder lifted the valiant Marshal Hall's master up. At this moment, the valiant Marshal Hall's master, who had collapsed mentally, did not even have the intention to resist. His entire body was in an unconscious state. Following that, the great elder broke his middle finger and smeared a bit of dragon's blood on the valiant Marshal Hall's master's forehead. The grand elder chanted in the dragon language. As he chanted, the drop of blood seemed to come to life and instantly turned into complicated dragon language. Then, it entered the valiant Marshal Temple Master's forehead. A ray of bloodlight emitted from the valiant Marshal Temple Master's body and disappeared in an instant. The Grand Elder reported to Jiang Fei. This type of dragon's blood imprisonment was very powerful. Otherwise, the imprisoned person would forever be a cripple. Even the primordial spirit would not be able to escape. It would not even be possible to remove the body and reincarnate. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the Grand Elder, "Bring him back later. Then, pass this to the valiant Marshal Hall's worshippers." "Yes." The Great Elder nodded. Then, he asked Jiang Fei, "Sage Lord, are you still not going to reveal your identity?" Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and then said, "Not yet." The great elder asked. The dragon race had to at least have a reasonable excuse to let the valiant Marshall Hall's people leave. "It's up to you." Jiang Fei smiled. He could not be bothered with such a small matter. The great elder nodded. "All right, I'll go back first. You can come back tomorrow," Jiang Fei said. The great elder accepted the order. After that, Jiang Fei rode his sword and left the small forest. After 10 minutes, Jiang Fei returned to the place where the Dragon Clan had placed the Marshall Valiant Hall's revered elders under house arrest. Didn't you run away?" The Marshall Valiant Hall's revered elders were very confused when they saw Jiang Fei. If they had run away, they would not have come back and walked into the trap. "The food here is too bad." Jiang Fei smiled as he took out some grilled chicken and other food from the spatial ring. He had the habit of hoarding delicious food. Therefore, there were many dishes made by famous chefs in Jiang Fei's spatial ring. Moreover, before these things were taken out, Jiang Fei had already heated them up in the spatial ring. TSK, TSK, TSK. Regardless of whether the other consecrators believed it or not, everyone praised him. Everyone has a share. Jiang Fei distributed the food to everyone. Although the cultivators did not have much demand for food, it was rather boring to be trapped here. Eating some delicious food could at least relieve the pressure in their hearts. Therefore, everyone did not stand on ceremony and took some food from Jiang Fei. After the food was distributed, Jiang Fei took a roasted chicken and came to Ji Chunhong's side. Ji Chunin asked. Jiang Fei nodded as he unwrapped the roasted chicken and handed it to his master. Ji Chunhong asked. Jiang Fei replied. Yi Chunhong nodded. He did not know why he had such a complicated feeling when he heard the news that the hall master was not dead. "I have recorded some evidence," Jiang Fei added. Ji Chunhong looked at Jiang Fei. "If he dies with dignity, the valiant Marshall Hall will be in chaos." Jiang Fei asked. Yi Chunhong sighed. Although he had some sympathy for the temple master, he did not want to destroy the valiant Marshall Hall. Therefore, he could only acquiesce to Jiang Fei's actions. A day quickly passed peacefully. The valiant Marshall Hall's worshippers were also used to such days. Anyway, as long as they did not run away, the dragon race would not disturb them. Therefore, they could chat whenever they wanted. If they wanted to practice, they could practice. There were even people who provided them with food and drinks. These days were not much different from those in the valiant Marshall Hall. At noon the next day, the great elder of the Dragon Clan returned. As soon as he returned, his entire being carried an imposing manner. His furious appearance had frightened the high-ranking officials of the valiant Marshall Hall greatly. These high-ranking officials of the valiant Marshall Hall were all the great elder's captives. Now that the great elder was in a bad mood, who knew if he would torture the captives? Some of the sharp-eyed worshippers even saw the great elder bring a person back. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, and the person's aura was also blocked, it seemed that he was also a captive. The great elder of the dragon race scolded the people of the valiant Marshall Hall as soon as he arrived. Of course, he also sent a message to Jiang Fei to apologize in advance. Otherwise, his behavior of scolding Jiang Fei would be a big taboo in the dragon race. All the worshippers looked at each other. They did not know what they had done to offend this dragon race. However, looking at the other party's furious look, no one dared to provoke him. A bunch of idiots. The great elder continued to point at the noses of the worshippers. Lord of the Dragon Clan, I don't know how I offended you. Not everyone in these consecrators had a good temper. Some of them were not afraid of death. Humph! Did I insult you? The great elder said angrily. Your Excellency, great elder, please make it clear. The hot-tempered consecrator said. Good. The great elder sneered and took out an item. Chapter 2106, 2106. Translator, 549690339. The first elder of the dragon race took out the holographic camera equipment that Jiang Fei had given him previously. As the first elder activated the switch, the holographic projection appeared in front of the worshippers. I'm willing to pay double the amount of treasure, but I will not ransom anyone. Half of the treasure is for the dragon race as ransom. The other half is for you, First Elder. I only ask for a small favor from you. Those disciples who attacked the Dragon Clan without permission have already betrayed our valiant Marshal Hall. I only ask you, Great Elder, to help me clean up the clan and get rid of them. Yes, not only that, I'm also willing to lead the valiant Marshal Hall to submit to the Dragon Clan and follow the Dragon Clan from now on. At your command. The valiant Marshal Hall's master appeared in front of the deacons with a subservient face. His servile and charming appearance stunned everyone, because this master always presented himself as a heroic figure in front of everyone. No one would have thought that he was such a person. This is the Hall Master? How can he be like this? He was clearly the one who forced us to attack the Dragon Clan. How did he make it sound like we acted on our own? Shameless. He actually said that we betrayed the Martial Meritocrats Hall. Didn't he say that he wanted to fight the Dragon Clan? Why did he go to the Dragon Clan and drag the entire Martial Meritocrats Hall down with him? Despicable man. After the initial shock, the group of deacons started cursing loudly. Even Ji Chunhong was filled with righteous indignation. Although Ji Chunhong had learned of the valiant Marshal Hall Master's plan from Jiang Fei, it only showed that the valiant Marshal Hall Master was narrow-minded and intended to use the dragon race to get rid of his enemies. However, things were different now. The valiant Martial Temple Master intended to join the dragon race. However, his nature had changed. At the beginning, Ji Chunhong had some sympathy for the valiant Martial Temple Master. Now, he had no objection to the execution of the Temple Master. Initially, I had said that you would exchange for some treasures. The Great Elder ignored the indignation of the people below. He continued to curse angrily. Now, I don't intend to do business with such a despicable person. You have two choices. Either you take out your treasures to redeem your lives, or follow me back to work. The deacons below looked at each other. They didn't expect their status to change so quickly. In the beginning, they were captives who could be exchanged for ransom, so they received preferential treatment from the Dragon Clan. Now that the Dragon Clan couldn't get the ransom, they obviously couldn't enjoy the same treatment as before. Now there were only two paths in front of these deacons. One was to take out enough wealth to satisfy the Dragon Clan in exchange for their freedom. The second path was more tragic, and that was to be captured by the Dragon Clan to work as coolies. It should be known that these cultivators weren't afraid of death for the sake of their freedom. Therefore, no one would choose the second path, even though these cultivators would rather die in battle for their freedom. However, if they could avoid death by spending money, then no one would be impatient to live. Therefore, these consecrators all chose to pay the ransom by themselves. Because they were all true immortal level experts, and the treatment of the valiant Marshal Hall was good, these consecrators were still relatively rich. However, these guys still had some confidence in buying their own lives. On the other hand, the Great Elder was just going through the motions. Although he was also greedy, after considering Jiang Fei's feelings for the valiant Marshal Hall, the Great Elder also restrained himself. He would usually not be too demanding. Therefore, these guardians quickly bought their own lives. The Great Elder of the Dragon Clan waved his hand after receiving the ransom, indicating that these consecrators of the valiant Marshal Hall could leave. One of the consecrators complained. Although the Dragon Clan had not made things difficult for them these days, they were still on tenterhooks after being placed under house arrest. Don't say that. If we hadn't suffered these days, we wouldn't have been able to show mercy to that scum. Yeah, it's good that we can recognize him earlier. Otherwise, even if we go back to the valiant Marshal Hall, he will find a chance to harm us again. The deacons discussed among themselves, and then prepared to leave. After all, they didn't feel safe if they were too close to the Dragon Clan. After all, no one knew if the Dragon Clan would fall out with them and regret it. Just as the elders were about to leave, the Great Elder suddenly said, "Oh no, could it be that he has changed his mind?" The elders were all stunned. No one knew what the Great Elder of the Dragon Race was going to do. You guys, do you want it or not? After the Great Elder received Jiang Fei's permission, he naturally had to find a reason to hand over the imprisoned valiant Marshal Hall Master and the evidence to Ji Chunhong and the others. Hmm. Although there were people who had seen the dragon race's great elder bring back a person, no one had expected that the person who was imprisoned was the valiant martial hall master. Ji Chunhong stood up and said, of course, he knew that everything was planned by Jiang Fei. However, at this moment, he had already thought it through. This valiant martial hall master deserved to die 10,000 deaths. He was not worthy of sympathy at all. Now, he had to use him and the evidence to get rid of his connections. Otherwise, the valiant Marshal Hall would definitely fall into civil strife. If you want the person, you have to pay the ransom. The great elder said with a greedy look on his face. No problem. Ji Chunhong deliberately made fun of Jiang Fei because he was somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Fei's way of handling things. All right. Jiang Fei smiled. He knew that his master was a little angry at him, so he smiled awkwardly and did not mind. If Jiang Fei went up to the great elder to settle the matter, it would really be a formality. Would the great elder still dare to take his money? Therefore, Jiang Fei quickly took the valiant Marshal Hall master and the holographic camera equipment back. Let's go, Ji Chunhong said to the junior brothers behind him after he took the items and the people. Yes, the deacons present were all burning with anger. They were all holding back their anger as they returned to the Marshal Valiant Hall. Jiang Fei came to Ji Chunhong's side and asked. Good Chunhong glared at Jiang Fei because he was angry. However, he immediately realized the problem in Jiang Fei's words and asked, What? You don't plan to go back with us? Yes. If Master can handle it properly, I still have other things to do. Jiang Fei nodded and said. Ji Chunhong looked deeply at Jiang Fei and said. He knew that this disciple of his had a lot of things to do. Although he might not know about these things, however, he could feel that this disciple would become his greatest pride. Chapter 2107 2107 Translator 549690339 Today, my sister got married. Busy all day now. Just home. It is too late to update. Please forgive me. Chapter 2108 Translator 549690339 After leaving the valiant Marshal Hall, Jiang Fei called Butchermang and headed straight for the Dragon Clan's territory. Jiang Fei arrived outside the Dragon Clan's territory. Naturally, there was a job-seeking general in charge of receiving him. Jiang Fei nodded. The job-seeking general replied. All right, let's go in, Jiang Fei said. Then, the job-seeking general opened the teleportation portal. Jiang Fei and Python Slayer both entered the dragon territory. Previously, when Jiang Fei came to the dragon territory to fight, Python Slayer was not qualified to enter the territory. However, this time was different. With Jiang Fei's identity as the Sage Lord, no one dared to say anything when he brought Python Slayer into the territory. After arriving at the dragon's imperial palace, Jiang Fei ordered, Gather all the elders to the dragon's imperial palace for a meeting. The job-seeking general accepted the order and immediately sent a letter to the elders. Within a short period of time, all the high-ranking officials of the dragon race had basically arrived. The Sage Lord has summoned us. An elder asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. That's great. The elders were all excited. Many of them did not have the energy to be at the peak of the dragon race. However, because the dragon race had a long lifespan, their parents had all experienced that era. They had all grown up listening to those glorious deeds. From the ancient times to hundreds of thousands of years ago, this period was called the Dark Age by the fierce beasts and humans. That period was considered to be the most glorious era. The buttocks determined the head. At the same time, because of the different identities, the understanding was also completely different. However, for the dragon race, they were always looking forward to the arrival of the Golden Age. Now that Jiang Fei had announced that the dragon race could finally see the light of day, there was no need for them to hide on this small satellite. This filled the hearts of every dragon race member with a desire for the future. Jiang Fei smiled as he looked at the dragon race elders below. He knew that as long as he gave the order, these elders would be able to lead the dragon race members back to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. When that time came, the 5 corners of the world would definitely be filled with bloodshed. Jiang Fei had no doubt that the final outcome of the war would end with the dragon race at their peak. Although the dragon race was small in number, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, especially among the top-tier experts. That was definitely not something that could be made up with numbers. After all, any adult dragon race was not weaker than the top-tier experts in human society. Even in the ferocious beast alliance like the Myriad Beast Mountain, their top-tier experts were not much stronger than the most ordinary young dragons. As for the elders of the dragon race, their strength was an overwhelming advantage for the other races in the 5 directions. No one in the entire 5 directions could defeat the most ordinary elder of the dragon race. With such a huge difference in strength, as long as Jiang Fei wanted to, the 5 directions would return to the state it was in a few 100,000 years ago in a very short time. Of course, Jiang Fei did not want to do that because it would not be beneficial to him. Although the dragon race could capture some strong men to work for Jiang Fei in the outer universe, Jiang Fei did not need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, during the process of the dragon race reconquering the 10,000 races, many experts from the various races would be lost. It would be a pity for Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei pressed down with his large hand to calm down the excited elders. Then he said, "I know that all of you want to restore your past glory. However, this is too insignificant to me. Are your hearts only limited to this small corner of the 5 directions?" The dragon race elders were all stunned. They did not know what Jiang Fei meant. "I told you all on the day that I became the Sage Lord. My dream is not just to let the dragon race re-rule the 5 directions of heaven and earth," Jiang Fei said passionately. "But we cannot cross the barrier at all," some of the elders said hesitantly. They were still afraid of the unknown. Jiang Fei smiled. One of the elders asked very cooperatively. Jiang Fei said as he took out the 9 rotating star plate. "What is this?" the great elder asked. He could sense a powerful and mysterious spatial power from this magic treasure. Jiang Fei said, "The Dragon Queen rarely spoke in the past. However, this time, she could not hold it in anymore." Jiang Fei nodded. An elder of the dragon race asked. They did not know that Jiang Fei could freely travel between the 2 worlds. Jiang Fei confirmed. "Is the world outside very big?" An elder asked. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and said, "Compared to the world outside, the 5 directions are like a dry well. All you see is the small patch of blue sky above your head." "This?" The dragon elders looked at each other. The great elder asked, "Yes, there are indeed some races that are very powerful," Jiang Fei said. An elder asked worriedly. After all, the 5 directions was such a small place. Yet, it had already given birth to such a powerful race like the dragon race. The universe outside was so vast. Wouldn't the race that it gave birth to be even more powerful? That might not be the case. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he told the dragon race about the general situation of the cosmic behemoths. They might have surpassed the dragon race in terms of energy levels. However, due to their relatively low intelligence, they did not develop any civilization. They also rarely communicated with each other. Therefore, they were only some unprecedentedly powerful beasts. Chapter 2109, 2109. Translator, 549690339. A dragon elder asked with a face full of joy. The intelligent life forms in the outer universe had very poor talent in cultivation and cultivation environment. They could not compete with the dragons at all. Moreover, those creatures that possessed strength that surpassed the dragons were all beasts with low intelligence. There was nothing to fear at all. As long as the dragons were born, the entire universe would be at their fingertips. "You can say that, but you can't underestimate the enemy too much," said Jiang Fei. Asked an elder of the dragons. Jiang Fei then explained the basic knowledge of the technology system to the dragons. "What?" Jiang Fei's explanation instantly changed the worldview of the dragons. "That's right. However, these tools are not their own power. Therefore, they are more rigid when used. As long as you do not underestimate the enemy and do not use your physical body to resist, As long as you foresee danger, you will avoid it. You will rarely be a threat, Jiang Fei said. Although these dragons were powerful, they were still too few in number. Now that they were Jiang Fei's direct subordinates, Jiang Fei did not want these guys to be killed by the enemy's battleships just because they underestimated the enemy. I see. We will have to inform those brats later. I think the sage is a little too cautious. Are those lewd techniques really that powerful? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. The elders of the dragon race were quickly divided into 3 factions. The first faction believed that the sage would not lie. Therefore, they immediately thought of warning those little dragon brats so that they would not die because of their arrogance. The second faction did not believe Jiang Fei at all. Due to Jiang Fei's identity, they said that Jiang Fei was being overly cautious. In fact, they thought that Jiang Fei was just boasting. After all, these people lived under the cultivation system. Moreover, they had lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, some things were already deeply ingrained in their minds. In their eyes, no matter how powerful a magic weapon was, it had to be controlled by someone. Even if it was a 10-sided clear artifact, even a nascent soul stage little guy would not be able to hurt a Mahayana stage expert with it. However, these dragons clearly did not understand the situation. Technological weapons and magic weapons were not the same concept. Even an ordinary person would be able to unleash most of the power of that thing. The only difference was whether they were proficient or not. It had nothing to do with individual strength. Although the third faction did not believe Jiang Fei's words, these people were more cautious. Therefore, although they did not believe that technological weapons were that powerful, they would still be on guard so that they would not suffer a loss. Jiang Fei sighed when he saw the attitude of these dragon elders. Jiang Fei did not have any good ideas about those dragon elders who did not believe him. He could only let them suffer a loss. Only then would these people be willing to face reality. The great elder asked. He was different from the other elders below. His focus was more political. He did not care much about the details of the battle. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he continued. In the next period of time, I will be leaving for a period of time. During this period of time, the great elder will lead a team to reclaim the 5 Directions world. However, do not interfere with the human society. If they provoke us, we will destroy them immediately. If they are honest, do not provoke them. An elder asked. Actually, the dragon race was not very interested in humans because there was very little human meat. It was not very interesting to eat. Humans were so weak that they did not even enter the dragon race's field of vision. Therefore, everyone did not have much impression of them. On the berserk beast side, you have to subdue them as much as possible. You have to kill as few experts as possible, Jiang Fei said. Asked one of the dragon elders. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He knew that these dragons were very murderous. They even wanted to return to the ancient times and treat all the races as food. However, Jiang Fei definitely could not allow such a situation to happen. The dragon elders could not help but feel a little disappointed. They had originally wanted to restore their father's glory. Everyone, please bear with it for now, Jiang Fei promised. Although the dragon elders were a little disappointed, they still listened to Jiang Fei's orders. Moreover, in their eyes, it would not take long for them to conquer the 5 directions of heaven and earth. They could be more awe-inspiring. Therefore, everyone had to bear with this little grievance. The Dragon Queen found the main point in Jiang Fei's words. Jiang Fei nodded and said, I'm going to the outer universe to make preparations so that you can successfully descend. An elder asked, I'll take a break for a few months and hide for a few years. This was the first time Jiang Fei had told the dragon race about the time difference. Not many people knew about this. The dragon race members nodded. A few years was not a long time for a race like the dragon race that had a long lifespan. Therefore, they quickly accepted it. After that, Jiang Fei told the dragon race some things, including a list of names. He specifically told the dragon race to take good care of the people on the list. Other than the human forces, the list also included Hua Qingqing's father, the 9-headed python clan, the Xie family, and Jiang Fei's friends in the Greenwood Forest. Jiang Fei did not want to wait for the next time he came back. Those friends had already been treated as food by the dragons. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei took Butcher Mang and left the Five Directions world through the 9 rotating star plate. When they returned to the shuttle, it was a little cramped for 2 people to sit in the single shuttle. However, it was barely passable. As Jiang Fei's follower, Jiang Fei initially wanted to keep Butcher Mang in the Five Directions. He wanted to be like Liu Bingyuan, who was responsible for the communication work. However, Butcher Mang wanted to follow Jiang Fei out of the Five Directions, as Xiangling's departure had dealt a huge blow to him. It was easy for him to miss her if he stayed in the Five Directions. Therefore, he wanted to change his environment. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and agreed. This was because the so-called communication work did not have any specific purpose. For example, Liu Bingyuan could not contact Jiang Fei. He only had one purpose in the Five Directions. That was to appease the Xiao and Wang families and the Moon Goddess sect. However, he did not have any confidence in himself, so the effect was very limited. Although the dragon race listened to Jiang Fei's orders, Python Slayer could not appease them. Therefore, it was useless for him to stay. In the end, Jiang Fei simply brought him out. Chapter 2110. Translator 549690339. As he had stayed in the world of the Five Directions for quite some time, after deducting the time difference of 12 times, when Jiang Fei returned to the shuttle was only 1 interstellar jump away from Peen Star. Through the glass window of the shuttle, Butcher Mang looked at the stars that flashed past both sides of the porthole with a curious expression. This was the first time the vast universe had appeared in front of him. The next planet that we were going to is called Planet Pizerns. You will see many things that you have never seen before. Do not be too surprised, and do not do anything out of the ordinary. No one will hurt you. Jiang Fei warned in advance. If these experts from the Five Directions did not prepare in advance, it would be very easy for them to make a fool of themselves in this technology-dominated universe. Sir, don't worry. Butcher Mang was very clear about his identity. Of course, he did not want to make a fool of himself by Jiang Fei's side and embarrass his master. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he piloted the shuttle through the last Stargate. After that, he directly jumped towards Planet Pizerns. The warp path has been locked. Warp drive is starting. Warp drive is starting. We are warping to Planet Pizerns' gravitational field. Following the mechanical voice of the onboard computer, Jiang Fei and Python Slayer's journey came to the last part. After more than half an hour, the shuttle rushed out of the phase space and appeared in Planet Pizerns' gravitational field. Warp drive is off. We have arrived at our destination. Jiang Fei switched to manual mode and began to approach Planet Pizerns. A patrol boat approached. After all, this was the capital planet of the Universe Empire. Any aircraft that wanted to dock would have to undergo strict security checks. Jiang Fei transmitted his identity number through the communication with the patrol boat. Identity confirmed. After the automatic patrol boat identified Jiang Fei's identity number, it immediately let him through. It also informed the airport to arrange a seat for Jiang Fei. Grand Marshal, welcome to Planet Pizerns. I am Charles, the chief dispatch of the airport. After the airport received the news of Jiang Fei's visit, they did not dare to be negligent. They immediately established contact with Jiang Fei. Arrange a parking space for me, Jiang Fei said. Grand Marshal, your parking space has been prepared. The guided ship has set off. It will soon guide you to the apron, Charles said enthusiastically. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he looked at the civilian spaceships that were wandering around the airport, waiting for the parking space to land. He could not help but think to himself, it's good to have privileges. A few minutes later, a guided ship appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Then, it guided his shuttle into the airport and stopped at an empty parking lot. Grand Marshal, welcome to Planet Pizerns. His Majesty has already arranged a convoy for you. May I know where you would like to go? His Majesty would like to meet you when you have time, said Jiang Fei as he stepped out of the shuttle. He saw Jupiter's adjutant. HMM, send me to Sarnaga's embassy first, said Jiang Fei to the adjutant as he had business to attend to. Said the adjutant as he gestured for Jiang Fei to leave. The adjutant then led Jiang Fei to the private car. The hover car was Jupiter's private car. However, when Jiang Fei arrived at Planet Pizerns, the car was immediately dispatched by Jupiter. The convoy left the airport in a grand manner and headed straight for the embassy in Sarnaga. There were no accidents along the way. Jiang Fei and the rest arrived outside the embassy very smoothly. Grand Marshal, the convoy and I will be waiting for you here. If you have any orders, you can tell me at any time, said Jupiter's adjutant. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he led Butcher Mang into the embassy. The embassy staff asked, I want to see the ambassador, Jiang Fei said. The staff asked, No, but please tell the ambassador that Jiang Fei is visiting. I think he will see me. Jiang Fei smiled and said. The staff immediately picked up the phone and asked. Soon, she smiled and said to Jiang Fei, Mr. Jiang Fei, the ambassador is waiting for you in her office. Jiang Fei nodded and then said to Butcher Mang, Wait for me here for a moment. As he had to talk to Vinolin about some very confidential matters, Jiang Fei naturally could not bring Butcher Mang along. Butcher Mang note that? He was very clear about his identity. Therefore, he would not ask about things that he should not ask about. He would stay far away. After settling Butcher Mang down, Jiang Fei walked upstairs and soon arrived outside the ambassador's office. You must be Mr. Jiang Fei. The ambassador is already waiting for you, the female secretary said to Jiang Fei as soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the door. The female secretary stood up and helped Jiang Fei open the door. Jiang Fei nodded and walked in. The female secretary closed the door from the outside. Hee. Ah, Fei, you're here, said Varen with a smile. Jiang Fei asked directly, said Varen with a smile. However, from his tone, Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. It seemed that something was wrong. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy, said Jiang Fei. Hee, it seems that your so-called sixth sense is quite accurate, said Vinolin with a smile. Then he continued, However, you do not have to worry too much. Although the development team has made a move, it will not pose too much of a threat to you. Asked Jiang Fei. The sales report for the new quarter is not very good. Therefore, they plan to release the expansion pack ahead of time to take the opportunity to improve the sales performance for the next quarter, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei was stunned. He was not interested in how the development team would attract players or earn money. However, releasing the expansion pack early was not good news for him. Previously, Jiang Fei had already obtained the contents of the expansion pack from the wormhole in the safe zone. Using this information, he had gotten the engineers to develop a large number of battleships and put them into mass production. When the new expansion pack was released, Jiang Fei would have an absolute advantage in strength. However, now that the expansion pack was released earlier, it would greatly reduce Jiang Fei's advantage. Chapter 2111. Translator 549690339. That's how it is. I can't delay it. You should think of something on your own, said Vinolin to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei frowned. In the past, Vinolin would take the initiative to inform Jiang Fei whenever there was any news from the development team. The development team was about to open the expansion pack in advance, but Vinolin was so calm. This was very unusual. Because I feel that this does not pose a threat to your development, Vinolin said with a shrug. Nonsense. If the expansion pack is opened, the strength of the players will be greatly increased. I'm not ready yet, Jiang Fei said with a gloomy face. Don't worry. Your reinforcements have already set off, said Vinolin with a smile. Jiang Fei was stunned. He thought that Vinolin was talking about the dragon race from the 5 directions. However, Jiang Fei had not confirmed the timing of the dragon race's appearance. What? Have you forgotten? You were the one who contacted the reinforcements yourself, said Vinolin with a smile. I contacted them myself? Jiang Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. That's right. Your giant steel scorpion allies have already roped in an alliance of cosmic behemoths, said Vinolin with a smile. The giant steel scorpion had been searching for its allies for a long time. If Vinolin had not mentioned it, Jiang Fei would have forgotten about it. However, Jiang Fei did not think about it. The lifespan of these cosmic behemoths was calculated in tens of thousands of years, whatever they did, it could take years or even decades. For the giant steel scorpion to be able to pull its allies back so quickly, it was already quite efficient. After all, in the vast universe, it was not easy to find other cosmic behemoths. Once the contact was made, everyone would rush back together. This would take a lot of time. Jiang Fei was delighted. If the steel giant scorpion could pull in a large number of allies, coupled with the dragon race that was about to enter the battlefield, Jiang Fei would not be so afraid of the new battleships of the players anymore. All right, since you're here, I won't have to make another trip. There's another piece of news here that I have to tell you, Vinolin said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. It's about a promotion from the development team, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, the development team is preparing to organize a treasure hunt for players in a period of time, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei asked. The development team's performance last month was not very good. In order to get some cash, they prepared a competition for players to participate. When players have competition, they can crazily buy the tools of the development team. However, the development team cannot ruin the game's balance because of this. Therefore, the competition this time is not a battleship battle, but an individual battle, explained Vinolin. Jiang Fei nodded. This time, the development team is preparing to create a planet in the Z-173 galaxy. They will then bury some treasures on the planet for the participating players to compete. If the players want to participate in the competition, they will have to buy powerful carriers and tools. Otherwise, they will not be able to compete with others, said Vinolin with a smile. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Said Vinolin. This time, Jiang Fei could not sit still. He could ignore everything else except the energy cores. He had to get his hands on a treasure like the energy core, especially the will core. This was the source of Jiang Fei's power. I can give you the coordinates, but there is one thing you must remember. You are just an ordinary NPC on that planet. Vinolin warned. Jiang Fei was stunned, because there are no fighting NPCs in the venue of this competition. It is completely a competition between players. So, if you fight with players, they will most likely report it as a BUG. When that happens, the development team will pay attention to you and even notice my abnormality, said Vinolin. All right then, I'll just hide from them. Give me the coordinates of the treasure, said Jiang Fei as he shrugged. His target was the energy cores anyway. Jiang Fei was no longer interested. I only have the coordinates of a portion of the treasure. The rest of the treasure is randomly generated, so I don't know either, said Vinolin as he gave Jiang Fei a portion of the coordinates. However, there are very few of them. You don't know? Jiang Fei asked curiously. They can buy the treasure detector because this competition is used by the development team to cash in. Therefore, everything has to be paid for, said Vinolin as he shrugged. Jiang Fei pursed his lips. At the same time, he was also very conflicted. Initially, he thought that all he had to do was to avoid those players and use the coordinates provided by Vinolin. He would be able to dig out the treasure ahead of time. However, it seemed that he would have to rely on the players to guide him to find the treasure. Jiang Fei began to think. All right, that's all I can tell you. The rest is up to you, Vinolin said as he stood up to send Jiang Fei off. Jiang Fei asked, It will be in the near future. Don't worry, I will inform you in advance, said Varen. Jiang Fei nodded and walked out of Varen's office. After Jiang Fei went downstairs, Butcher Mang immediately walked up to him. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded and walked out of the embassy. Zhu Peter's adjutant immediately opened the door for Jiang Fei. Let's go to His Majesty's place, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Although he was the one who helped Zhu Peter rise to the throne, Zhu Peter was still the emperor of the empire. He had to give some face to outsiders. Yes, the adjutant immediately accepted the order. Then, the convoy drove towards Zhu Peter's manor. As soon as Jiang Fei arrived at Zhu Peter's manor, the emperor of the empire personally brought people to welcome him. Your Majesty, long time no see. Jiang Fei smiled and greeted him. When he arrived at Zhu Peter's manor, he spoke much more casually. Hee, thank you for your concern, Grand Marshal. Everything is fine with me. Zhu Peter smiled and let Jiang Fei into the manor. Chapter 2112. Translator 549690339 in Zhu Peter's manner. After some small talk, Jiang Fei went straight to the point and asked, "Why? Is there something you need me for?" Actually, it's nothing much. As there were no outsiders, Zhu Peter's attitude suddenly became humble. "You don't have to be so formal. I'm not interested in the operation of the Empire. You don't have to tell me everything. I only have one request for you. That is to ensure the normal operation of the Empire and the supply of resources to Skodastar. You can do the rest yourself," said Jiang Fei. Zhu Peter. He was not a person who was greedy for power. Therefore, he would not monopolize the power of the Empire. Moreover, Jiang Fei also knew that no one was willing to be a puppet. Therefore, he was willing to give Peter Zhu some power at the appropriate time. This way, he could unleash Peter Zhu's abilities and allow him to manage the vast universe empire. It would also prevent Peter Zhu from being a puppet for a long time. "Sir, please rest assured. The operation of the Empire is as usual. Moreover, the efficiency of the resource star has increased. There will definitely not be any problems with the resource supply of Skodastar." Peter Zhu immediately promised, of course. He understood Jiang Fei's intentions. He also knew what he should and should not do. Jiang Fei nodded. Actually, the main reason why Zhu Peter wanted to meet Jiang Fei this time was to show his loyalty. He did not have too many specific things to say. After all, everything within the Empire was stable. With Maleki's dungeon in charge of the Empire's operation, there would not be any mistakes. Moreover, after Rivendell was killed by Jiang Fei, Jupiter had already secured his position as the Emperor of the Empire with his own strength. With Jiang Fei's support, no one would dare to have any ill intentions. Therefore, after Jiang Fei had a casual chat with Jupiter, he was ready to return to Skodastar. This time, Jiang Fei came to Pizerns mainly to ask Vinolin about something. Now that he had obtained the information, he had to go back and make preparations. The situation was that the expansion pack was about to be developed. The players could be replenished with a large number of new battleships at any time. Although Jiang Fei had obtained some of the blueprints in advance, it would take time to build a battleship on Skodastar. On the other hand, the players could purchase a battleship in an instant. Moreover, after the new expansion pack was launched, the so-called player competition would also begin. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to get rid of all the things he had on hand so that he could go and steal the treasure. With so many things pressing on him, Jiang Fei naturally could not stay with Zhu Peter for long. Therefore, after a simple chat with Zhu Peter, he was ready to leave. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, Zhu Peter suddenly gave him a big gift. As Zhu Peter spoke, he took out a palm-sized optical computer and stored the detailed information of the yacht in it. Jiang Fei frowned. He was actually not very interested in such luxury items. In Jiang Fei's impression, yachts were usually modified from patrol boats. Their size was between a scout ship and a frigate. They had a luxurious interior and entertainment space. Although the protection ability was not bad, in order to ensure comfort, the speed was average. Moreover, the weapon system was almost negligible. The average rich man was very fond of this kind of yacht. Because they did not go to dangerous places and they had plenty of time, speed and combat power were meaningless to them. This kind of yacht was used to travel in space and flirt with girls. However, to Jiang Fei, this kind of yacht was not like a battleship that could charge in a battle. It also did not have the speed of a shuttle to help him travel. Therefore, this kind of yacht was worthless to him. "Sir, do not underestimate this spaceship. It uses the most advanced military technology. Although it looks no different from an ordinary yacht, it is equipped with a Tavira mirror shield generator. This shield generator uses Sarnaga's shield technology," said Zhu Peter proudly. This technology was developed by his engineers after reverse engineering the wreckage of the player battleship. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although this yacht had the defense of a frigate, it was meaningless to him. Not only that, this yacht also uses the Annihilator Type 2 advance engine. It can fly at sublight speed at 1/10 of the speed of light without additional force. Coupled with its powerful warp engine, it is enough to make this yacht faster than a shuttle, said Jupiter. Jiang Fei's eyes immediately lit up. With his strength, The combat power of the battleship itself was no longer important. Speed was the most important thing. After all, Jiang Fei did not want to waste a lot of time on interstellar travel. Wait, Jiang Fei frowned. The Annihilator Type 2 Advance engine was the latest product of Star. Only the latest Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser was equipped with such an engine. The previous versions did not have such equipment. General, you know that this place used to be the Merchant Alliance. Jupiter smiled embarrassedly. How could he tell Jiang Fei that? As early as the second week after the development of the Annihilator Type 2 Advance engine, he had already bought the blueprint from the black market. Damn it, Jiang Fei's face darkened. To be honest, he had never really considered the issue of keeping the internal affairs of Skoda Planet confidential. After all, the equipment of the Merchant Alliance was not considered very advanced among the various factions. Especially after the player faction had joined, the technology of Skoda Planet was all copied from others, so Jiang Fei did not care too much about keeping a secret. However, it was different now. He had obtained the entire contents of the expansion pack. This was absolutely confidential. After all, even if the expansion pack was opened, it would be done step by step. It was impossible to publish all the contents at the same time. Therefore, it was still necessary for him to keep it a secret. Alright, even if you are equipped with the Annihilator Type 2 Advance engine, coupled with the advanced warp drive, the energy consumption is too high. Jiang Fei asked curiously. The reason why the Annihilator Type 2 Advance engine was only installed on the Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser was mainly because the size of the ship was large enough to carry a large power source. At the same time, it could also carry more energy blocks. Otherwise, if a small ship was fitted with such an engine, it would be exhausted after only a few steps. Chapter 2113. Translator 549690339. Generally speaking, even if you obtain the Annihilator Type 2 Advance engine, you would not be able to install it on such a small spaceship, said Jupiter with a smug smile. Then he continued to say, for this I specially dismantled the Sacred Elephant Guardian spaceship and installed its energy source on this yacht. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after listening to him. The Sacred Elephant Guardian spaceship was the main support ship of the player fleet. This was a cruiser-level spaceship. Jupiter had actually dismantled such an expensive warship just to build a yacht. Although Jiang Fei did not know how Jupiter had managed to get his hands on a complete Sacred Elephant Guardian spaceship, he could guess that it was most likely because this guy was the Emperor of the Empire. It was probably due to the fact that Jupiter was the special envoy of Sarnaga. After all, as the Emperor of the Empire, Jupiter definitely had to have a guardian fleet. If he used this reason to look for Sarnaga, who was his ally, it would not be good for Vinlon to displease him. Therefore, he probably provided him with a small fleet. However, he did not expect that the expensive warship would actually be dismantled by Jupiter and then modified into a yacht. F***CK. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Jupiter. However, if it was just a spaceship, it was not too serious. Therefore, although Jiang Fei felt that Jupiter was a little wasteful, he did not say much. General, I know that you are always traveling between planets. The interstellar journey took up a lot of your time. That is why you specially built such a spaceship. If it were any other time, I would not be willing to dismantle an expensive warship for pleasure, Jupiter said with a smile, as he showed Jiang Fei that he was not the kind of person who would indulge in extravagance. He also flattered Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sighed. The other party had built such a yacht to flatter him. What else could he say? Most importantly, Jiang Fei really needed such a comfortable and fast spaceship. Of course, said Jupiter with a smile. However, he did not think much of it. If he still needed precious resources to flatter Jiang Fei the next time, he would still do it. A convoy could not allow him to sit safely on the throne of the Emperor. Only with Jiang Fei's support could the chair under his but be stabilized. In the airport on planet Pizerns, Jiang Fei saw this yacht that was specially made by Jupiter to flatter him. Jiang Fei thought to himself when he saw the yacht. The yacht was streamlined. Its style was similar to a player battleship. It was completely different from the original, crudely made yacht of the Merchant Alliance. After entering the interior of the yacht, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The interior of the yacht was extremely luxurious. The lighting system inside was almost entirely made of natural gemstones. The floor and walls were also made of pure animal carpets or tapestries. In the era of the cosmos, almost all materials could be synthesized manually. Moreover, they were all automated assembly lines. Once it was mentioned about natural or handmade, it was basically related to luxury goods. This yacht was not an ordinary small boat. It was bigger than an ordinary scout ship, almost the size of a frigate. From this, it could be seen how much money Peter Zhu had spent on the interior decoration alone. The positioning of this yacht was very clear. Indeed, it did not have any offensive capabilities. A few small cannons would at most chase away small pirates. It was useless against a regular warship. Its characteristic was that it ran fast and had complete entertainment facilities inside. The warp drive was stable. Even when passing through the Stargate, there would not be much internal vibration. Jiang Fei sighed. However, now that the ship was his, he was still quite happy. After all, with good conditions, no one was willing to suffer. Maleki, take over the ship, Jiang Fei ordered. Maleki immediately connected to the ship's control system and quickly gained full access to the ship. Python, pick a room. We're going home. Jiang Fei smiled and said to Python. Python nodded. Although he had never come into contact with such technological products, he knew that this trip would not be as crowded as the last time. After getting Maleki to arrange the flight route, Jiang Fei picked a room that he liked and moved in. Then, the spaceship began to return to Skoda Star under Maleki's control. During the long interstellar journey, a comfortable living environment could indeed make people feel much happier. After about a week, Jiang Fei's yacht returned to Skoda Star. Bella and the others who were waiting for him at the airport asked in surprise. Jiang Fei shrugged and smiled. Sylvie said from aside. Jiang Fei smiled and then led the girls out of the airport. How is it? Nina asked after they returned to their residence. Not good. The development team has decided to start the expansion pack ahead of time, Jiang Fei said. If that's the case, our time is even more pressing, Nina said with a frown. Who cares? What should come will come anyway. We will try our best to deal with it, Bella said. That's all we can do. Aurelia, go to the production line later and ask them to focus on producing the main ship. Pause the other types of spaceships for a while, Jiang Fei said. In the future space battles, the main ship would become the main character. Small ships and even heavy cruisers would not be as important as before. Aurelia nodded. All right, there's one more thing, Jiang Fei said to the girls. Bella asked. I might have to go out for a while, Jiang Fei said. Did Vinylin give you a quest again? Is it dangerous? I want to go too. When Jiang Fei said this, the girls immediately cried out. This quest is not dangerous. I don't even want to meet players, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Then, bring US along, Ariel said with anticipation. This really can't be done. This quest needs to be absolutely secret. I can only go alone, Jiang Fei said. Because of the development team's plan this time, there were no NPCs on that planet. Therefore, Jiang Fei's appearance, there was a complete BUG. Although he had Vinylin to clean up his mess, he had to try to minimize the traces. If he brought a group of girls there, the possibility of being exposed would be too high. Chapter 2114. Translator 549690339. When the girls heard Jiang Fei's words, they could not help but feel a little disappointed. There's nothing we can do about it. This time, we need to act in secret. It's easy to expose ourselves if we have too many people, Jiang Fei said as he shrugged. All right then, Bella asked. There's no need for any special preparations. Vinylin has already made the necessary arrangements, said Jiang Fei with a smile. He had already memorized the coordinates of the treasures that Vinylin had provided him. The rest of the treasures would have to be left to chance. All right then. Although Bella was reluctant to part with Jiang Fei again, there was nothing she could do about it. The threat of the gamma space was like the sword of Damocles above their heads. They did not dare to relax at all. Of course, I will not do anything for the next few days. Jiang Fei felt very sorry for these girls. He had always been away from the girls. In the next few days, Jiang Fei fulfilled his promise. He put down everything in his hands and focused on accompanying the girls until a month later. An engineer from the equipment department found Jiang Fei. "Sir, I have something to discuss with you in private," said the engineer. Jiang Fei nodded and brought the engineer to a corner. "Ah, Fei, the player competition is about to begin." The engineer's attitude suddenly changed. It was obvious that he was Varen who had descended. "I can set off at any time," Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath. "Okay, these are the coordinates," Varen said as he sent Jiang Fei an interstellar coordinate. "I understand," Jiang Fei asked. "There's still 5 days before the competition officially begins." "It will take you about 3 days to get there," said Varen. "All right," Jiang Fei nodded. "If you have nothing else to do, I'll be leaving first," said Vinolin. He had to rush over to set up the competition venue in advance. As the competition this time was to dig for treasures, Vinolin did not know the location of most of the treasures. Therefore, Jiang Fei had nothing to ask. "Why am I here? That's strange." The engineer blinked and then looked at Jiang Fei in surprise. Jiang Fei smiled and left. He knew that Vinolin had already left. Nina asked when Jiang Fei returned home. Jiang Fei nodded. Nina asked again. Jiang Fei nodded again. At this time, besides Nina, the other girls were not at home. No need. Jiang Fei did not want to make a big fuss about the separation. If too many girls came together, the scene would often be too sad. Nina nodded. Then, she very considerately stayed by Jiang Fei's side and came to the airport with him. Just as Jiang Fei was about to board the yacht, Nina said to him, "Don't worry." Jiang Fei smiled at Nina. As the main engine started, the yacht slowly left the airport. When it reached the edge of Skoda's star's gravitational field, the warp engine started and the yacht entered the warp state. Jiang Fei sent the coordinates to Maleki. Maleki immediately adjusted the course of the ship after receiving the coordinates. After more than 4 days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at a brand new star field. This place did not belong to any faction. It could be considered as a desolate land that did not care about anything. However, in the vast universe, the space for intelligent creatures to move around was still limited. A large number of starfields were still in a desolate state. "Sir, we are already close to the coordinates," asked Maleki. "No need. Slowly move over," said Jiang Fei. After Maleki received the order, he turned off the warp engine and turned on the Annihilator Type 2 advance engine. He was approaching the target planet at sublight speed. After a few more hours, Jiang Fei's yacht was very close to the mission planet. At that moment, his spaceship suddenly lost control. Maleki was a little flustered. As an artificial intelligence, very few people could take control of the spaceship from him. Jiang Fei was still calm. The big screen in the cockpit suddenly flashed. 2 words appeared on it. "Exit the cabin." Jiang Fei teleported outside the spaceship and stored the spaceship into the spatial ring. A teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Phew! Jiang Fei knew that this was the back door that Vinolin had opened for him. After entering the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei's vision turned pale. However, after a moment, his vision returned. After restoring his vision, Jiang Fei immediately radiated his spiritual power. As a powerhouse, he trusted his spiritual power more than his eyes. As his spiritual power scanned, Jiang Fei was stunned. This planet was actually a desolate desert planet. The environment on it was extremely harsh. Normal people would not be able to survive, other than some simple primitive creatures. There were no animals or plants that had taken shape. At this moment, the yellow sand beneath Jiang Fei's feet moved without any wind. Soon, a row of words appeared. "Player will arrive in 3 hours. Find a treasure with the coordinates as soon as possible." Time was tight. Jiang Fei did not dare to waste any more time. He immediately rode his sword and rushed towards the treasure that was closest to him. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei arrived at the back of a sand dune. The sun was setting. The desolate desert gave off an endless sense of desolation. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a wave of astral energy slashed down. The yellow sand below began to sink. In an instant, a deep hole was blasted open. Zhang Fei immediately saw the well-packed box. Then he rushed down like lightning and grabbed the box in his hand. When Zhang Fei rose into the air again, the sand pit began to collapse. After a few gusts of wind, the desert returned to its usual calm. One could not even tell the difference between the place that Zhang Fei had blasted and the other sand dunes. After obtaining the first box, Zhang Fei felt much more at ease. He did not even have time to look at what was in the box before he rushed straight to the second coordinate. Chapter 2115, 2115. Translator 549690339. Zhang Fei was running around without stopping. He needed to try his best to dig for the treasure that had already been located before the players arrived. This was because once the players arrived, he had to avoid them. He had to try his best to avoid exposing himself. This way, it would be much more difficult for Zhang Fei to dig for the treasure. Finally, after the fifth treasure was dug out, Zhang Fei felt that the entire planet had been enveloped by a strange energy. Zhang Fei thought. Then, he lowered his flying sword and hid his body in aura. He quietly waited for the arrival of the players. Light pillars descended from the sky. There was a human figure in each light pillar. These people did not appear in human form. Some had octopus heads, some had beast heads. However, they still appeared in human form. Clearly, these were the players who had bought powerful carriers. In order to gain the upper hand in the game, they had spent a lot of money to buy powerful carriers from the development team. These carriers came from all races, so they had different shapes. Of course, other than buying carriers, these players had also bought powerful equipment. Anyway, they had spent a lot of money for this treasure hunting competition. This also made the development team earn a lot of money. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Fei secretly recorded the number of players who had descended. There were a total of 122 people. Each of them had the power of a true immortal or higher. Phew! Zhang Fei muttered to himself. Clearly, ever since the appearance of the experts from the 5 directions in the war, the players had also discovered the role of these top experts in the war. They were all very powerful. An ordinary battleship would not be able to defeat them at all. They all felt like they were shooting a cannon at a mosquito. If they were powerful, they wouldn't be able to use it. Instead, they would disrupt their formation. Therefore, after learning their lesson, the rich players spent a lot of money to buy powerful carriers for themselves. Therefore, the players suddenly had more than 100 experts with the strength of true immortals. Of course, although these players possessed strength equivalent to that of a true immortal, they were incomparable to cultivators in terms of martial techniques. Then, a cultivator of the 5 directions of the world could fight 4 to 5 players of the same level. However, the players also had their own advantages. They had all sorts of strange tools. She had actually used the power of the Mahayana stage to defeat the super true immortal and the full strength of Mo Lisang. Of course, Natasha was an exception. The items in her hands were not things that ordinary players could buy. Those items that could almost be described as destroying the game's balance were not things that could be bought with money. As the light faded, the players began to move. Some of the players began to form teams. However, most of the players were acting alone. After all, no one was convinced by anyone. It was difficult to travel together without knowing each other. Zhang Fei frowned. There were 3 players walking towards him. Moreover, the 3 players were clearly divided into 2 teams. One of the teams was a man and a woman, while the other team was a single man. They came straight for me at the same time. Zhang Fei had an idea. Previously, Vinolin had told him that these players had treasure detectors in their hands. They could sense the location of the treasure within a certain range. Now that the 2 groups of people had come straight for him, it meant that there was a treasure nearby where Zhang Fei was. When he thought of this, Zhang Fei began to focus his spiritual power to explore the depths of the sand beneath his feet. Because he had to pass through the thick yellow sand, this kind of scanning required more spiritual power than scanning in the air. Under normal circumstances, he would rarely use it. However, now that he had a clear goal, Zhang Fei no longer held back on his spiritual energy. After a few dozen seconds, Jiang Fei found a box 300 meters to his left and 100 meters underground. Jiang Fei said to the 3 players in his heart. Then, he converted all the spiritual energy in his body into the earth attribute and sank into the yellow sand. Through the earth attribute spiritual energy, Jiang Fei fused himself with the yellow sand. Although it was not fast, it was good at stealth. With his ability to control energy, there was almost no residual radiation. It was very difficult for outsiders to notice. A minute later, Jiang Fei came into contact with the box. He immediately put the box into the ring's space and fled a few hundred meters away. Less than 5 minutes after Jiang Fei left, the man and woman arrived at the top of the original location of the treasure. According to the detector, "There is a treasure here," said the man. The woman appeared to be very happy. This kind of treasure hunting game was her favorite. The man nodded. Then, he slammed his palm down and began to push away the sand. The man was very surprised. He had already dug for hundreds of meters, but he hadn't found anything. The woman frowned. "It can't be. This is a device sold by the system." The man muttered. The woman said, "It's possible. This is a treasure hunting competition. It looks like someone beat us to it." The man nodded. However, at this moment, the single player arrived. Yo! The newcomer looked very ordinary. However, the pockmarked face was very eye-catching. Moreover, his pockmarked face was quite special. The pockmarked face had a small pockmarked face. The pockmarked face had a small pockmarked face. The pockmarked face also had a pit. There was a black spot in the pit. There was even a hair growing on the black spot. It was as disgusting as it could be. "What are you talking about earlier? We were too late." The man who came first curled his lips and said, "All right, don't hide it anymore. I'm not going to rob you." The pockmarked face said disdainfully, "How can you be like this?" The woman frowned. It was obvious that she was a little annoyed by this pockmarked face. "What treasure did you get? Take it out and have a look. My name is AI May." The pockmarked face habitually brought out his cousin to raise his status. Moreover, every time he said that Eamon was his brother, it seemed like the two of them were very close, but in fact, they were just distant cousins. Chapter 2116, 2116. Translator, 549690339. The man and woman were in a difficult position. They had heard of Eamon's name before. He was the leader of the Empire's player faction, and they were both players of the Empire's army. The man and woman were clearly unwilling to offend Eamon. However, the problem was that they had truly failed to find the treasure. Moreover, AI May's unrelenting attitude made things very difficult for the two of them. What? AI May once again used the name of Eamon to threaten the two. TSK. Jiang Fei saw everything in the dark. He looked down on people who talked about others all day long. Such people could only rely on their background to bully others. He was not capable at all. However, although Jiang Fei could not stand AI May, who had a pockmarked face, he did not have the intention to meddle in other people's business. After all, in Jiang Fei's heart, the conflict between players was a dog biting a dog's fur. He would not feel sorry for anyone who died. Moreover, Jiang Fei had sneaked in secretly this time. His identity could not be exposed. Therefore, he did not want to participate in such a terrible thing. We did not get anything. The man finally could not hold it in anymore. He pulled the female companion beside him and was about to leave. AI May stood in front of the two. The man blocked the female companion behind him. "Nothing. Show me the treasure. I may threaten it." "We really didn't get anything." The girl called Luluo was so anxious that she was about to cry. AI May raised her eyebrows. "I really didn't," Luluo said with a slightly sobbing tone. She knew her boyfriend's strength. Although the two of them had bought carriers, they had also bought the cheaper ones. They wouldn't be a match for AI May. Moreover, the two of them had emptied all their savings in order to participate in this competition. Their goal was to search for some treasures here and then sell them to those rich people to make a fortune. If they were killed and eliminated, the two of them would lose their lives. AI May finally revealed her face. He leaned forward with a lewd smile on his face. His hands were still grabbing in front of him. He was as lewd as he could be. "What are you going to do?" The man pulled Lu Luo behind him and looked at AI May vigilantly. What am I going to do? AI May smiled evilly and continued to move forward. In order to protect his girlfriend, although the man knew that he was no match for AI May, he still revealed his weapon. I May snitted. His carrier had spent a lot of money, and its combat ability was stronger than other carriers. Moreover, he had bought a lot of tools, so he was not afraid of the two people in front of him at all. The man made up his mind. Fight, AI May said fiercely. Cut the crap. The man directly slashed at her as an answer. As a man, even if he had to pay some money, even if he didn't play this game, he couldn't let his girlfriend be humiliated. Brother Jia. Seeing her boyfriend make a move, Lu Luo immediately drew her weapon and rushed forward. AI May smiled slightly, then drew her sword and went up to meet him. With a crisp sound, Brother Jia's long sword was cut in half by AI May's sword. AI May rushed forward and kicked Brother Jia's chest. Brother Jia spat out a mouthful of blood after receiving a heavy blow. AI May followed up with a follow-up attack and stabbed Brother Jia's heart. AI May's sword was blocked by a dagger. Lu Luo had arrived. Brother Jia knew that he could not defeat AI May alone. He could not care less about showing off. Therefore, he called Lu Luo to fight AI May together. AI May was very confident. He was not at a disadvantage against the two of them alone. After all, the carrier's strength was stronger than the two of them. Moreover, the weapon in her hand was better than the other party's. Therefore, he had the upper hand in the fight. Zhang Fei could not help but despise the three players in his heart as he hid in the dark to watch the fight. However, the combat power that they displayed was probably very difficult to kill even a Mahayana stage cultivator. Of course, the absolute strength of a true immortal also made it impossible for a Mahayana realm expert to harm them. However, the problem was that as a true immortal, if a Mahayana realm expert were to escape alive, it would be extremely embarrassing. As the battle progressed, AI May gradually began to gain the upper hand with the numerous tools on her body. She also began to suppress Brother Jia and Lu Luo. However, just as AI May was about to win, a few streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Then, he retracted his aura again. Swish! Swish! 3 streaks of sword light landed on the ground. The person in the lead was an old acquaintance of Zhang Fei, Eamon. Stop! Eamon shouted. Swish! Both sides of the battle retreated one after another. AI May did not dare to disobey her cousin brother's orders. Brother Jia and Lu Luo could not hold on any longer. It was a good opportunity to take a break. Eamon asked with a frown. AI May was really lying without blinking. He just blurted out such accusations. You're talking nonsense, Lu Luo shouted. Eamon frowned. He knew his cousin too well. AI May insisted that the other party was the one who robbed him. Eamon sighed. Although he knew that AI May was lying, he was still his cousin after all. After sighing, he said to Brother Jia and Luo, let's leave it at that. You two delete your accounts. On what basis? Lu Luo shouted. This was too much of a bully. They were clearly the victims. It was fine if Eamon didn't punish AI May, but why did he force them to delete their accounts? Delete your accounts. Don't make things difficult for me, Eamon said expressionlessly. If I ask you to delete your accounts, then delete your accounts. What nonsense are you spouting? AI May immediately became even more arrogant when she saw that her cousin was backing her up. I know who's right and who's wrong in this matter, but he's my cousin. If I don't protect him, how will those underlings follow me? Later, leave me an account. Eamon sighed. After all, the player guild was not officially stopping them. What they were talking about here was brotherhood. If you helped your family, you would not help them. As the boss, you had to be loyal. However, Eamon was not unreasonable. He promised to compensate them for their losses. Chapter 2117, 2117. Translator, 549690339 Sai. Brother Jia did not say anything else and accepted Eamon's suggestion. There was no other way. As the leader of the Imperial Army's players, if Eamon was determined to make it impossible for them to continue playing, Brother Jie and Lu Luo would have no place in the Imperial Army unless they never left the novice village. Otherwise, if they went out, their ships would explode and their eggs would explode. There was nothing they could do, not to mention the game experience. Therefore, they only had two choices now. They could either give up on this game or delete their accounts and play the Resistance Army. In any case, they would not be able to survive on the Imperial Army side. Moreover, Eamon did not use his power to bully others. Although he had to force Brother Jie and Lu Luo to delete their accounts in order to maintain his authority, at least he had given them enough compensation. This was already the best outcome for Brother Jie and Lu Luo. After all, even if the other party did not compensate them, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Swish! After leaving their accounts, Brother Jie and Lu Luo turned into two black lights and disappeared. This was the light that was unique to deleting accounts. Clack! After a few soft sounds, the equipment on Brother Jie and Lu Luo dropped. However, because they did not have much money, other than the weapons in their hands, they only dropped a few potions and miscellaneous items. There was also the treasure detector that they carried with them. Zhang Fei nodded secretly. Originally, in his heart, Eamon was a rich man. He was also very arrogant. However, now, it seemed that this kid was not an unreasonable person. Kid, don't cause trouble for me. Yamon glared at Aime. He really did not like this cousin of his. Cousin, don't worry, Aime said with an embarrassed smile. Eamon was unwilling to pay attention to this cousin, so he directly left with his men. What poor people! Aime saw that her cousin had left. Thus, she lowered her head and looked between the items dropped by Brother Jie and Lu Luo. Then, he picked up the medicines and weapons. Although these weren't very valuable, they were still better than nothing. As for the two treasure detectors, Aime did not even look at them. After all, everyone had one of these. He had also spent money to buy a higher-level detector. Therefore, he did not care about these two things at all. Not long after, Aime also flew away. At this time, Zhang Fei came out from his invisibility. You guys don't want these things. Zhang Fei reached out and picked up the two detectors. He was originally worried about how to find a treasure that did not have coordinates. He also had this detector in his hand. After putting away one detector, Zhang Fei held the other one in his hand. At that moment, the screen of the detector was silent. Clearly, there was no treasure in the area around him. Let's go and try our luck, Zhang Fei said to himself. Then, Zhang Fei put away the detector and moved quickly close to the ground. At the same time, he used all his spiritual power to scan the surrounding players. He had to avoid these players as much as possible to avoid encountering them. Half an hour later, Zhang Fei felt a slight vibration from the detector on his body. Zhang Fei felt the vibration and quickly took out the detector to look. The detector showed that there was a small red dot flashing in front of his left. Zhang Fei frowned. If the detection range was only that close, then searching for treasures on a planet would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, what Zhang Fei did not know was that the detector in his hand was of the lowest level. Other than that, the detector in Aime's hand could detect around 20 kilometers, which was several times more than his. The top detector in Eamon's hand could even detect a distance of 50 kilometers. With the difference of 10 times, of course, it would be easier for others to find a treasure. Forget it, as the detection range of the detector was very short. This area had long been covered by Zhang Fei's spiritual power. He did not have to worry about meeting those players by chance. Soon, Zhang Fei arrived at the location of the treasure and dug out his sixth treasure. At that moment, two powerful auras approached him from afar. Zhang Fei cursed silently. Needless to say, there must be players who had also discovered the treasure. Therefore, Zhang Fei did not have time to cover up the traces of digging. He immediately left at high speed. Almost a few seconds after he left, the two players arrived at the place. *M*. The two of them looked at the large pit on the ground and knew that the treasure was gone. *M*. The other party should not have gone far. One of them was obviously up to no good. The other person asked hesitantly, "Nonsense. We've already found 4 of them." In the end, each of them was beaten to the punch. The previous person said, "That's true. If we're not ruthless, we won't be able to stand firm." The other person nodded and said. The two of them looked at each other and then followed the direction that Jiang Fei had left. Logically speaking, the two of them would not be able to detect Jiang Fei's aura. Even if Jiang Fei had just left for more than 10 seconds, because Jiang Fei did not dare to fly high in the sky, because flying in the sky was very easy to be discovered. Therefore, he flew close to the ground. This was a desert planet. When he flew close to the ground, he would leave a trail on the sand. It was like a ship passing through the water, leaving behind a wake. The two of them followed him for a while and realized that they could not catch up. F***CK. The other guy said in the beginning they had also stuck close to the ground to avoid Jiang Fei's detection so that Jiang Fei would not be caught off guard. However, now that they realized that they could not catch up with Jiang Fei, they could not bother to hide their tracks. In fact, these two guys were overthinking things. Jiang Fei had always been able to sense their whereabouts with his spiritual power. Once they were high in the air, the two players quickly discovered Jiang Fei's tracks. Although Jiang Fei's speed was already very fast, due to the limitations of the terrain, it was impossible for him to run at full speed. When the two saw Jiang Fei, they sped up and rushed towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei frowned. Although he could kill the two players with a wave of his hand, Vinolin had repeatedly warned him not to kill anyone, and not even to come into contact with the players. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only speed up and escape. Chapter 2118, 2118. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the two players who were chasing him. However, he could not kill them directly, so he could only think of a way to hide. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei immediately activated his origin power and turned all the spiritual energy in his body into the earth attribute. Then, he merged with a piece of yellow sand. Following that, Jiang Fei disappeared into the yellow sand. The two players in the sky were stunned. Although they had discovered Jiang Fei previously, they could only see a small black dot from afar. Once they were close enough, they could see the huge green name on Jiang Fei's head. After all, it was very easy for players to identify NPCs. It was very easy. The two players calculated for a moment and then descended. They searched the place where Jiang Fei had disappeared carefully. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already gone far away with the earth evasion technique. Even if the two of them dug 3 feet into the ground, they would not be able to find Jiang Fei. Therefore, they were searching for him in vain. After using the earth evasion technique to travel nearly 100 miles, Jiang Fei returned to the ground. After all, this method of movement consumed too much spiritual energy. These players are really trash. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling proud of his escape technique, a crisp voice suddenly rang in his ears. A clear voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Handsome, why are you here?" To be honest, Jiang Fei was really shocked. With his strength, he was actually approached by someone without even knowing it. This was a terrifying thing that was enough to make him break out in cold sweat. However, this voice was very familiar to Jiang Fei. When he looked closely, it turned out that the person who appeared behind him was none other than Natasha. Natasha? Jiang Fei was surprised to see Natasha here. However, it was understandable. To be honest, Jiang Fei had never thought that a player would appear behind him without him noticing. This was what surprised him. However, when he saw that it was Natasha, he was relieved. Although Jiang Fei still did not know who Natasha was, this little girl was clearly different from normal players. It was not something that the average player could get their hands on. Even a tycoon like Eamon could not get their hands on them. Moreover, Natasha was able to rely on the items to defeat Imo Li Shang with her Mahayana stage strength. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not surprised at what the little girl had done. "Hee, I did not expect to meet you here." Natasha laughed. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "Yes, handsome, you actually know about this competition." Natasha looked at Jiang Fei curiously. Jiang Fei suddenly realized that he had misspoken. After all, he was an NPC. It would be fine if he appeared here unintentionally. However, If he had purposely appeared here because he knew about this player competition, it would be worth thinking about. Natasha clearly did not notice Jiang Fei's awkwardness. Moreover, she did not care about the answer to the question just now. She seemed to be different from the other players. She seemed to only care about playing happily. Jiang Fei knew that it was impossible for him to get rid of Natasha unless he left this planet. Moreover, with Natasha's presence, he would be able to cover for her. He could use his identity as a follower of Natasha to explain why he was here. Yay! Natasha cheered. Then, she took the initiative to hug Jiang Fei's arm and began to tell him about the strange things that she had encountered in the past few days. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Natasha, are you here to steal the treasure too?" Natasha pursed her lips and then said to Jiang Fei, "I'm here to look after the place for my father." Jiang Fei was stunned. Natasha stuck out her little tongue and then covered her mouth. She would not say anything more about this matter no matter what. Jiang Fei saw that Natasha was suddenly nervous. He did not ask any more questions and took the initiative to change the topic. Jiang Fei asked, "It's not fun at all. This planet is too desolate. Moreover, those guys are also very boring. All of them are lowering their heads and digging around." Natasha pouted and said. Natasha suddenly raised her little face and asked, "I'm also here to find the treasure." Jiang Fei did not hide anything. "Treasure? But these treasures are almost useless to you," said Natasha as she blinked her eyes. She was really not guarded against Jiang Fei. She just said whatever came to her mind. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. From Natasha's words, he could clearly feel that Natasha knew about the contents of the treasure. As the manager of the entire game, Vinolin only knew one part of the treasure because the other part was created within the scope of the rules. Jiang Fei said, "Energy cores?" Natasha said as she began to take things out of her small pocket that was like a treasure bag. An energy imprisonment device was held in Natasha's hand. Inside it was an energy core. "Yes," Jiang Fei said happily. "I know where they are." Natasha was truly Jiang Fei's lucky star. She agreed immediately. Really, Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He did not expect happiness to come so easily. Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's hand and said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he saw Natasha take out a pink heart-shaped detector. She operated it for a while and quickly determined the direction. Holy sh*T, this detector is too much of a cheat. It can directly input what treasure to look for, and it can point the way. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This was no longer the concept of a RMB player. This was simply a private server specially designed for Natasha. Jiang Fei followed Natasha all the way and soon arrived at an inconspicuous place. "Handsome, this is the place." "Dig 33 meters down," said Natasha. Jiang Fei was speechless. The accuracy of Natasha's detector had made him completely speechless. Chapter 2119-2119. Translator 549690339. Very quickly, a box was dug out from the ground. Natasha had already locked onto another location. At this time, Jiang Fei could not be bothered to look at the things in the box. He followed Natasha to the next location. After all, every minute of delay would increase the possibility of the treasure being dug out by others. With the help of Natasha, Jiang Fei only used half a day to dig out 12 boxes. During the process of digging, Jiang Fei also discovered a problem. The color of these boxes was different. At first, Jiang Fei thought that the boxes were all blue because the 6 boxes that he dug out were all blue. However, with the help of Natasha, Jiang Fei saw purple and gold boxes again. Jiang Fei, who was proficient in the game, quickly understood that the color of the boxes represented the rarity of the treasures inside. Handsome, there are a total of 18 energy cores in the boxes. There are no red dots flashing on Natasha's detector anymore. "It's okay. I'm already very satisfied to be able to get these." Jiang Fei smiled and said, "It's no big deal." Natasha smiled sweetly. She was very happy that she could help Jiang Fei. After all, these energy cores were meaningless to her. "All right, I also have a few boxes here. Let's open them and see if there's anything that you like." Jiang Fei smiled. He could not always take advantage of Natasha. Perhaps there was something that Natasha liked. Okay. Natasha was also very excited. After all, this kind of behavior was quite tempting. After that, Jiang Fei and Natasha found a quiet place and sat down. Jiang Fei spread all the boxes on the ground and asked Natasha. Natasha pointed at the boxes that contained the energy cores. Although the colors of these boxes were different, they were all filled with energy cores. However, it was not just the type and number of energy cores. It was obvious that Natasha wanted to leave the more interesting boxes at the end. After all, she did not lack any props. The purpose of opening the boxes was to open the moment of surprise. Jiang Fei nodded and picked up a blue box. The box opened. As expected, there was an energy confinement device inside. Jiang Fei looked at the sign on the energy confinement device. Quickly open the next one, Natasha urged. She only enjoyed the process of opening the box. As for what was inside, she did not care much. Jiang Fei smiled and handed over a blue box. When he saw Natasha's excited look, he decided to let her have a little more fun. Natasha took the box and opened it violently. It was as violent as a girl opening a parcel on Earth. Natasha was a little disappointed when she opened the box. Jiang Fei smiled as he took the life core. After all, these treasures were rare and precious. This time, Jiang Fei did not have to do anything. Natasha reached out and took a purple box. After opening it, Natasha smiled. Jiang Fei asked. Natasha handed the energy confinement device to Jiang Fei as if it was a treasure. Jiang Fei raised his big finger. The time cores were more precious than the 2 energy cores of strength and life. Moreover, he had gotten 2 of them at once. That's right. The purple box should have 2 to 3 energy cores. The attributes are random. This time, I can obtain the maximum number. Moreover, 2 of them are of secondary attributes. Natasha was clearly more familiar with the rules. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Blue is the most basic. There is only 1 energy core. The attributes are random. There are 4 to 5 gold cores. One of them must have an energy core of secondary attributes or above, said Natasha. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Then he picked up another blue box and handed it to Natasha. Natasha opened it casually. She did not seem to be very interested in these blue boxes. Soon, the blue boxes were all dismantled. Jiang Fei once again obtained a space core, 3 life cores, a power core, and a will core. At this time, there was still a purple box and a golden box in Jiang Fei's hand. The things in these 2 boxes were clearly more precious than the things in the blue box. I'll do this. Natasha took the purple box and left the golden box to Jiang Fei. The purple box was opened. Natasha took out the energy confinement device from inside. Jiang Fei asked. Natasha pursed her lips and handed the energy compression device to Jiang Fei. 1 power core and 1 life core. It could be said that they were the lowest quality that the purple box could produce. Not only were there only 2 of them, but they were also the lowest quality energy cores. It doesn't matter. After all, good luck cannot always accompany one person. Jiang Fei smiled and comforted Natasha. Natasha's personality changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, she had forgotten about the disappointment just now. She then began to urge Jiang Fei to open the last box. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he picked up the last box, the golden box. The golden box was opened. The energy confinement device was in Jiang Fei's hands. When Jiang Fei saw the sign, he was ecstatic. 1 spatial core, 1 time core, and 2 will cores. Although there were only 4 of them, it was still not the maximum. However, the quality was high. 2 energy cores with secondary attributes and 2 energy cores with the highest attributes were enough to make Jiang Fei laugh out loud. Let me see. Natasha also came forward. Jiang Fei really could not suppress the joy in his heart. He had never thought that he would be able to gather 8 willpower cores so easily. This meant that he could now upgrade his willpower cores to another level. Besides that, Jiang Fei had also gathered 4 space cores and time cores. It was enough for Nina and Sylvie to upgrade once again. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not help but laugh in his dreams. Chapter 2120, 2120. Translator. 549690339 after obtaining so many energy cores and even gathering enough cores for him to perform 4 segments of fusion. Zhang Fei's heart was filled with joy. However, at the same time, he did not forget about Natasha. Therefore, Zhang Fei took out the 6 boxes that he had previously obtained and placed them in front of Natasha. "Let's see if there's anything in there that you like," Zhang Fei said to Natasha with a smile. Natasha did not actually need any items. She just enjoyed the process of opening the boxes. The first box was opened. Inside was a spherical item. No matter if it was Zhang Fei or Natasha, they were not unfamiliar with this item. This was the type of absolute defense item that was commonly used by players. Natasha casually threw it aside. Although this item was expensive when she bought it in the mall, it was really nothing to her. Then, Natasha picked up the second box. Because Zhang Fei's boxes were all blue quality, it was impossible to get 2 items. Moreover, the probability of getting the best item was very low. However, Natasha still played with it with great interest. The second box was opened. Inside was a short sword. Natasha smiled slightly. This short sword was an armor-piercing sword. It could ignore a certain amount of defense. It could play an unexpected role in a battle. "If you like it, I'll give it to you," Zhang Fei said with a smile. He had obtained so many energy cores because of Natasha. Now, he could not wait to give something to Natasha. Natasha pouted and threw the short sword aside. Zhang Fei sighed. He also knew that Natasha was not being picky. It was just that this girl had too many treasures in her hands. She really did not care about ordinary items. Soon, the remaining boxes were all opened by Natasha. Among them were 2 ball-shaped absolute defense items, a pair of gloves with heavy bombardment ability, and an interference scroll. Natasha snatched the interference scroll away. This item was useless to Zhang Fei because it could only be opened by players. This item was very powerful. It could directly kick other players out of the current quest dungeon. Zhang Fei nodded. It was rare that there was an item that Natasha was interested in. Even if Zhang Fei could use it, he would give it to Natasha. After obtaining the interference scroll, Natasha stopped looking at the other items. Compared to the items in her hands, these items were basically useless. However, these items were not bad for Zhang Fei. Although these items were not magical items that were cultivated by cultivators, they had unique effects. For example, the armor-piercing sword. Other than being able to ignore part of the defense, the most unique feature of the armor-piercing sword was that it could ignore the absolute defense of a sphere-shaped item. It was definitely the best weapon for an assassin. Zhang Fei was prepared to give it to Sylvie when he returned. After all, he had just obtained 4 time cores. Sylvie would be able to complete the 3-stage fusion. By then, with her speed and the armor-piercing sword, very few people would be able to withstand Sylvie's assassination. Zhang Fei was prepared to give the gloves with heavy bombardment to Bella. With a life core, although Bella's defense was unparalleled and her self-recovery ability was strong, she did not like to use weapons. In terms of attack power, she was very weak. If she was equipped with the gloves, Bella's attack power would be greatly replenished. This would increase her overall combat power. Zhang Fei would also distribute those spherical defense items to the girls. Although players might have other defense-breaking items, not everyone had them. Therefore, equipping such a defense could also be a precaution. It could save his life at critical moments. Natasha asked. Zhang Fei's purpose for coming this time was to obtain the energy core. Now that he had the item, his mission was complete. "Then, handsome, you should hurry up and leave. It will be very dangerous for you to stay here," Natasha urged. Zhang Fei nodded. He knew that Natasha's identity was special. She might have her own information channels. This planet was specially created for players to compete in. NPCs should not appear. Once someone reported it, the development team would most likely target him and cause unnecessary trouble. "Then, handsome brother, let's meet again next time," Natasha said with a smile. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, he directly activated a tool that Varen had previously given him. This item could teleport him to space outside the planet. After a white light, Jiang Fei teleported away. However, at that moment, two streams of light rushed over. What's going on? The two figures quickly arrived in front of Natasha. So many empty boxes. The two players looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with greed. Go away. Natasha pouted and said impatiently. She did not have any fun and wanted to part ways with Jiang Fei. This made the little girl very unhappy. She had no choice but to do so. Therefore, she was holding a fire in her heart. Now that these two guys had come out to cause trouble, Natasha was on the verge of exploding. The two guys descended from the sky and blocked in front of Natasha. Natasha said angrily, "Stupid girl, don't be so shameless." One of the players said. He was relying on the fact that there were two people on his side. Natasha was also a little girl, so her greedy face was revealed at once. Natasha, who was already unhappy, was immediately angered by the two boys. She directly took out a square-shaped item and threw it at the two men. Joe! The two men had no idea who they had provoked, so they still had a cheeky look on their faces. However, they soon stopped laughing. The small cube grew in the wind after Natasha threw it out. It instantly turned into the size of a millstone and smashed toward the two of them like a mountain. One of them used a tool to parry, but it was completely futile. Along with the tool, the player was smashed into a meat patty. No nascent soul or nascent divinity came out. The carrier was directly destroyed. At the same time, he lost the qualification to seize the treasure. Chapter 2121, 2121. Translator, 549690339. The remaining player did not expect the little girl in front of him to be so fierce. She actually killed her companion in one move. Don't be surprised, Natasha shouted. Then, she suddenly flipped the tool that she was using and threw it at the remaining player. The player dodged a few times. However, he found that he could not escape from the tracking of the item. Therefore, he could only activate the absolutely invincible item. The golden film that was formed by the ball-shaped item was like a soap bubble that would break at the touch of contact. Immediately after, the player was smashed into pieces. If Jiang Fei was here, he would definitely be able to understand why Natasha was not interested in the armor-piercing sword. That level of armor-piercing sword was nothing to Natasha. After killing the two players, Natasha did not even look at the two corpses. She did not even pick up the items that the two dropped. She just tore a scroll and left the planet. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already arrived at the outer space of the planet. He had no idea that Natasha had killed the two greedy players after he left. He also did not know why the little girl had left after helping him obtain the energy core. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have asked if Natasha had come here to help him. However, Jiang Fei did not know that at that moment. Therefore, he directly released the yacht from the ring space and prepared to go home. It would take 3 to 4 days to return. Jiang Fei did not want to waste his time. Therefore, he opened the 9 rotating astrolabe in the yacht and teleported directly to the 5 directions heaven and earth. This time, I will be back for about a month or so. I can also do a lot of things, said Jiang Fei to himself when he arrived at the 5 directions heaven and earth. After looking around, Jiang Fei found that the aura of life here was extremely dense. Therefore, he quickly confirmed that this was the star. After arriving at the star, Jiang Fei initially wanted to visit his friends in the Greenwood Forest. However, due to the limited time this time, he had no choice but to go straight to the teleportation portal. Through the teleportation point, Jiang Fei arrived at Qinxing very quickly. Jiang Fei asked through the communicator, "My lord, the 3 families' combined army has already taken over the Yuan family. As the elders have disappeared, the Yuan family has not put up much resistance," Liu Bingyuan replied. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. Yuan Shikuei had brought almost all the experts of the Yuan family out. In the end, they were all wiped out by the great elder of the Dragon Clan with a wave of his hand. Therefore, the Yuan family was now almost an empty shell. It was impossible for them to resist the combined forces of the 3 families. "All right, my lord. I have already found the Xie family's disciples and arranged for them to go to Suixing. They should be living together with the 9-headed python family now," Liu Bingyuan said Previously, Jiang Fei had asked him to look for traces of the Xie family's disciples. He had completed this mission more than a month ago. Jiang Fei nodded. When he returned to Skodastar in a few days, he would arrange for Xie Tianxin to return to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. It would depend on what Xie Tianxin thought. Lu Bingyuan asked. About a month or so. Jiang Fei asked. Nothing much. It's just that the parents of the 3 families miss their children more, Lu Bingyuan said. With the 12 times time flow deficit, it would be many years. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded and then told Lu Bingyuan some other things. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Fei rushed out of the town star and came to the entrance of the dragon's territory. The job-seeking general came out to greet him. Jiang Fei waved his hand and entered the dragon clan's territory. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, Jiang Fei summoned all the elders of the dragon clan. The great elder asked, I came to inform everyone that the passage to the outer universe is about to be opened. When the time comes, I will arrange for some people to go, Jiang Fei said. So soon? That's great. The elders of the dragon race said excitedly. Although they had been able to head to the 5 directions of heaven and earth for the past few days and had conquered the myriad beast mountain, the dragon race could not do as they pleased because Jiang Fei had too many restrictions. Therefore, they were not too happy. Jiang Fei nodded and asked the great elder, how is the matter of conquering the 5 directions of heaven and earth coming along? The orcs have put up a little resistance, but they have all been wiped out. Now that the 10,000 Beast Mountain has surrendered, the ferocious beasts have basically stabilized. The humans seem to be watching from the sidelines, said the great elder, because Jiang Fei did not allow them to touch the humans. The humans were able to survive. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he asked, where's the list of names that I gave you? Did you hurt them? No, Sage Lord. We would never dare to disobey your orders. They were taken care of very well. Those who were unwilling to leave their original territories, I turned their territories into a restricted area. Members of the dragon race are not allowed to enter without my orders. The great elder laughed. At this point, the 9-headed python had already become the dragon clan's most loyal underling. Jiang Fei nodded. All right, Sage Lord, the female beast queen of the myriad beasts mountain wants to meet you, the great elder suddenly said. Jiang Fei was stunned. The great elder nodded. Jiang Fei asked, I don't know. The great elder shook his head. All right then. Jiang Fei nodded. He also wanted to know why the female beast empress was looking for him. After giving some instructions to the dragon race, Jiang Fei left the dragon race's territory. After returning to the Star of Suppression, he went straight to the Mountain of Beasts. When he arrived at the foot of the Mountain of Beasts, Jiang Fei realized that the Mountain of Beasts was no longer the same as before. There were many dragons roaming around here. These young dragons were clearly monitoring the Mountain of Beasts. If they made any strange moves, the dragon race's army would definitely come. A young dragon noticed Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. It's quite normal. The beasts in the Mountain of Beasts live in seclusion and keep a low profile, the young dragon replied. Jiang Fei nodded and walked up the Mountain of Beasts. Chapter 2122, 2122. Translator 549690339. This was not the first time Jiang Fei had come to the Thousand Beast Mountain. However, every time he came, he felt different. The first time he came to the Thousand Beast Mountain, Jiang Fei could even be said to have been captured. At that time, he had even tried to scam and abduct the beast corpse. Although he was already the dragon race's sage lord, the female beast queen did not seem to be too happy about it. She had been bargaining for a long time about the Xie family. This time, when Jiang Fei came to the Mountain of Beasts again, the status of both parties was no longer equal. The last time he came, although Jiang Fei was already the dragon race's sage lord and the female beast queen knew this, the Mountain of Beasts was still independent at that time. The dragon race had not returned to the 5 realms. However, today the 10,000 Beast Mountain had surrendered to the dragon race. The status of both parties was no longer equal. As he walked up the 10,000 Beast Mountain, Jiang Fei could occasionally see some dragon race disciples patrolling around. Although the 10,000 Beast Mountain was not affected by the war, it was clear that these ferocious beast masters were all under house arrest here. Their every move was monitored by the dragon race. Greetings, Sage Lord. Greetings, Sage Lord. Wherever Jiang Fei passed, the dragon race disciples bowed one after another. The ferocious beasts retreated one after another. Although they might not know what it meant to be a Sage Lord in the dragon race, they at least knew that the person who had this title must be in a high position. At this moment, their home was occupied by someone else. Therefore, they would naturally stay away from the upper echelons of the occupying army. Jiang Fei did not stop along the way. He went straight to the Empress's palace. The person guarding the palace was a female dragon who was under the command of the Dragon Queen. Jiang Fei nodded and walked in. As soon as he entered the Empress's palace, a maid immediately came out to greet him. The maid was a trusted aide of the female Beast Empress. She had seen Jiang Fei before. Jiang Fei followed the maid into the Empress's bedroom. Once he entered the Empress's bedroom, Jiang Fei smelled the strange fragrance again. The female Beast Empress was still half leaning on the beauty's bed. Through the pink translucent curtain, Jiang Fei could vaguely see the huge beauty's slim figure. However, Jiang Fei was not very satisfied with the fact that the female Beast Empress was now a prisoner. She actually came to see him in such a manner. Because Jiang Fei was in a bad mood, he spoke in a strange manner. The female Beast Empress smiled sweetly. Although her words were sarcastic, her tone was gentle and gentle. Jiang Fei did not know what she meant. What? Jiang Fei's face darkened. The female Beast Empress was now a prisoner. Her attitude was still so arrogant. It was no wonder that Jiang Fei was angry. Your Majesty, don't you want to be through the curtain? The female Beast Empress waved her hand. The curtain opened to both sides, revealing her true appearance. When the curtain was opened, Jiang Fei was shocked. This was because the female Beast Empress was naked. She was just lying on the beauty's bed. Jiang Fei turned his back. Although the female Beast Empress's graceful body was very pleasing to the eye, Jiang Fei still felt that it was not very polite to look directly at a woman's body. What? Sage Lord, didn't you want to remove the curtain? The female Beast Queen asked with a faint smile. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and turned his body around. He did not look at the female Beast Queen's body just now because he was being polite. Since the female Beast Queen had challenged him, he could not admit defeat. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the female Beast Queen's body. It was as if he was looking at an exhibit. After a few seconds, the female Beast Queen could not stand it anymore. Her face was slightly red. At the same time, she waved her hand, and a light veil floated over her body. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. At first, he really thought that the female Beast Empress was the kind of person who did not care about anything. However, he did not expect that after he let go of her, the woman would become shy instead. Clearly, the female Beast Empress's indifference earlier was all an act. Now that Jiang Fei was looking at her as if she was a piece of art, she could not continue to pretend anymore. The female Beast Queen asked as she forced herself to calm down. I have to say that you are indeed very beautiful and perfect. Jiang Fei was telling the truth. Not only was the female Beast Queen's body perfect, but her face was exquisite. Even her skin was smooth and delicate. There was not a single blemish on it. The only problem was that the female Beast Queen's height was a little scary. 5 meters was enough to make most men shy away from her. The female Beast Empress smiled when she heard Jiang Fei's praise. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. He wondered if she was trying to trick him. The female Beast Empress nodded. I have a family now, Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. I don't mind, the female Beast Queen said. Jiang Fei really did not want to expand his female army anymore. He already had enough girls around him. There were so many that he felt that he owed each and every one of them. On top of that, Bella was also a little jealous. Therefore, he really did not want to provoke any more women. Moreover, there was another reason. The female Beast Queen's motives were too impure. Even if Jiang Fei was a fool, he could still see that the female Beast Queen had a purpose in giving herself to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. He rejected her outright. Sage Lord, Don't reject me yet." The female beast queen shook her veil and slowly walked down from the beauty's bed. 7 meters. 7-meter tall woman was still relatively tall. Jiang Fei did not feel that much pressure. Jiang Fei looked at the female beast queen calmly. He did not know what this woman was up to. When she came before Jiang Fei, the female beast queen took out a gemstone from somewhere. This purple gemstone had a mesmerizing glow. Could suck a person's mind in. Chapter 2123, 2123. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei looked at the purple gemstone. Other than the mesmerizing glow, it did not seem to have any other characteristics. There was not even the slightest energy fluctuation. As his spiritual power was unusually strong, Jiang Fei had long been used to using his spiritual power to probe into unknown things. Therefore, he almost subconsciously used his spiritual power to probe. However, he did not notice that there was a faint smile on the female beast queen's face. When Jiang Fei's mind power pierced into the purple gemstone, he was shocked because the gemstone was like a bottomless pit. His mind power was constantly being drawn in. He could not stop even if he wanted to. "Oh no!" Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. He quickly activated the nucleus of will. He wanted to withdraw his mind power, but there was no effect at all. In the end, Jiang Fei even planned to cut off the connection with the mind power in the gemstone. However, he could not succeed. "What are you trying to do?" Jiang Fei asked with a cold face. Although the purple gemstone did not absorb his mind power very quickly, the unceasing absorption still made him feel uneasy. The female beast queen did not answer. She waved her hand, and the incense burner on the table emitted purple smoke. The strange fragrance that Jiang Fei had smelled earlier was even stronger. "Sage Lord, I just want to take a gamble," the female beast queen said to Jiang Fei. "What gamble?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "Of course not. I know that even if that's the case, you can still kill me easily." The female beast queen smiled slightly. Jiang Fei warned her. As the gemstone was not absorbing at a fast speed, this little loss of mental strength was not much of a threat to Jiang Fei. Moreover, he was unable to understand the characteristics of this gemstone. If this thing continued to absorb it endlessly, he would be in deep trouble. "Sage Lord, don't worry. It will not absorb it forever." The female beast empress smiled. Jiang Fei grabbed the female beast queen's neck. He did not like the feeling of being manipulated. The female beast queen did not resist. She just let Jiang Fei grab her neck and laughed. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know what the female beast queen was planning. At that moment, the purple gemstone suddenly flashed with a light. At the same time, it stopped absorbing Jiang Fei's spiritual energy. The spiritual energy that was originally being swallowed began to replenish Jiang Fei. Not only were they purer than Jiang Fei's original spiritual energy, they were even more massive. Moreover, there seemed to be some information mixed within them. Just as Jiang Fei was in a daze, the female beast queen suddenly stretched out her hand and wiped the gauze off her body. This perfect woman once again appeared in front of him without any concealment. At the same time, Jiang Fei felt his body suddenly become hot. He instantly thought of the strange incense. As he felt the strange feeling in his body, coupled with the female beast empress who was being honest with him, Jiang Fei knew what the purple smoke was no matter how stupid he was. At that moment, his body had already begun to react. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not help but start to fantasize. "Don't worry, this is not some poison." The female beast empress smiled slightly. Then, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Fei's neck and bowed slightly. Her warm and soft cherry lips reached to Jiang Fei's mouth. Jiang Fei wanted to push the female beast queen away, but the poison of the clan was too strong. His body was completely out of control. He was like the most primitive beast now. His entire body was filled with the most primitive impulses. Even if he was conscious, it was difficult to control. Not to mention, Jiang Fei's mind was already filled with erotic scenes. 5-meter tall giant beauty from before, Jiang Fei might be able to hold on for a little longer. 7 meters. Moreover, she was still so perfect. Therefore, under the effects of the medicine, Jiang Fei finally could not hold on any longer. F***CK. This was the last thought that Jiang Fei had before he completely lost himself. When Jiang Fei woke up again, it was already 3 days later. At this moment, Jiang Fei still felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Jiang Fei wanted to rub his head to relieve the pain in his body. However, he found that there was a naked and beautiful woman sleeping in his arms. In an instant, Jiang Fei recalled the 3 days of madness that he and the female beast empress had gone through. Although his body was controlled by the drug, Jiang Fei's consciousness was still clear after that. Therefore, the 3 days of madness between the two of them was still vivid in Jiang Fei's mind. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes in worry. Although he had guessed that it was a honey trap the moment he entered the Empress's bedroom, he did not expect to fall for it in the end. Most importantly, Jiang Fei had never thought that he would lose his first time like this. If Bella found out about this, she would definitely scratch him alive. The female beast empress laid on Jiang Fei's chest shyly. She looked like a cat that had eaten its fill. She was lazy and cute. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. The female beast empress asked. Jiang Fei knew that the female beast empress was doing this to protect the mountain of beasts. She did not want to become a vassal of the dragon race. She wanted to win an independent position for the mountain of beasts. The female beast empress lazily changed her position in Jiang Fei's arms to make herself more comfortable. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "I've been an empress for too long. I'm tired too. I want to find someone to rely on." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after listening to her. Although he had always heard that the ferocious beasts were more straightforward, wasn't that a little too straightforward? Although I don't understand what you mean, I'm willing to take a gamble. After all, there are only a few men who are qualified to conquer me. At this time, the female beast queen gave Jiang Fei a completely different feeling than before. At this time, she completely let go of the Empress's airs. She was like a little woman who was acting coquettishly in her husband's arms. Jiang Fei thought speechlessly. Chapter 21-24, 21-24. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei sighed. He was not the kind of person who would not admit defeat after putting up his pants. Jiang Fei still had to bear the responsibility. I knew that my judgment would not be wrong. The female beast queen said to Jiang Fei with a sweet smile. Jiang Fei asked. He felt embarrassed. The two of them had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not even know her name. The Empress suddenly muttered. She had almost forgotten her own name. After all, ever since she became the Empress, no one had dared to call her by her real name. Therefore, this code name had not been used for many years. Jiang Fei quietly waited for the answer. My name is Phoenix Spirit. At that moment, the Empress still had a little bit of the majesty of the Empress. She was like a little woman. She obediently nestled in Jiang Fei's arms. Her index finger was still faintly drawing circles on Jiang Fei's chest. Allericht, Ling, Jiang Fei asked. Although the female beast queen had mentioned her race before, Jiang Fei had still been under the effect of the medicine at that time. He had not thought too much about it. Fufu, Phoenix Spirit replied. Jiang Fei had never heard of this race. Although he had read some historical materials of the 5 directions, there was no information about the Fufu race. The 5 directions Heaven and Earth race is a branch of the Phoenix race that specializes in managing the divine prison, said the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei was still confused. Although he understood that the 5 directions Heaven and Earth race belonged to the Phoenix race, what the hell was the divine prison? In ancient times, the dragon race dominated the 5 directions Heaven and Earth. Asked the Phoenix Spirit. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. He was now the dragon race's sage lord. It would be too embarrassing if he did not know about this. The dragon race is very arrogant. They disdain to marry with all races. However, one of them is an exception. His name is Long, said the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei immediately became energized. After all, Long was his ancestor. If it was not because of the 1 in 100,000 Long bloodline, Jiang Fei would not have been able to enter the dragon race, not to mention the fortuitous encounters that happened later. Yinglong is different from other dragon races. He does not seem to have any concept of status. Although Phoenix Spirit's words were very tactful, everyone could understand. That was because this Yinglong master was more capable of hooking up with girls. After all, the ancient dragon race was the absolute ruler. As long as they hooked up with each other, the girls from the other races would go crazy and pounce on them. Therefore, Yinglong was successful in picking up girls. Jiang Fei nodded. He could understand this point. If Yinglong was like the other dragons and looked down on the other races and refused to marry with them, there would be no one left on Earth who could inherit the billions of dragons. It is because of Yinglong's enlightenment that there is a phoenix race. The phoenix race is divided into 5 colors. The red one is the phoenix, the yellow one is the phoenix, the green one is the phoenix, the white one is the swan, and the purple one is us, explained the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei nodded. He was secretly complaining that his ancestor was quite fertile. Naturally, the pride of the dragon race would not acknowledge our existence. However, we have the dragon race's bloodline after all. Therefore, we became the dragon race's representative and were in charge of all kinds of things, continued the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei asked. Phoenix Spirit shook her head. Passed down from generation to generation? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Luan and Phoenix attempted to resist the dragon race. They were destroyed by the dragon race and continued the tyranny of the dragon race. They were assassinated by a ferocious beast assassin. Phoenix Spirit shook her head. Jiang Fei asked, Yes, I've been in charge of the beast race ever since I ascended the throne 80,000 years ago, said the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei asked, The divine prison, as the name suggests, is the prison where the gods are imprisoned. To put it bluntly, it's the place where the dragon race imprisons the disobedient masters of the various races, explained the Phoenix Spirit. As the Phoenix Spirit explained, Jiang Fei gradually understood what was going on. It turned out that 5 phoenixes were in charge of the various races of the beasts. The 5 of them had different divisions of labor. Among them, the lowest ranked one was the prison warden. However, later on, for the 5 phoenixes did not manage to get anything good out of it. They all died and ran away. In the end, the lowest ranked one became the ruler of the beasts. Then, the news spread all the way to Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei asked. The Phoenix Spirit smiled sweetly. Jiang Fei nodded. Although it was an accident that he slept with the Phoenix Spirit, no matter what, the mountain of all beasts had been tamed by him. As a result, his power had become much stronger. At that moment, the Phoenix Spirit suddenly held a red bead in front of Jiang Fei. After learning the lesson from the purple gemstone, Jiang Fei did not dare to look around casually anymore. It's good stuff. The Phoenix Spirit suddenly blushed. Without giving Jiang Fei an explanation, she directly pressed on his glabella. Jiang Fei felt a burning sensation on his glabella. Although he knew that the Phoenix Spirit was unlikely to harm him, he was still shocked. He subconsciously touched his forehead. Jiang Fei did not feel anything. However, the burning sensation between his brows was still very obvious. The Phoenix Spirit had gotten a mirror from somewhere and placed it in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was stunned. There were originally 3 thin water lines between his brows. It was difficult to notice them without looking carefully. This was left behind when he was on Crimson Rock Planet, when he was recognized as a lord by a group of strange fish. It had added a bestiality to his bloodline. However, now, there was no longer a line of water between Jiang Fei's brows. Instead, there was a purple flame pattern. Jiang Fei asked. At that moment, the burning sensation had already begun to fade. Phoenix Spirit's voice was very low. It was almost like a mosquito's cry. At the same time, her face was already as red as blood. Jiang Fei shook his head. However, at that moment, he felt a buzz in his head. A large wave of information suddenly surged into his mind. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with this thing. The ferocious beasts, including the dragon race, used this method to transmit information. Therefore, they could obtain many abilities when they were born. There was no need to learn it after birth. Although he did not know what the red bead that the phoenix spirit had attached to him was, Jiang Fei was certain that the information must be related to the bead. Chapter 2125, 2125. Translator, 549690339. At that moment, Jiang Fei's mind was filled with a huge amount of information. The huge amount of information made him feel like his head was about to explode. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not be bothered to think about anything else. He had to go all out to comb through the information. As time passed, Jiang Fei's expression gradually eased up. His brain region that had been developed had amazing computing abilities. Under such powerful abilities, the huge amount of data was quickly sorted out. Phew, Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath. The phoenix spirit's hand brushed across Jiang Fei's face. She was very satisfied with Jiang Fei. Such a huge amount of information would take a few days for an average person to completely digest. However, Jiang Fei only used a few hours to process the information. This kind of talent was very shocking. After sorting out the information, Jiang Fei finally understood what the red ball that the phoenix spirit had pressed on his head was. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally understood why he had asked the phoenix spirit just now. Why was she so embarrassed? The red ball was called Luo Zhu. It was a kind of inheritance ceremony of the phoenix race. Moreover, it only existed between husband and wife. Because the phoenix race was a single lineage, the target of the union was definitely not the phoenix race. This way, through this ceremony, the phoenix race's partner could obtain the phoenix race's inheritance and master some of the phoenix race's abilities. The red bead was actually the phoenix race's woman's Luo Zhu on her wedding night. Therefore, when Jiang Fei asked about the red bead, the phoenix spirit was so embarrassed. The red-faced phoenix spirit rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. At this time, Jiang Fei had nothing else to do but to laugh foolishly. Now, you're the prince of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. From now on, the Myriad Beasts Mountain will be under your command. I don't ask for anything else. You just have to try your best to be fair, said the phoenix spirit as she leaned on Jiang Fei's chest. Jiang Fei nodded. Asked the phoenix spirit, I won't be staying in the 5 directions for too long. Jiang Fei stretched his back and looked at the ceiling with his hands. Phoenix spirit asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Phoenix spirit asked. Jiang Fei turned his head and asked, I'm already married. Of course, I have to follow my husband, Phoenix spirit said matter-of-factly. Jiang Fei asked curiously. In his heart, Phoenix spirit should be a strong woman. She should not have given up on the Myriad Beast Mountain so easily. I believe that you will not make things difficult for them. Moreover, the Myriad Beast Mountain is not mine. Since ancient times, our phoenix race has been guarding the myriad beasts for the dragon race. Now that the dragon race has appeared, I can just shake off this burden. Phoenix spirit muttered as she curled up in Jiang Fei's arms like a cat. Jiang Fei fell into silence after he said that. If Phoenix spirit went with him to the outer universe, it could indeed greatly expand the power of Jiang Fei's faction. However, the problem was that if he brought this woman out, Beliside would be furious. Jiang Fei frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have found an opportunity to kill Bella and the other girls. Now that he had brought a girl back, it was still considered light. However, he had lost his health points for no reason. That would be a big problem. Phoenix spirit turned over and lay on Jiang Fei's chest. How could Jiang Fei say that he was afraid of his wife? Oh, as Phoenix spirit spoke, she pounced on Jiang Fei and kissed him on the lips. Jiang Fei grunted. Then, he turned around and pressed the Phoenix spirit under his body. For someone who had never experienced this kind of thing before, a person could be very determined. However, the problem was that after trying it out, it would not be easy to hold on to it, especially when facing a perfect beauty like the Phoenix spirit. From the beginning, Jiang Fei never felt like a saint. The reason why he had always been as good as Jade was because he was a coward. Now that he had lost 1 health point, he would just have to give it up. After a night of silence, Jiang Fei finally woke up early the next morning. With his physique, he could fight for months without eating or drinking. However, he knew that if he continued to sink into the abyss, he would be useless. Linger. Tell the people of the Thousand Beast Mountain to accept the orders of the Dragon Elder Council from today onwards. I will also tell the dragon side to not make things difficult for the beast people, Jiang Fei said. Okay. At this time, Phoenix Spirit also got up from the soft couch and started to change her clothes with her back facing Jiang Fei. After coming out of the Empress bedroom, Jiang Fei looked back. The past 4 days were like a lifetime ago. Originally, he had come to find the female Beast Empress to surrender. He did not expect that the surrender would end up like this. However, no matter what, the 5 directions of heaven and earth had completely fallen into Jiang Fei's control. His backyard was now safe. As for how to pass Bella's test, Jiang Fei had no idea. He just had to wait for the boat to reach the bridge. When Jiang Fei went down the mountain, a little dragon came over and asked. That wretched expression on his face was an example of how he deserved a beating. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although he did not say it explicitly, he had stayed in the Empress bedroom for 3 to 4 days. Even a fool could guess what had happened. Gossip, especially gossip with lace, spread almost as fast as the speed of light. Therefore, when Jiang Fei returned to the dragon race, almost everyone looked at him with a hint of amusement in their eyes. The Great Elder was such a serious person. At this time, he also came over without a care in the world. The word take care in his words was especially emphasized by him. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes impatiently. Hee, Sage Lord, you are the descendant of the Ing Dragon. The other elders laughed. F*CK. Jiang Fei was speechless. It seemed that his ancestors' romantic deeds had spread far and wide. After sitting on the main seat, Jiang Fei patted the chair. Everyone below quieted down. Previously, it was just a joke. However, when Jiang Fei sat on the dragon chair, he was speaking as the Sage Lord. If the people below did not make any noise, they would be offending their superiors. All right, I've taken care of the Myriad Beast Mountain. From now on, they will be under the command of the Elder Council. Their treatment will be the same as the 9-headed python. They are not allowed to make things difficult for us, said Jiang Fei. Yes, the dragon elders nodded. Chapter 2126, 2126. Translator, 549690339. After giving instructions to the dragons, Jiang Fei returned to the town star. This time, he came to the 5 corners of heaven and earth while he was on his way back. He only had about a month's time. Therefore, he had to make the most of it. After returning to the town star, Jiang Fei went straight to the Wang family. After half a day, Jiang Fei arrived outside the Wang family's mansion. The Wang family's doorman did not know Jiang Fei. Please inform your family leader that Jiang Fei is here to visit, Jiang Fei said very politely. With his status, there was no need for him to yell at these insignificant people. Anyone who could be a servant in the Wang family must have some brains. Seeing Jiang Fei's demeanor, the waiter knew that someone extraordinary had come. Therefore, he quickly turned around and went back to report. Not long after, Wang Shifeng, the head of the Wang family, personally came out to welcome him. Aya, Mr. Jiang, you have come to visit in person, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Head of the Wang family, long time no see. Jiang Fei also greeted him. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Jiang Fei was allowed to enter the living room. After everyone took their seats, the first thing Wang Shifeng said was how his daughter was. Mr. Jiang, my daughter has been out training with you for quite some time, Wang Shifeng asked. Don't worry, Master Wang. Third lady is doing well. Jiang Fei was telling the truth. However, Jiang Fei had enough jerky from the giant beasts. Therefore, the experts from the 5 directions, heaven and earth, did not lack nourishment. In addition to the continuous high-intensity battle catalyst, every disciple had improved a lot. That's good. Wang Shifeng nodded. Then she asked Jiang Fei tentatively, Mr. Jiang, I wonder when my daughter and the others will be able to go home to visit. After all, the parents of those disciples also miss their children very much. Yes, I heard about this. Jiang Fei decided to announce the time difference. After all, he could not prevent those disciples who went to the outer universe from meeting their families forever. Therefore, this matter would be known sooner or later. There was no need for him to keep it a secret. Wang Shifeng was nervous when Jiang Fei said that. He was still worried that something had happened to the Wang family's disciples outside. Don't be nervous. Jiang Fei smiled and let Wang Shifeng relax. Then he continued, the time difference between this world and the outside world is 12 times. In other words, only one day has passed in the outside world. Ah! Wang Shifeng was stunned. He had never thought about this before. So, don't look at it as if those children have been gone for a few years. In their eyes, they have only been gone for a few months, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Wang Shifeng nodded. If it was only for such a short period of time, it would not be good to end the training early. However, I will arrange an opportunity in a few days to let more people go out to take a look. If you parents are worried, you might as well come along. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if you are willing to stay outside or return to the world of the 5 directions. It's all up to you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. That's good too. I am relieved that those children will be training with you, Mr. Jiang. Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded. After the most important thing was said, the Wang family was relieved after understanding the specific situation. Then, Jiang Fei went to the Shao family and the Moon Goddess sect. The process was similar to that of the Wang family. He told these people about the matter and promised to arrange for them to reunite with his disciples in the outer universe as soon as possible. After a delay, another few days passed. Jiang Fei looked at the time. He could still stay in the 5 directions of heaven and earth for more than a week. Therefore, he returned to the Valiant Martial Hall to meet his 2 teachers. He also took a look at his saintest disciple. At this time, Tong Tong had already grown up. Under Ji Chunhong's push, she, the saintess, had become the actual controller of the Valiant Martial Hall. Because the Valiant Martial Hall master's conspiracy had been exposed, his henchmen did not dare to overturn the case. Some of them even threw stones at the master when he was down. Only when the Valiant Martial Hall was dead could the secret between them and the Hall master be revealed with disdain. In the end, under the instigation of this group of people, coupled with the venerables who hated the Valiant Martial Hall's Hall master to the bone, the Hall master was sentenced to death, and his henchmen also fell apart. As a result, the Valiant Martial Hall was leaderless. Logically speaking, Ji Chunhong was the most qualified to lead the Valiant Martial Hall. However, because of this matter, his heart was completely cold, and he did not want to participate in secular affairs anymore. He wholeheartedly went into seclusion. Ji Chunhong did his best to support Saintess Tong Tong to become the real power controller of the Valiant Martial Hall. This was because he knew that the Valiant Martial Hall would most likely fall into the hands of others. The Valiant Martial Hall would stand tall no matter what. After all, Tong Tong was Jiang Fei's disciple. Based on this point, even the dragon race would have to give the Valiant Martial Hall some face. Moreover, Tong Tong did have some talent after she grew up. With Jiang Fei's support, she could manage the Valiant Martial Hall easily. That was why Ji Chunhong was able to entrust the sect that he valued the most to a little girl to manage. After seeing Jiang Fei, Tong Tong still liked to act coquettishly just like when she was young. All right, you're already a big girl. Don't be so clingy. Jiang Fei rubbed Tong Tong's little nose lovingly. Jiang Fei stayed in the Valiant Martial Hall for a few days. During this period of time, he helped Tong Tong lay the foundation for her rule. Those elders and the remnants of the Valiant Martial Hall's leader were all suppressed by him with lightning speed because Ji Chunhong had gone into seclusion. Therefore, no one could dissuade Jiang Fei from using lightning speed. In just a few days, no one dared to disobey Tong Tong's orders. Finally, the day of separation came. Jiang Fei left the Valiant Martial Hall and returned to the Mountain of Beasts once again. He was about to leave the world of the 5 directions. Jiang Fei had to fulfill his promise and bring the phoenix spirit back with him. When he thought of Bella's furious look, Jiang Fei felt cold sweat on his back. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and entered the Empress Palace. Ling, are you done packing? We should go, Jiang Fei said to Feng Ling. Chapter 21-27, 21-27. Translator, 549690339. Phoenix Spirit walked out from behind the curtain. All her belongings were put into her storage bag. She was ready to leave at any time. Jiang Fei asked. After all, Phoenix Spirit was the female beast queen. If she left without saying goodbye, wouldn't the myriad beasts mountain be in chaos? I've already told them. Phoenix Spirit walked forward and held Jiang Fei's arm. Jiang Fei nodded and directly opened the 9 rotating astrolabe. A teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei and Phoenix Spirit. Then, the two walked into the teleportation portal. The teleportation portal turned into a stream of light and returned to Jiang Fei's hand. When their vision returned, they had already returned to the yacht. Where is this? Phoenix Spirit asked as she looked around curiously. Although Jiang Fei had taught her some things recently, she was not as shocked as when she saw it with her own eyes. Jiang Fei smiled as he showed Phoenix Spirit around the yacht. Phoenix Spirit exclaimed. Although this yacht was not considered as him in the eyes of the technological world, it was only slightly bigger than the scout ship. It was not even comparable to a frigate. However, to Phoenix Spirit, such a large ship that was more than 100 meters long was already beyond her imagination. Jiang Fei pointed at the porthole and said to Phoenix Spirit, "What is that?" The Phoenix Spirit asked curiously. "This is a star. It's like the sun," Jiang Fei introduced. "So, we are traveling in space?" The Phoenix Spirit asked with her eyes wide open. "Yes, this is all the convenience of technology. Even ordinary people can travel in space. They can even use technology to create weapons to kill top cultivators," Jiang Fei said. Phoenix Spirit clearly did not believe Jiang Fei's words. After all, people who lived under the cultivation system had a very strong sense of hierarchy. They could not understand it no matter what. How could an ordinary person kill a cultivator, let alone a top-tier cultivator? "Hee hee, you'll know in the future," Jiang Fei said with a smile. At this time, the yacht was still 2 star field away from Star. They would arrive in about 10 hours. "Find a room to rest first. I'll show you something." Jiang Fei instructed Malachi to find some video information so that Phoenix Spirit could understand and integrate into this technological world faster. Phoenix Spirit obediently ran to the side to watch the movie. After Jiang Fei had settled Phoenix Spirit down, he sat in front of the control panel in the cockpit and stared blankly. The closer he got to Star, the more nervous Jiang Fei became. After all, bringing a new girl back was already taking a huge risk, not to mention he had already lost 1 health point. This problem was even bigger. However, no matter how much he was worried and afraid, what had to come would come. After more than 10 hours, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the gravitational field of Star. As soon as they approached Star, the control tower of the airport contacted Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not know what day it was that Aurelia was in the airport personally. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and replied, "That's great," Aurelia said happily. Before Jiang Fei could stop her, Aurelia had already sent out the good news of Jiang Fei's return. "Ah Fei, I'll guide you to land now. My sisters are ready to pick you up," Aurelia said excitedly. Jiang Fei nodded awkwardly. Initially, he had planned to bring the Phoenix Spirit home first. Even if Bella was to lose her temper, she would not want others to laugh at her. Aurelia had gathered all the girls. Soon, a guided ship arrived in front of Jiang Fei's yacht and brought him into the harbor. At this time, Phoenix Spirit walked out of her room. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. Phoenix Spirit asked curiously. Jiang Fei was even more embarrassed. How could he say that he was afraid of his wife? With a slight shake, the yacht docked in the airport. "Let's go down," Phoenix Spirit said as she held Jiang Fei's arm. When Jiang Fei walked to the cabin door, he slightly turned his body and pulled Phoenix Spirit's arm out without leaving a trace. As the cabin door opened, Jiang Fei saw the girls lined up in 2 rows, waiting for him on the tarmac. "What's coming will come sooner or later. My head has a big scar," said Jiang Fei as he walked down the stairs. At the same time, he was trying to boost his courage. Ariel was the first to pounce on him. Sylvie also came over. Bella was about to walk forward, but she looked up and saw that another woman had come down from the yacht that was originally only Jiang Fei. Bella frowned. She instinctively had a bad feeling because this woman was too perfect. Although the girls around Jiang Fei were all beautiful, each of them had their own unique characteristics. However, the woman who got off the yacht was different. She could only be described as perfect, or her temperament. No matter which aspect you looked at it from, there was nothing wrong with it. Originally, her astonishing height could be considered a flaw, but now it's normal. Husband, who is she? Bella walked to Jiang Fei's side with a faint smile. Jiang Fei could vaguely see the murderous intent in Bella's eyes. Her name is Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei made Bella's hair stand on end as she looked at him. Bella looked up and down at Phoenix Spirit with a playful expression. Phoenix Spirit also looked at Bella and the others. At the same time, she did not show any signs of weakness and came to Jiang Fei's side. She held onto Jiang Fei's arm. At that moment, Ariel and Sylvie were pushed to the side. Jiang Fei was held by Phoenix Spirit on the left, and Bella was holding on to the right. The smell of gunpowder between the two could be smelled by anyone. Bella looked at the Phoenix Spirit with a serious expression. She realized that she could not see through this perfect woman. Clearly, this woman was much stronger than her. Chapter 2128, 2128. Translator 549690339. U2 Talk. Jiang Fei saw that the two women were looking at each other, and he subconsciously wanted to run away. Stand there. Bella pulled Jiang Fei back. Sage Lord, your concubine is a little too lawless, isn't she? Phoenix Spirit frowned. In her opinion, Jiang Fei was the dragon race's Sage Lord. Although he had many women, these women should be obedient to him. How could they disobey him? Bella took a step forward and went against Phoenix Spirit. What? Phoenix Spirit raised her eyebrows and asked. Who had Bella ever been afraid of? Although the woman in front of her was a little enigmatic, Bella was not afraid at all. Jiang Fei quickly said. He knew Phoenix Spirit's strength. This girl's strength was not weaker than the Dragon Queen's. Even if 10 Bella were to go up, it would be a waste. Sage Lord, don't worry. Phoenix Spirit smiled at Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had instructed Phoenix Spirit, he was afraid that Bella would not let him go. Don't worry. Bella glared at Jiang Fei. Where? Phoenix Spirit did not know how fragile the airport was, so she wanted to fight right here. No. Jiang Fei quickly stopped her. If the two of them fought in the airport would basically be destroyed. However, there were too many people here. Everyone would know about Jiang Fei's family affairs. Bella and Phoenix Spirit nodded. Then, everyone returned to Jiang Fei's residence. There was a training ground and a time house. There was plenty of space for the two of them to fight. Ariel asked happily. She was the type of person who did not like to be jealous. She was actually quite happy to have a new sister. So, she was even happier. I think Sister Bella will win. After all, she is so powerful. Moreover, she has a 3-stage life core. Even if she is injured, she can recover instantly. Salila guessed. Sitang also nodded. Their strength was relatively weak, so they could not see the difference between Bella and the Phoenix Spirit. Therefore, they naturally sided with the side that was closer. Hua Mulan frowned. Sister Mulan, why do you say that? Ariel asked. It's not that I don't think highly of her. From the moment the Phoenix Spirit appeared, Hua Mulan started sizing up this new sister who had just joined. Hua Mulan's personality was also not the type of person who was jealous of others. Her focus was entirely on the Phoenix Spirit's strength, but the feeling that the Phoenix Spirit gave her was only 4 words. Unfathomable. If she were to fight Bella, Hua Mulan felt that it was basically a 50-50 situation. Hua Mulan even felt that she did not even have the chance to make a move. So in comparison, Hua Mulan was certain that Bella was no match for the Phoenix Spirit. Hua Mulan decided in her heart. While the girls were discussing among themselves, everyone had already entered the martial arts practice field. They had also found a time house and a gravity room. The space in this room was independent. It did not matter how it was destroyed. Therefore, it was most suitable for battle. Jiang Fei reminded her again. Don't worry, Sage Lord. Phoenix Spirit smiled at Jiang Fei. Bella did not show any signs of weakness. Although she could feel that Phoenix Spirit was stronger than her, Bella's character was that she would not admit defeat even if she died. Therefore, the stronger the enemy, the more she would want to fight, the more she would want to fight. Phoenix Spirit turned her head and asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei waved his hand and cast a protective barrier. After all, there were many weaker girls around him. It would not be good if they were injured by the aftershocks of the battle. You go first. I'll give you 3 moves, Phoenix Spirit said to Bella with a smile. Although Bella could not see through her strength, she could see it clearly. The difference in strength between the two was simply indescribable. In terms of combat power, although Bella had broken through to become a true immortal last time, and her combat power had reached 22 million, the Phoenix Spirit was a supreme expert comparable to the Dragon Queen. Her combat power had even exceeded 50 million, not to mention one Bella. Even if 10 or 100 came, they wouldn't be a match for her. Oomph. Bella let out a soft shout, then swung her fists and charged forward. A fist aura smashed towards the Phoenix Spirit's face. The Phoenix Spirit's index finger slightly bent, and with a flick in front of her body, the fist aura from Bella's full-strength blow exploded like a soap bubble. How is this possible? Bella wasn't the only one who was dumbstruck. The other girls were all dumbstruck as well. Just how powerful was this Phoenix Spirit? It was actually able to neutralize Bella's attack so easily. Only Hua Mulan nodded to herself. The Phoenix Spirit's strength was a little stronger than she had imagined. Moreover, she had clearly joined their sisterhood now. Therefore, she would have plenty of opportunities to seek advice from her in the future. Bella shouted in a delicate voice. Then, she moved her fist along with the others and instantly pounced in front of the Phoenix Spirit. Following that, Bella launched her fist technique and smashed toward the Phoenix Spirit like raindrops. Phoenix Spirit smiled slightly. With Bella's attack power, as long as she put up a shield, Bella would not be able to break through it even if she died from exhaustion. However, in order to establish her prestige, Phoenix Spirit wanted to show her skills. As the female Beast Queen of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, Phoenix Spirit was not the kind of person who was willing to submit to others. Now, she had become Jiang Fei's person. Moreover, she had entered the sect late. Logically speaking, she should call everyone sister. This was not what Phoenix Spirit wanted to see. Therefore, she planned to establish her authority today. In the future, when she was with these sisters, she would be able to take the initiative. Otherwise, with Phoenix Spirit's strength, she would not even bother to fight with Bella. There was no need for her to spend so much effort. If she wanted to defeat Bella, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, in the eyes of the girls watching the battle, Bella's punches were like raindrops. However, every time when she almost hit Phoenix Spirit, she would easily dodge it. You could say that it was due to good luck, but after over 1,000 punches, Bella did not even manage to touch a single hair on her body. Even the weakest girl could see the difference between them. Chapter 2129, 2129. Translator. 549690339. In the blink of an eye, Bella and the Phoenix Spirit had exchanged more than 10 moves. Of course, during these 10 moves, Bella was the one attacking while the Phoenix Spirit was dodging. From the beginning to the end, the Phoenix Spirit did not fight back. All of a sudden, Bella flashed and took a few steps back, leaving the battlefield. What? The Phoenix Spirit asked calmly. It's boring. Bella waved her hand. Although she liked to fight, she was not stupid. After fighting for a while, she realized that she had no hope of winning. Now, she could not even touch Jiang Fei if he did not fight back. After waiting for a while, Jiang Fei would fight back. Was she looking for a beating? Therefore, after understanding the situation, Bella withdrew from the battle and came to Jiang Fei. This time, it's all your fault. As Bella spoke, her small hand grabbed the soft flesh on Jiang Fei's waist and spun it 360 degrees. Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Although Bella would not be able to strangle him if he tried to resist, at this moment, Bella was on fire. How could Jiang Fei continue to choke on fire? Although the pain in his waist was unbearable, Jiang Fei was still in a good mood. This meant that Bella had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Phoenix Spirit. Although there was still some anger in her heart that had not been vented, Jiang Fei would just have to suffer a little more. The most difficult part had already passed. Speaking of which, there was nothing that Bella could do to tacitly acknowledge the existence of the Phoenix Spirit. Although she was dissatisfied, what did she do to Jiang Fei? She could not bear to see Jiang Fei run away from home. She would beat him up and scold him. Jiang Fei was thick-skinned and did not care. Therefore, all this while, Bella had been threatening Jiang Fei by killing the woman if he dared to bring her back. However, the problem was the Phoenix Spirit's strength. Bella could not even stand still, let alone kill her. She could not even hurt her. Therefore, she had no choice but to admit it. At most, she would just throw a tantrum with Jiang Fei. Once Bella was done, the other girls would be easier to deal with. For girls like Ariel and Salila, they had a better personality. They liked to be lively and did not like to be jealous. Therefore, they were more welcoming to new girls. As for girls like Nina and Aurelia, they were more sensible. They were more open-minded about this matter. Therefore, they did not have any objections. On the other hand, for martial arts fanatics like Juan Milan and Garona, they still hoped to learn a few more moves from the Phoenix Spirit. Therefore, they naturally did not have any objections. For girls like Sylvie and Si Tang, although they were quite bothered, Bella, who had the biggest temper, had already relented. They had no other choice. Just like Bella, they wanted to make them leave Jiang Fei in a fit of pique. This was impossible. As for restricting the Phoenix Spirit, it was even more hopeless. Therefore, they could only acquiesce. Among the remaining girls, like Yu Wanxiu and Hua Qingsheng, they were all latecomers. They were not very good at blending into the small group of girls. Now, if they rejected new girls, it would be even more difficult for him. Therefore, he could not say anything. In fact, the most important point was that Jiang Fei already had a lot of girls around him. As the saying goes, if there were too many lice, they would not bite. If there were too many debts, they would not look for them. The other girls were not as emotional as they were in the beginning. It was like a man and a wife. If you suddenly had a mistress, it was simply impossible. No one would be able to stand it. Everyone did not feel that it was so sudden. Although there was still jealousy, they would definitely not be as emotional as the former. Of course, there was another reason. Bella and the other girls did not know that Jiang Fei had lost all his health points. Otherwise, these girls would definitely form an alliance to seek Jiang Fei's revenge. After all, they had waited for Jiang Fei for so long. In the end, although this coward had given everyone a title, he did not dare to take the final step. However, now, he had been taken care of by another woman. How could the girls who had been waiting for him for so many years accept this? For Jiang Fei, it was a matter of passing the first hurdle. As for the matter of first blood, he would talk about it later. He just had to settle the matter at hand first. Bella left with Si Tang and the other girls who were more jealous. Jiang Fei did not know what they were going to do to deal with Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Jiang Fei asked Ariel and the others to arrange a place for Phoenix Spirit to live. He also wanted to bring her to adapt to life on Skodastar. On the other hand, Jiang Fei asked Aurelia to gather the engineers on Skodastar. Previously, he had said that the meeting was not just to escape. There was also an important matter. He wanted to see if these engineers could help. Previously, Jiang Fei had already contacted the Five Directions. The dragon race and their vassal races had already made preparations to send out troops. The Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect also had plans to send out troops. Moreover, Jiang Fei had to arrange for their disciples to go home to visit their families. In this way, the huge number of people that had to be transported by the 9 stars rotating disc would be a little too much. After all, although the 9 stars rotating disc was convenient, it only opened a single teleportation portal. Each teleportation portal could only accommodate one person at a time. If there were fewer people, it would be fine. Hundreds of people would have to walk for a few hours. If there were thousands of people, it would be too troublesome, especially when returning to the 5 directions heaven and earth. Because the coordinates were random, it was even more inconvenient. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to let the engineers see if they could design a teleportation device based on the principles of the 9 rotating astrolabe. It would communicate with the 5 directions of heaven and earth and Skodastar, so that a stable channel could be established between the two. Very soon, the high-level engineers on Star were anxious. Jiang Fei also shared his thoughts with them. The old chief engineer asked. Jiang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe in front of these people. It's really amazing. A group of engineers surrounded Jiang Fei. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Just by looking at it, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to understand the principle behind it. Sir, we need to test it, said the chief engineer. How do we test it? Jiang Fei warned. After all, it was still another matter if these engineers could develop an equivalent instrument. If he were to destroy the 9 rotating astrolabe, he would completely lose contact with the 5 directions heaven and earth. The chief engineer smiled and continued. You just need to get someone to carry this instrument and repeatedly pass through the portal a few times. It will record the folding path and collect data. Chapter 2130-2130. Translator 549690339. That's easy. Go and bring the equipment over, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Soon, the engineers brought the equipment to Jiang Fei. After that, Jiang Fei did not stay idle. He equipped all of them and activated the 9 rotating astrolabe. As he only needed to collect the spatial signal when he passed through the portal, Jiang Fei did not need to delay much. After he arrived at the 5 directions, he did not even look at which planet he was on before he activated the 9 rotating astrolabe and returned. After going back and forth for more than 10 times, the engineers indicated that it was about time. Only then did Jiang Fei stop. All right, Grand Marshal. We will immediately start to study these data. Once we have the results, we will inform you, the chief engineer said to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. After the engineers had left, Jiang Fei estimated that it was about time. The girls should have a certain understanding of the phoenix spirit. Therefore, he planned to go back and take a look. After returning to his own residence, Bella, Si Tying, and the other girls were still holed up in her room. It was unknown what they were studying. Although the other girls did not say that they were on good terms with the phoenix spirit, at the very least, they got along with each other quite well. There was no excessive behavior. Jiang Fei looked around and found that he did not know where Hua Mulan had gone. He opened his mouth and asked around. Just now, when he left, Hua Mulan had found an opportunity to ask the phoenix spirit many questions. At this time, she had already run into the time room to cultivate. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. However, on second thought, he realized that this was also a good thing. The appearance of the phoenix spirit had allowed the girls to have any problems in the process of cultivating. It was also good to have someone to consult. Previously, although Jiang Fei's strength was not bad, he was not from Academy after all. His strength came from all sorts of fortuitous encounters. To be honest, he might not be able to explain the principles. She was a super expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years under the 5 directions training system. In terms of training, was there anything that she did not understand? When Jiang Fei returned home, Feng Ling was telling a story. A group of girls were sitting around her, listening attentively. After all, Feng Ling had lived for tens of thousands of years. She had seen too many things. Of course, she knew how to build a relationship with these little girls. Moreover, after living for tens of thousands of years, she had too many interesting stories to tell. Therefore, almost in the time it took to talk, these little girls were attracted to her. Jiang Fei came closer. Husband, quickly sit down. Ariel pulled Jiang Fei's arm and asked him to sit down as well. Don't mess around, don't mess around. Jiang Fei smiled. Ariel asked curiously. Tell Bella that I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a while, said Jiang Fei. Huh? Husband, why are you in closed-door cultivation? Ariel was stunned for a moment before she asked with a smile. Hee, don't spout nonsense. I've finally gathered 8 cores of will. Jiang Fei laughed. However, he was in such a hurry to enter closed-door cultivation. It was as if he was taking refuge. After all, with Bella's temperament, she would definitely not let Jiang Fei off so easily. Wow, that's great. Adil Lauget. Nina nodded. At the same time, the other girls also encouraged Jiang Fei. All right, Nina, you and Sylphie should also get ready. I have gathered all of your energy cores. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I will promote you to Tier 3, Jiang Fei said. Nina and Sylphie nodded. Their current strength was already at the peak of the tribulation stage. If the energy cores in their bodies were promoted to Tier 3, they would definitely be able to break through to the true immortal level. In addition to the special characteristics of the Time Core and the Space Core, the two of them were not weaker than Hua Mulan and Bella, asked the Phoenix Spirit. She did not know much about the Energy Core. Jiang Fei did not know how long it would take for the fourth level of the Will Core to be upgraded. Ah Fei, don't worry. We will take care of our family matters, said Aurelia with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he told the Phoenix Spirit, the world here is different from the 5 directions. You might not be able to adapt to it for a while. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Yes. When Phoenix Spirit was on the yacht, she had seen the promotional materials that Maleki had prepared for her. Therefore, she had a general understanding of this technological world. Jiang Fei saw that Bella and the others had not come out yet, so he quickly slipped into the time house. The girls continued to listen to Phoenix Spirit's story. After Jiang Fei arrived at the time house, he found an empty place and sat down cross-legged. Jiang Fei took out an energy confinement device. Inside were the 8 will cores that Jiang Fei had arranged beforehand. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and adjusted his condition to the best. At that moment, he muttered to himself, "Let's begin." The energy confinement device's safety was activated. All the will cores lost their suppression and immediately wanted to escape. However, Jiang Fei waved his hand and a light membrane enveloped all the will cores. Under Jiang Fei's powerful suppression, the will cores naturally could not escape. They were compressed into a small space and were gradually compressed together. Jiang Fei's power suddenly erupted. The will cores were accelerated to a critical point and then smashed into his glabella. The will cores in Jiang Fei's body leaped out from between his glabella as if they had been summoned. The 8 primitive will cores collided with Jiang Fei's 3 pieces of the will core. There was no energy explosion or dazzling light. It was as if the entire world had stopped. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not sense the existence of time or space. The only thing he could sense was his own soul. At that moment, his soul seemed to be sublimating. Jiang Fei's heart moved as if he was trying to grasp something. However, he could not grasp the main point. Gradually, Jiang Fei's heart began to feel anxious. No, what is going on? Jiang Fei frowned. He had a bad feeling. If he continued to be so impatient, something bad would happen. However, he could not calm down the impatient emotions in his heart. Chapter 21:31, 21:31. Translator 549690339. Gradually, the restless feeling in Jiang Fei's body became more and more obvious. In the end, Jiang Fei could not suppress the feeling anymore. Vaguely, he even wanted to tear his body apart. It was as if only destruction could relieve the restlessness in his heart. However, at that moment, a purple light flashed between Jiang Fei's brows. A ball of purple sacred flame appeared between his brows. Then, it floated down and finally stopped in front of Jiang Fei. This ball of sacred flame was not big. It was only the size of a fist. Moreover, it did not burn intensely. However, the purple flame that it emitted instantly calmed Jiang Fei's inner turmoil. Jiang Fei completely calmed down. Jiang Fei's mind instantly recalled the memories that he had inherited from the Something Something clan. This sacred flame was the Something 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 clan's hellfire. The reason why the Something Something clan was able to control the divine prison in ancient times was because of this hellfire. Although it could not be used to harm the enemy or refine pills, it could suppress all evil thoughts and purify people's hearts. Therefore, the Something Something clan had relied on this talent to purify all the brave warriors who rebelled against the Dragon Clan from the violent elements of the armed revolution into the pioneers of non-violent and non-cooperative movements. Therefore, under the purification of the hellfire, the violence in Jiang Fei's heart gradually receded. There is only infinite clarity left in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, The 8 cores will completely merged into Jiang Fei's core of will. Then, they entered Jiang Fei's body in an instant. Jiang Fei felt as if a huge door had opened in his mind. There was a vast and unknown space waiting for him to explore. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a strong premonition in his heart. After he had explored this unknown space, he would understand something that he could not understand at the moment. Perhaps he could find a way to enter the gamma space. After upgrading to 4 levels of the will core, Jiang Fei's combat strength did not increase much. This was because the will core was different from the other 4 energy cores. It did not directly increase a person's combat attributes. However, Jiang Fei's current mental strength was something that he did not know how to describe. Perhaps only the word vast could describe it. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. After successfully leveling up, Jiang Fei walked out of the time house. Jiang Fei had only been in closed-door cultivation for less than a week. When Jiang Fei walked out of the time house, the first person he met was actually Bella. At that moment, Bella had not seen Jiang Fei for a few days. She had even heard that he had gone into closed-door cultivation to break through to the 4th level of the will core. Therefore, she was very worried. When she suddenly saw Jiang Fei, she had forgotten that she was still angry with Jiang Fei. Of course, Jiang Fei smiled and put his arm around Bella's shoulder. That's right. You're so capable. You could just go out and bring back a female beast queen. Bella said sarcastically. Just now, she had forgotten to be angry because she was worried about Jiang Fei. Now that she saw that Jiang Fei was fine and that he had successfully advanced, the resentment in her heart was aroused again. Jiang Fei wanted to slap his own mouth. He thought to himself, why would he pick on this matter if he had nothing better to do? Bella, the Phoenix Spirit's incident was completely due to an accident. I was just looking for you to report the situation. It's up to you whether I stay or not. Jiang Fei said with a smile and regretted it. It was indeed an accident between him and the Phoenix Spirit. If it was not for the medicine being too ruthless, Jiang Fei would not have fallen for it. However, the problem was that when he said that, did he not bring up the matter of the first blood? Bella rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. If it was an ordinary person, Bella would have a lot of power to decide whether to leave or stay. Could Bella not leave just because she said so? All right, don't say that I won't give you a chance to explain. Bella glared at Jiang Fei and finally asked this question. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. At first, he wanted to hide it. However, after thinking about it, what was going to happen was going to happen. Anyway, this matter could not be entirely blamed on him. After she was done, she should give him some face in front of everyone. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei made up his mind and told her everything that happened. Bella cursed in a low voice. Although this matter is not my fault, it has already come to this. Although Jiang Fei was timid, he could not just pull up his pants and deny it. Really, why didn't I think of that? If I had known earlier, I would have also used medicine. However, Bella's last sentence almost scared Jiang Fei to the ground. Speaking of which, among all the girls, Jiang Fei knew Bella the best. However, based on Jiang Fei's understanding of Bella, it was normal for her to be jealous. However, the chances of her saying that were close to 0. Seeing Jiang Fei's confused expression, Bella rolled her eyes at him. Then, she turned around and left with a blushing face. Jiang Fei was confused. Sir, although I'm only an artificial intelligence, I feel that you had better chase after her. Otherwise, you might end up very badly, Maleki said at this time. Jiang Fei was stunned. Miss Bella has clearly acquiesced to the existence of this matter. She has no chance of winning the first place. Maleki explained. Nonsense. How can Bella be as dirty as you? If you continue to talk nonsense, I will make you turn off your phone, Jiang Fei said angrily. Sir, although I'm not a human, I have read a lot of similar novels, especially palace fights. These days, they're popular. Sometimes, women's thoughts are very unique. In my opinion, Miss Bella has already lost the initiative. Now, she's trying to find a way to level up and establish an advantage in front of the other girls. This is not a logic that is difficult to understand, Maleki said. Jiang Fei frowned. Believe it or not, if it were me, I would take a gamble. If I win, everyone will be happy. Malecki actually said it like he was an experienced person. This made Jiang Fei feel extremely frustrated. He was a living person who was surrounded by girls all day long. However, none of the artificial intelligence could see past it. Chapter 2132, 2132. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei was skeptical about Malecki's words. However, it was just as Malecki had said. What if it was true? Then, if Jiang Fei chased after her, wouldn't everyone be happy? Moreover, he would be able to start a harem drama. Of course, just as Malecki had said, Jiang Fei had guessed wrong about what Bella meant. At most, he would be scolded and beaten up a few times. Anyway, Jiang Fei was tough and tough. Bella could not bear to hurt him. What did it matter? Thinking of this, Jiang Fei hurriedly chased after her. At that moment, Bella did not go far. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that she was deliberately waiting for Jiang Fei. In fact, Malecki's analysis was right. Bella had almost exploded in the beginning. She had been guarding Jiang Fei for so many years. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's heart and among his sisters, Bella's status was the most special. Therefore, she had never thought that Jiang Fei would be with someone else to get things done first. From his point of view, Bella did even have the heart to kill people. However, she still could not bear to kill Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei had no choice but to do so. However, she could not defeat the Phoenix Spirit, the source of all evil. She could not do anything about it. Moreover, Bella had a personality that refused to admit defeat. In a short period of time, she would not be able to fight against the Phoenix Spirit. However, when it came to fighting for Jiang Fei, Bella did not want to be left behind by others. Therefore, she had the idea of catching up to the Phoenix Spirit and surpassing the other girls. After a few psychological games, Bella's thoughts started to change as Malekith had predicted. Jiang Fei had been stolen by another woman. This matter could not be changed. However, Bella had to at least keep her second place, right? Moreover, Bella also knew her position in Jiang Fei's heart. Therefore, she felt that as long as she and the Phoenix Spirit were even in this relationship, Jiang Fei would definitely favor her more. As the ancient saying went, 3 women in a play. This group of women revolves around man. Therefore, Bella went against her usual behavior and left Jiang Fei with a hint. After that, although Bella turned around and left, she also turned back every 3 steps. She moved little by little, afraid that Jiang Fei would not be able to keep up. Jiang Fei put his arm around Bella's shoulder. Go back to your room and sleep. Bella glanced at Jiang Fei. At the same time, her face turned even redder. It's so boring to sleep alone. Let me accompany you, Jiang Fei said as he hugged Bella. Although Bella was cursing, her body did not show any signs of resistance. At that moment, Jiang Fei knew that Malecki was right. Jiang Fei smiled cheekily and moved closer to Bella. Then, he kissed Bella's delicate face. Are you trying to die? Bella stomped on Jiang Fei's foot. Although this lady had already planned to sacrifice herself, she was still very shy. Jiang Fei bent down and carried Bella in his arms. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go, my princess." Then, Jiang Fei immediately activated his teleportation skill. His destination was Bella's room. For the next 5 days, no one saw Bella. As for Jiang Fei, everyone thought that he was still in closed-door cultivation, so they did not think too much about it. On the 6th day, Bella appeared in front of the group of girls with a smile on her face. Jiang Fei, who only appeared in the afternoon, appeared to be a little sallow and skinny. Husband, this closed-door cultivation must have been very hard. You've lost weight, Ariel said as she leaned over. Phoenix Spirit whispered. Jiang Fei's actions could be hidden from the other girls. However, this god was not much weaker than Jiang Fei. He had met Bella right in front of Phoenix Spirit's eyes. How could she not notice? At this time, Jiang Fei could only laugh dryly. What else could he say? However, he had to admit that he could not lose to Bella. Previously, Jiang Fei's brain was also cramping. He had mentioned to her that he had fought with the Phoenix Spirit for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Bella had given the order it would not be over until 5 days. All right, Sister Bella, where have you been these past few days? I cannot find you anywhere. Tang glared at Jiang Fei and ignored him. She went straight to Bella's side. Before this, Bella and the others had already formed an alliance. They had agreed to ignore Jiang Fei and teach him a lesson. In the end, Tang never expected that Bella, the initiator of the crusade against Jiang Fei's alliance, had already betrayed the organization. Me? Bella looked a little flustered, but she was quickly suppressed. Oh, Tang did not think too much about it. Yeah, I see Mulan working so hard every day. Bella quickly changed the topic. Jiang Fei saw that no one other than the Phoenix Spirit had noticed this. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After dealing with Bella, he would find a chance to deal with other girls in the future. However, he could not say it now. If all the girls wanted the same treatment, based on Jiang Fei's current situation, he still wanted to live for a few more years. It's a little exhausting for me to advance. Jiang Fei's words were half true and half false. After advancing, his condition was very good. However, it was also true that he had consumed a lot of energy. After all, it took him 5 days in one go. Even a true dragon would not be able to take it, let alone a modified half-dragon like him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Jiang Fei's condition had recovered, but there was no news from the engineers. Therefore, Jiang Fei went to the laboratory. The chief engineer quickly came forward to welcome him. I came to see how your research is going, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Although he did not want to put pressure on the engineers, this matter could not be dragged on indefinitely. If the engineers could not find a solution in a short period of time, Jiang Fei could only use the dumbest method to transport the soldiers back and forth one by one. There have been some breakthroughs recently, but the core problem is still not solved, the chief engineer said with a frown. He also felt that he had disappointed the Grand Marshal. Jiang Fei asked, I have 2 ideas for the time being. I am currently conducting experiments to verify them, replied the chief engineer. All right, Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he was mentally preparing for the worst. After all, scientific research and development was something that could not be rushed. Science was rigorous. Every experiment had to be done step by step. It was impossible to omit any of the steps. Chapter 2133. Translator 549690339. After instructing the engineers, Jiang Fei returned to his residence. The matter of transporting soldiers to and from the 5 directions was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. He still had other things to do. As he had already collected 4 time cores and 4 space cores, Jiang Fei had planned to help Nina and Sylphie advance their levels this time. However, due to some problems, they had been delayed for a few days. When he returned to his residence, Jiang Fei found that although Bella and the Phoenix Spirit were still at loggerheads, they only ignored each other. Overall, the backyard was already peaceful. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief and found Nina and Sylphie. Then he said to the 2 of them, I have already collected your energy cores. Sylphie's desire for power was stronger than Nina's. Therefore, when she heard the news, she was extremely excited. Let's go. We're going to the time house, Jiang Fei said with a smile. The 3 of them entered the time house and began their closed-door training. Some of the other girls gathered around the Phoenix Spirit to listen to stories or ask for advice on martial arts. The other girls gathered around Bella. No one knew what they were studying. You 2 should adjust your condition first, Jiang Fei said to the 2 girls after entering the time house. As it was already the 3rd stage of the fusion, he did not dare to be careless. Nina and Sylvie nodded. Then, the 2 sat down and began to meditate. In the time house, more than a day had passed. The 2 of them had already adjusted their condition to the best. Jiang Fei took the lead and came in front of Nina. Then he took out the energy confinement device that contained 4 spatial cores. Nina, you go first, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Nina nodded. She did not refuse. Then, Nina sat cross-legged in front of Jiang Fei. Then, she summoned her 2 spatial cores from her body. Jiang Fei saw that Nina was ready. He immediately released 4 spatial cores. Then, under the suppression of his powerful strength, the 4 spatial cores were imprisoned together, Then he accelerated and rushed toward Nina's two spatial cores. The spatial cores collided. Crack! At the spot where the spatial cores collided, Jiang Fei saw a large number of spatial cracks. There were even spatial fragments. In these shattered small spaces, Jiang Fei seemed to have realized something. However, he could not say it out loud. This was a miraculous realization. It was as if a bright light had lit up in Jiang Fei's heart. Just as Jiang Fei was surprised, the few energy cores had already fused together. They began to crazily devour the spatial cracks and spatial fragments that had spread out in the surroundings. The fragments and spatial cracks were completely devoured. After that, the three spatial cores that had fused together returned to Nina's body. At this moment, Nina was still in a meditative state. It would take some time for her to wake up. After all, she needed to get used to the new spatial core. She also needed to comprehend the new power. Sylphie saw that Jiang Fei was standing there in a daze. She went forward and gently patted him. Jiang Fei finally came back to his senses. Although Sylphie had interrupted his comprehension of space, Jiang Fei was not too angry. After all, he had just found the direction. In the future, if he had time, he could pick it up and comprehend it again. Jiang Fei steadied his mind and took out another energy imprisonment device. Sylvie nodded. Then, he found a place to sit down and entered a meditative state. Very soon, Sylvie's time core appeared. Jiang Fei had operated it many times, so he was very familiar with it. After he activated the energy imprisonment device, he used the same method. He compressed the 4 time cores together and accelerated to hit Sylphie's 2 time cores. The time cores collided. However, they did not create any cracks or fragments like the space cores. Instead, a mist spread out. Jiang Fei was stunned again. He had previously promoted Nina and Sylphie. However, this had never happened before when they fused. As the mist rose, Jiang Fei's eyes widened. He had seen an image in the mist. In this image, Sylphie opened her eyes. Her eyes were shining with a cold light. Following that, a powerful aura emanated from her body. It was obvious that she had succeeded. What is this? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although Jiang Fei had become the dragon race's sage lord by relying on the prophecy that the dragon race had passed down from ancient times, Jiang Fei himself did not believe it. Because he had mastered the legacy space, Jiang Fei had his own unique understanding of time and space. Especially when it came to time, Jiang Fei had never believed that the future could be predicted or that humans could return to the past. The current universe had already developed to the point that humans could distort time and create a time house that had a time flow deficit. However, the two theories of predicting the future and returning to the past had never been proven. In Jiang Fei's understanding, time itself was not a variable of flow. It was artificially defined by intelligent beings in order to describe everything that happened around them. The past was a world that had already been destroyed. It only existed in memory. It was impossible for one to return to a world that had already been destroyed. However, the future could change at any time due to all sorts of unexpected circumstances. It was impossible to predict. Only the present could not even be described because it was fleeting. What one experienced was only a brand new present. However, after seeing the mist, Jiang Fei's perception seemed to have been overturned. Because the thing reflected by the mist was indeed very similar to the scene in the future. Then, Jiang Fei's perception of time really needed to be redefined. Time! Jiang Fei sat down quietly. His brain began to work at a high speed. He wanted to solve the mystery. However, such a complicated problem could not be solved in a short period of time. As time went by, Nina gradually woke up from her meditative state. The girl's performance was no different than usual. However, on the combat strength test, her combat strength had already exceeded 20 million. It had reached 22 million. When Nina woke up, Jiang Fei opened his eyes from his meditative state. During this period of thinking, he had not been able to solve any substantive problems for Jiang Fei. However, it had opened his mind a lot. Chapter 2134. Translator 549690339. After Nina woke up, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to bring her to the heaven and earth tribulation. He did not want to miss Sylvie's breakthrough. He wanted to confirm whether the mist divination was real or not. As time passed, Sylvie finally opened her eyes after more than a day. Two cold lights shot straight into the sky. It was terrifying to look at. At the same time, Sylvie's powerful aura after she advanced spread out. It was exactly the same as described in the mist. Jiang Fei was stunned. If the future was knowable and destined, then his struggle would be completely meaningless. If the future outcome was certain, then Jiang Fei's life of eating, drinking, and having fun, or putting his life on the line like he was doing now, the final outcome would not make any difference. If that was really the case, it would be a huge blow to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was confused. Sylvie came to Jiang Fei's side happily. Jiang Fei had not had the time to ask Nina about the prophecy. Fortunately, Nina was not the kind of person to be unreasonable when it came to Jiang Fei's carelessness. If she was like Bella or Sylvie, this would cause them to have a fight with Jiang Fei. Nina shook her head and said, "It's just that I have an additional ability like this." As Nina spoke, Jiang Fei saw a small piece of space in Nina's hand suddenly freeze. Then, with a light PA sound, the small piece of space shattered. Jiang Fei widened his eyes. The power to destroy space was no small matter. A person could train to the point that he was invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. No one could hurt him. He would also be crushed to death. I can only control this power in a very small area. Nina shook her head. Clearly, she could not directly imprison her opponent and then shatter the space as Jiang Fei had imagined. The space that Nina could control was only the size of a ping-pong ball. Moreover, she had to come into contact with her to be able to control it. "It doesn't matter," Jiang Fei said. After all, this was an indestructible power. Even if it was a very small piece, it could still play a key role when used properly. Nina turned her head to look at Sylvie. "I just strengthened my previous ability," Sylvie said. Jiang Fei frowned. In fact, when Sylvie had fused the two time cores, she had already displayed a certain level of prophecy ability. Although the range of this prophecy was less than 1/10 of a second, she was already able to gain the upper hand in battle. However, Jiang Fei did not think that this was a prophecy ability. He felt that Sylvie only had an understanding of force. She could judge what the other party was most likely to do next based on force. Because it was less than 1/10 of a second away, it looked like a prophecy. However, after Sylvie's ability was strengthened, her prophecy became even more incredible. "Tell me more about it," Jiang Fei asked impatiently. If Sylvie, who had the time core, could help him answer some questions about time, then Jiang Fei's train of thought would be very likely to be enlightened. "I don't know the details. After fusing with the time core for 3 periods, my understanding of things seemed to have changed," Sylvie said with a hint of distress. Jiang Fei asked with concern. Sylvie said, Nina's curiosity was piqued. "I said that I can see the end of some things." When Sylvie said this, she did not believe it herself. After all, this was too unbelievable. It did not match her previous worldview. Jiang Fei was also stunned. Sylvie took out an ordinary cup. Then she continued, "When I saw this cup, I could immediately associate it with the scene of it being broken. Moreover, the scene of the fragments flying around was very clear. However, I could not see the process in between. I could not even see when the cup would break or how it would break. I could only see the scene of it breaking. What's the big deal? A cup breaking is definitely the final outcome." Jiang Fei was a little disappointed. Sylvie suddenly blushed when she said that. The scene that appeared in her eyes was actually Jiang Fei's clothes being wildly torn apart. The person that vaguely appeared in the background was actually Bella. Moreover, she herself did not wear much clothes. Jiang Fei was stunned. His clothes were new. If it was going to break soon, he had to be careful. Sylvie could not continue. Although Bella was only part of the background in the prophecy, weren't these the details that women paid attention to? Judging from Bella's proficiency, it was clearly not the first time the two of them had met. Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. However, since Sylvie knew about this, it meant that her divination ability was real. Sylvie said angrily to Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei was very embarrassed. Sylvie's meaning could not be any clearer. It seemed that once this opening was opened, he would not be able to focus on his training in the future. What are you guys talking about? What happened to Ah Fei and Bella? Nina was the only one who did not know. Therefore, she was at a loss. Jiang Fei could only change the topic at this moment. Sylvie rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei and then asked, "What else do you want to know? You just said that your worldview has been changed." Jiang Fei asked, "I feel that everything is destined to end from its initial state. No matter what kind of effects it encounters or changes, it will only adjust its trajectory halfway. In the end, it will still return to the end," Sylvie said. "Then look at me. Look at this world." Jiang Fei asked, "I can't see it. Right now, I can only see the end of an inanimate object. Moreover, the entire world is too vast. I can't even see it." Sylvie shook her head. Chapter 2135, 2135. Translator, 549690339. The author had a fever yesterday, and today it was more than 39 degrees, so take a day off. Chapter 2136, 2136. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he did not get the most crucial information from Sylvie, it was already very helpful for him to know about it. Jiang Fei could not comment on the worldview that Sylvie described. Although this kind of starting point determined the end point, and the theory of choosing only the process did not match with Jiang Fei's worldview. When Jiang Fei was on Earth, he had already come into contact with the theory of cause and effect. This kind of theory was exactly consistent with the worldview that Sylvie had described. Jiang Fei muttered to himself, "Husband, I don't know if this idea of mine is right or not, but I do have this ability now," said Sylvie. "Okay, I got it. You take a rest first. I'll bring Nina to the tribulation first," said Jiang Fei after taking a deep breath. This kind of half-philosophical problem could not be solved in a short period of time. In the end, he decided to settle the matter at hand first. "Ah Fei, don't worry too much. If you can't figure out this problem, Sylvie's time core might be able to provide you with more information the next time she advances," Nina advised. Jiang Fei nodded and left the time house with Nina. When they returned to the outside, the girls were nowhere to be found. Jiang Fei did not look for them and directly opened the 9-turn astrolabe. After 2 rays of light, Jiang Fei and Nina arrived at the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Looking at the endless yellow sand around them, Jiang Fei knew that he had arrived on planet Tai-Bai. As soon as Nina appeared, the entire heaven and earth was filled with violent winds and tribulation clouds. Nina's combat strength had soared to 22 million. It was obvious that she had attracted an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. The black tribulation clouds instantly covered the entire heaven and earth. "Nina, you have to be careful. This tribulation cannot be helped by outsiders," Jiang Fei reminded her. "Ah Fei, don't worry." Nina smiled confidently. All kinds of defense methods were her specialty. Therefore, she was not too worried about the tribulation. "Okay," Jiang Fei nodded. Although it was not common to plunder the sunset glow, Bella and the others had already done so when they were undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent this time. Nina nodded. Then, she prepared herself in midair to face the heavenly tribulation. Not long after, the first bolt of lightning struck down. Nina extended her hand and pointed. The space in midair was frozen. The lightning struck the frozen space and flashed sparks. However, it did not shake the space at all. As Nina's casting ended, the frozen space shattered like glass. It returned to its normal free state. After all, it would consume a lot of energy to control the space for a long time. Therefore, like Nina or Sylvie, who controlled space or time, they pursued short and efficient casting rather than long-term control. Thunder continued to roll down. Nina controlled the space with ease, showing no signs of difficulty at all. As the heavenly tribulation continued, the experts on planet Tai-Bai also cast their gazes here. Good Lord, she actually has the ability to control space. Who is this woman? Why haven't I heard of such a new expert on planet Tai-Bai? Who knows which family kept it? These guys really hide it well. Hee hee, if there is such a genius among my juniors, I will definitely hide it too. Otherwise, wouldn't I be destroyed by my enemies? The experts were discussing among themselves. However, no one dared to go forward. This was not because the people of Planet Taibai were kind. No one here dared to rob the divine light. Instead, it was because Jiang Fei was too intimidating. He stood by the side and protected Nina. Although he did not use his full aura, he only revealed a part of his aura. That was enough to intimidate the experts of Planet Taibai, who would dare to go forward and die. As time passed, Nina's heavenly tribulation came to an end. The seven-colored divine light descended. At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a few powerful auras stirring. Jiang Fei frowned. These auras were all emitted by ferocious beasts. Their minds might not be as meticulous as humans. At the beginning, they were intimidated by Jiang Fei. They did not dare to act rashly. Due to their desire for the divine light, these guys' minds became active again. At this moment, Jiang Fei's aura was fully unleashed. In an instant, the entire Taibai planet seemed to have been baptized by the dragon's might. The other experts were scared out of their wits. At worst, they were kneeling on the ground and shivering. Those who were greedy were so scared that they were pissing and defecating profusely. They were in a sorry state. Without anyone disturbing them, Nina had completely absorbed all the rainbow light. Her combat power had also increased from 22 million to 23 million. After her body had been baptized by the divine light, she was able to use her spiritual power more smoothly. The depletion of her spiritual power in her meridians had also decreased. Jiang Fei saw that Nina had completed her tribulation and flew to her side. Nina nodded. When she was undergoing the tribulation and absorbing the divine light, she had gained some enlightenment. She needed to find a quiet place to go into seclusion. After that, Jiang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe and brought Nina back to the residence on Skoda Star. Nina was in a hurry to understand the opportunity just now. Therefore, she informed Jiang Fei and entered the time house. Jiang Fei turned around to look for Sylvie. When Jiang Fei saw Sylvie, she had completely recovered due to the time flow deficit in the time house. Let's go. We're going to the tribulation, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sylvie nodded. She knew that after she had transcended the tribulation, her strength would be able to catch up to or even surpass Bella's. Sylvie actually did not have much of a desire to compare herself to others. However, the only thing she could not accept was losing to Bella. When they were outside the time house and Jiang Fei was about to open the 9 revolving astrolabe, Sylvie spoke again. After I've transcended the tribulation, don't forget our agreement. Otherwise, HMPH. No, can't you be more reserved? How can you compare? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said. Sylvie pouted. Then, she suddenly remembered a loophole in Jiang Fei's words. Wait, you said you just now? Who else is there besides me? There's also Bella, Jiang Fei replied casually. Sylvie was like Sherlock Holmes at that moment. Jiang Fei wanted to slap himself in the mouth. This time, the case was completely solved. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 2137. 2137. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei knew that if Sylvie continued to question him, he would not have any more secrets left. Therefore, he quickly pulled her along and passed through the teleportation portal of the 9 rotating astrolabe. As expected, Sylvie was still unforgiving. However, once they entered the 5 directions of heaven and earth, the tribulation clouds began to gather. Jiang Fei finally had a chance to hide in peace. Jiang Fei leaped a few meters away. Sylvie snorted. However, she knew that she could not be distracted now because the tribulation clouds had already gathered. The heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Jiang Fei, who was hiding in the distance, finally had the time to observe his surroundings. This was the center of a large lake. Although the water vapor was very heavy, it was not necessarily a time star. It was impossible to tell with just one glance. Although Jiang Fei could quickly lock onto the location of this place after using his divine sense, he had nothing else to do this time. After Sylvie completed her tribulation, they would leave. Therefore, it did not matter where they were. As the tribulation clouds gathered, the sky became darker and darker. The dark tribulation clouds had already covered the entire large lake. The oppressive aura made the fish head at the bottom of the lake rise to the surface to breathe. The first bolt of lightning finally struck down. Unlike Nina, who had spatial abilities and specialized in defense, Sylvie had a time core of the same level as the space core. However, this type of energy core could not provide her with a direct boost in defense or attack. Although Nina, who had absolute speed, could run faster than the storm clouds were all directional. As long as you were still alive and did not leave the 5 directions, it would hit you sooner or later. Moreover, if the first lightning tribulation did not hit you, the second lightning tribulation would not fall. Therefore, if you did not receive all of the lightning tribulation, do not count on being baptized by the 7-color divine light. The time core would not be of any help in transcending the lightning tribulation. Since the energy core could not help, Sylvie could only rely on her own strength. She waved the short sword in her hand and directly faced the lightning tribulation. The weapon in Sylvie's hand was no longer the dagger from before. Instead, it was the armor-piercing sword that Jiang Fei had obtained from the box that he had snatched from the competitive planet. The lightning struck the blade of the sword. A flash of flame flashed. This lightning was forcefully blocked by Sylvie. Although the time core was not of much help in transcending the lightning tribulation, Sylvie had more than 20 million combat power. She was a true immortal level master. The first lightning tribulation should not be a problem. The second, third, fourth, and fifth lightning tribulations struck one after another. However, Sylvie blocked all of them one by one. Although the 5 lightning tribulations did not hurt Sylvie, it consumed a lot of her strength. Jiang Fei had been observing Sylvie from afar. At the same time, as Sylvie was going through her tribulation, many experts had their eyes on her. After all, no matter which planet she was on, such a big commotion would not go unnoticed. Sigh. Jiang Fei quickly felt a few waves of restless aura. Therefore, he released his draconic aura. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Other than Sylvie, who was deliberately protected by Jiang Fei, all the other experts on the planet were stunned. They no longer dared to target Sylvie. After dealing with these troubles, Jiang Fei continued to observe. At this time, Sylvie had already endured 3 rounds of thunder tribulations. There were only 3 remaining rounds of thunder tribulations in the 4th round. Hold on a little longer. Jiang Fei encouraged her in his heart. However, Sylvie's current consumption was indeed very serious. At this moment, she was already covered in wounds. Sylvie was also feeling very bitter. Previously, Bella, Hua Mulan, and Nina had successfully transcended the thunder tribulations. However, the energy cores that they possessed were all helpful in transcending the thunder tribulations. Bella and Nina both had defense attributes. Transcending the lightning tribulation was easy. Hua Mulan, on the other hand, had attack attributes. She could just face the lightning tribulation head-on. Only the energy cores of Sylvie and Jiang Fei were of no help in transcending the lightning tribulation. Jiang Fei's will core had enhanced his mind power. That thing had no effect on the lightning tribulation at all. Although Sylvie's speed could dodge the lightning tribulation, wasn't she here to transcend the lightning tribulation? If she wanted to escape, she would not have come to the 5 directions, heaven and earth. The lightning tribulation would never find her. Therefore, due to the problem of the energy core's attribute, Jiang Fei and Sylvie were in the most pain when transcending the tribulation. Another lightning tribulation descended. Sylvie tried her best to resist, but she was struck by the lightning and fell to the water surface. Her entire body was covered in a layer of burnt gray smoke. Jiang Fei was shocked. He was about to interrupt Sylvie's tribulation. Although the lightning tribulation could not be interrupted, Jiang Fei, who had the 9 revolutions astrolabe, was an exception. At worst, Sylvie would not be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation for the rest of her life. However, at that moment, Sylvie's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, she returned to midair. This scene made Jiang Fei wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. That was because Sylvie, who had reappeared in midair, was actually unharmed. Although there was a hint of fatigue on her face, she was completely different from the charred appearance she had when she was struck by the lightning tribulation earlier. A light flashed in Jiang Fei's eyes. At that moment, Sylvie was also being forced into a corner. She had really thought that she was going to die under the lightning tribulation earlier. However, she subconsciously activated her ability and returned to the moment before. The lightning attack was very fast. In just a split second, Sylvie's short jump allowed her to return to the state before she received the lightning attack. Sylvie had a backbone in her heart. However, Jiang Fei, who was in midair, was completely dumbfounded. This was because Sylvie had once again overturned his understanding of time. Originally, Sylvie's prophecy ability had already broken his worldview. However, now, Sylvie had actually turned back time. This had even more overturned Jiang Fei's understanding of time. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, while she was in a daze, Sylvie demonstrated her ability one after another. The last 2 lightning strikes had almost killed her. However, Sylvie, who was only left with her last breath, once again returned to the state she was in before she was injured. However, Sylvie's face would turn a little pale every time he activated this time reversal ability. Obviously, the consumption of this ability was also very exaggerated when it was activated, although it was only for a moment. Chapter 2138, 2138. Translator 549690339. Although Sylvie would consume a lot of energy every time he used the time reversal ability, fortunately, the heavenly tribulation had reached the last few bolts. Therefore, after 3 consecutive uses of the ability, the last 3 bolts of tribulation, lightning, all fell. The tribulation clouds began to gather, and the 7-color divine light descended. Under the nourishment of the 7-color divine light, Sylvie's body quickly recovered and was nourished by the divine light. Big brother, the divine light is coming down. Are we going to rob it? What are you talking about? Didn't you feel that terrifying aura just now? That dragon's might is so powerful that it's almost comparable to the legendary Dragon Emperor. I don't know how powerful the Dragon Emperor is, but I heard that the Dragon Clan has recently appeared. The Star Suppression side has already fallen. Although the Dragon Clan hasn't interfered much with the human side, everyone knows that in the future, the Dragon Clan will be in charge of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. You still want to court death if you know? If that Dragon King is protecting his own junior, you could just go there and die. Do not mention the name of our family. All right, I will be honest then. Under Jiang Fei's intimidation, although there were many experts who coveted Sylvie's divine light, none of them dared to approach it. Very soon, Sylvie had absorbed all of the rainbow divine light. At that moment, Jiang Fei leaped and came close to her. Jiang Fei asked. Sylvie laughed. After Jiang Fei confirmed that Sylvie had safely survived the tribulation and did not suffer any damage, he asked the question that he was most concerned about. Did you just reverse time? Reverse time? Yes. Sylvie was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded and shook her head. Jiang Fei was even more confused. How should I put it? If you say it's reverse time, that sounds reasonable. Sylvie thought for a moment, then she continued. Let me put it this way. I cannot really return time to the past. However, I can restore some things to the way they were a second or 2 ago. Jiang Fei did not understand what she meant. For example, if I were to reverse time, I would send a person back to 2 seconds ago. His memory of those 2 seconds would not exist anymore. In his mind, he would not remember that he had been cast a spell. It would be like watching a rewind of a movie. That person would only start from 2 seconds ago. However, my ability is only to restore the physical state of a person or thing to the state of 2 seconds ago. He himself knows everything that happened during this period. It's just that his physical state has been restored to the way it was before, Sylvie explained. Zhang Fei frowned. Sylvie smiled and continued. That's right. If a person's true spirit is not destroyed, I can indeed bring him back to life through time reversal. However, if his true spirit is also killed, I can only get a complete corpse after time reversal. Sylvie said very clearly. Her ability could only affect physical objects. She did not seek to affect spiritual power or souls. Zhang Fei nodded as if he was deep in thought. However, he could not tell what exactly he was thinking. Forget it. Zhang Fei shook his head forcefully. The questions regarding time and space were too profound. It was impossible for him to figure it out in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only put it aside for now. After Zhang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe, he and Sylvie returned to their residence on Skoda Star. I will go into closed-door cultivation to stabilize my newly acquired power. Sylvie winked at Zhang Fei shyly and then ran into the time house. Zhang Fei sighed. This time, Nina and Sylvie's advancement had given him too much of a shock. It was as if he had opened up a whole new world for him. Just as Zhang Fei was lost in his thoughts, an engineer from Skoda Star walked towards him. Zhang Fei was surprised when he saw the engineer. At the same time, he was happy. If the engineer came to him at this time, it must be because the research on the 9 rotating astrolabe had come to fruition. However, the engineer's attitude towards Zhang Fei was very abnormal. It was not like a subordinate reporting to his superior. Instead, it was like a meeting between friends. Zhang Fei frowned. The only person who could contact him like that was Vinolin. Vinolin said as he pulled Zhang Fei to a quiet place. What's the matter? Zhang Fei asked. I'm Yufina. You have something to do? Vinolin said. Zhang Fei was stunned. He had nothing to do recently. Your reinforcements are in trouble, Vinolin said. Zhang Fei did not know what Vinolin was talking about. Giant steel scorpion, Vinolin prompted. Zhang Fei asked with concern. The giant steel scorpion was really good to him. Ever since he saved the small giant scorpion, the adult giant steel scorpion had always treated Zhang Fei as a family member. Just the energy cores alone were enough to give him tons of them. If not for that time, Zhang Fei might not have been able to make a fortune. There's a problem with their return route. They will encounter a player fleet in 72 hours, said Vinolin. Player fleet? So be it. What? Zhang Fei asked with a smile. Vinolin rolled his eyes and said, Of course, if you don't mind, I don't mind. What? Zhang Fei was shocked. However, he instantly thought of a possibility. It seems that you have thought of it. I don't need to say anything else. These are the coordinates. Vinolin sent Zhang Fei the coordinates. Then his body trembled. His expression was completely different from before. General, there you are. The engineer said. Zhang Fei asked. A new batch of main ships has entered the water. Please prepare the military officers to inspect them, the engineer said. HMM, I understand. Zhang Fei asked. Nothing yet, the engineer said. All right, that's all for now. Zhang Fei sent the engineer away. Then he rushed back to his residence and asked someone to gather Bella, Aurelia, and the others. Aurelia rushed back. Bella asked, and then the girls came back one after another. Chapter 2139, 2139. Translator, 549690339. There is indeed a situation, Zhang Fei said with a serious expression. What is it? Aurelia asked. Zhang Fei nodded. Bella asked. It is still within our control. I need to go and deal with it, Zhang Fei said. Bella said immediately. Phoenix Spirit also stood up. What do you mean? Bella cannot take it anymore. Phoenix Spirit smiled faintly. She did not explain, but the meaning was obvious. All right, stop copying. Zhang Fei glared at Phoenix Spirit and Bella. He was more on Bella's side. If she angered Phoenix Spirit, she would be the one at a disadvantage. All the girls were dumbfounded. Among the girls in Zhang Fei's faction, there were already 5 who had broken through to true immortal level. Bella, Huamulan, Nina, and Sylvie were all true immortal level and above experts. Therefore, the girls initially thought that they would be able to help when Zhang Fei made any moves in the future. They would no longer have to live in fear of Zhang Fei's return. Instead, they would be able to fight side by side with him. However, they did not expect that Jiang Fei would not bring them along this time. Bella asked unhappily. This time, it's more troublesome. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said to Aurelia, Aurelia, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Aurelia agreed and followed Jiang Fei to a lounge. What do they have to hide from us? I don't know. Let's go eavesdrop. What if my husband finds out? Sister Bella, you go. Fei wouldn't dare to do anything to you anyway. I don't do things like eavesdropping. If he wants to tell me, he will tell me. Jiang Fei left with Aurelia. The rest of the girls were discussing among themselves. At this time, Jiang Fei and Aurelia had already arrived at the lounge. Fei, why did you call me out alone? Aurelia asked. Take this blueprint and find time to get the factory to make all the components. We'll talk about the assembly when I return, Jiang Fei said as he handed Aurelia a photon computer. There was some information stored in it. Aurelia asked. You will know when the time comes, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia saw that Jiang Fei did not want to talk about it, so she did not ask further. This must be done in secret, Jiang Fei instructed. But when the factory is producing, the workers will definitely know, Aurelia said. I will leave Maleki behind. He will help you. You just need to give the workers a few days off during production, Jiang Fei said. When Aurelia saw that Jiang Fei had already made all the arrangements, she did not say anything more. After giving Aurelia the order, Jiang Fei came out from his rest. He saw a group of girls staring at him with wide eyes. It was obvious that they wanted to know what he had just said to Aurelia. All right, you can all leave now. I am getting ready to leave now, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia had already rushed to the airport. She had to prepare for Jiang Fei to leave the port. A few hours later, Jiang Fei's yacht left Skodastar and sailed towards the endless sea of stars. Jiang Zhong asked while holding his nose. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. His operation this time required the support of the artificial intelligence. 0541 was originally the best candidate, but this kid had now become a human. If he were to connect to the network again, he would need a device to convert the thought waves into a data link. This time, it would be very time-consuming for the artificial intelligence. Therefore, Jiang Zhong no longer had the ability to compete with the artificial intelligence. The two remaining artificial intelligence under Jiang Fei's control were Larx and Malachi. Compared to the two, Larx's evolution was more advanced. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose to leave Malachi to Aurelia. He then took Larx away. However, at that moment, Larx also made a move. She insisted on being with Jiang Zhong. Otherwise, she would not go anywhere. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to add another passenger to his yacht. That's my wife. Jiang Zhong leaned on the sofa and said proudly. Jiang Zhong asked. He was very close to Jiang Fei, so he spoke more casually. This will take some time. All right, I asked you to learn more about Fleet Command last time. Jiang Fei asked. Oh, I've memorized all the information. However, I haven't practiced much in the simulation of actual combat yet, Jiang Zhong said. When this matter is over, you can go back and look for the captains to spar in the simulation room. I will also ask Aurelia to teach you, Jiang Fei said. Jiang Zhong asked excitedly. Although he had a certain level of strength, he was currently not ranked among the true immortals in Jiang Fei's faction. Therefore, Jiang Zhong was not of much use. Therefore, when he heard that Jiang Fei was going to entrust him with a heavy responsibility, he immediately became excited. Jiang Fei nodded. Jiang Zhong immediately said, this Martha-class dreadnought was the most powerful main ship in Jiang Fei's camp. Let's talk about it later, Jiang Fei said non-committally. TSK, let me make it clear first. If the ship is too bad, I won't go, Jiang Zhong said. Jiang Fei smiled. At this time, the yacht was under the control of Lux. It had already begun the interstellar jump and was heading toward the destination. After almost 2 days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived at their destination. This was a barren star zone. There was an asteroid belt around them. There were no stars within a few light years. Therefore, it was rather dark. Jiang Zhong, I'll have to trouble you later. I have to keep all of you into the inherent space. The battle later is not something you can handle, Jiang Fei said to Jiang Zhong. "All right, boss." Jiang Zhong lay down on the sofa. He was not very concerned about it. Instead, he was very interested in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. After all, he had not gone in to take a look after so many years. Chapter 2140-2140. Translator 549690339. After coming out of the yacht, Jiang Fei waved his hand and kept the yacht and Jiang Zhong into the inheritance space. This way, he would not have to worry about hurting Jiang Zhong during the battle. Jiang Fei checked the location that Vinolin had mentioned. He did not find any signs of a player fleet. Similarly, he did not find any signs of a cosmic beast. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then he found an asteroid and sat on it, waiting quietly. The asteroid that Jiang Fei chose was not very big. It was only about 10 kilometers in diameter. He casually blasted a hole in the hard shell of the asteroid and hid inside it. He also hid his own aura completely. Time passed by minute. The time that Vinolin had described was getting closer and closer. At the same time, Jiang Fei's heart gradually became nervous. He quietly used his mind power to probe out and form an observation net at the outer perimeter. It was impossible for any clues to escape his perception. Suddenly, Jiang Fei rushed into a violent spatial fluctuation. This fluctuation did not have any demonstration. The intensity was as if half of the sky had been torn apart. Jiang Fei's spirit was immediately lifted. At this moment, a wormhole suddenly opened up on the left side of the asteroid belt. Then, a fleet of ships jumped out. This fleet was quite large. Judging from the style of the ships, they should belong to the resistance camp. The pitch-black body of the ships, the half-streamlined body of the ships, and the ferocious bow of the ships. It was completely Vizari style. As the fleet gradually came out of the dimensional space, Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The size of the fleet was too huge. There were as many as 6 main ships. There were more than 100 heavy patrol-class warships. In addition to the various frigates and light patrols, the entire fleet was no less than 1,000 ships. Even so, there was still a part of the fleet in the dimensional space. Not all of them had completed the warp. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt the space around him shake violently. Following that, the wormhole expanded again. As expected, is it coming? Although Jiang Fei had already guessed this possibility, he did not expect to actually encounter it this time. A super battleship squeezed out of the wormhole. The battleship was so huge that the main battleship that was thousands of kilometers long actually looked small in front of it. From afar, the battleship looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. At the front of the battleship was a blooming flower plate. It was huge and ostentatious. The body and the stern of the battleship instantly became slender, as if it was a branch supporting a flower. Jiang Fei pursed his lips. As it was a space battleship, there was no need to consider aerodynamics. Therefore, the appearance of the battleship depended entirely on the consideration of firepower or other aspects. Such factors as symmetry and resistance were completely ignored. Therefore, the battleship that was created had all sorts of weird designs. However, no matter how strange the spaceship was, Jiang Fei's guess was confirmed. The development team had indeed released the expansion pack in advance. Now, the players had already obtained the Titan-class battleship. Compared to ordinary battleships, the appearance of the main ship was a revolution. A main ship could greatly increase the strength of a fleet, turning the previously disadvantaged fleet into a victorious one. The appearance of the Titan was even more subversive. Although it could also greatly increase the combat strength of a fleet, it was different from an ordinary main ship. Most main ships were auxiliary ships. Even the main ships had some auxiliary abilities. Therefore, when a main ships left the fleet, although the main ships were still powerful, they could still be destroyed when faced with a large number of enemy ships. It was still possible to destroy them. However, Titan was different. Even if it left the fleet, it could still maintain its powerful combat power. It would not be a problem to fight against a few fleets. Even if a few main ships led the fleet to attack it, it might not be successful, it might even be a double loss. Initially, Jiang Fei thought that it would take at least half a year for the development team to completely release the expansion pack. When the players got the Titan, it would be a year later. Now, there was already a Titan in the hands of the players. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei also had the technology of the Titan. After all, the last time he went into the wormhole, he had obtained all the information of the expansion pack. However, the problem was that he did not have the God's authority like the development team. It was impossible for him to create a Titan with just a string of code. If Jiang Fei wanted the Titan, he would have to weld one steel bar after another. However, the other materials were easy to deal with. However, the power source of the Titan was too troublesome. Such a powerful battleship could not be powered by ordinary energy sources. Even if it was a star core, it would not work. It would have to use the star core of a neutron star. However, the problem was that there were not many neutron stars to begin with. Moreover, this thing was a powerful gravitational source that was second only to black holes. If Jiang Fei wanted to tame this thing, he could not find such technology in the entire main universe. Originally, Jiang Fei was going to give up on creating the Titan himself. However, the last time that Vinylin came to visit, he gave him a trick. It was true that there was no technology to tame a neutron star core in this universe. However, it did not matter if there was no technology. If there was a ready-made one, he could just steal it. The idea that Varen gave Jiang Fei was to steal it from the player. In the player Titan, the neutron star core that was the power source had been locked in a container that was only the size of a human head. The size of the neutron star core was only about 1 cubic decimeter. It sounded like such an important power source was very small. However, the density of the neutron star core was beyond imagination. Just the size of 1 cubic decimeter, the weight of the neutron star core was more than 1 trillion tons. Therefore, in theory, it was impossible for this thing to be stolen because no one could carry it. However, Jiang Fei was an exception. If he had the chance, he could throw the thing into his inheritance space. Anyway, the consumption of his inheritance space was only related to the size and energy level of the opponent. It had nothing to do with the quality. Therefore, it was not a big deal for him to put a thing the size of a human head in it. This time, Jiang Fei had to bring Lux over. The purpose was to be able to sneak into the enemy's Titan and find a chance to steal the neutron star core. After losing the power source, the player Titan would be useless. If they wanted to repair it, they would have to find the development team to buy another neutron star core. However, Jiang Fei estimated that this thing should not be cheap. Even the rich player could not buy it as easily as buying cabbages. Therefore, this would not only delay the player's advancement plan, but also allow Jiang Fei to own a Titan. Of course, Jiang Fei had to give it a try. Chapter 2141. Translator 549690339. Although Jiang Fei had the intention to steal the neutron star core, he did not want to just barge into the enemy's fleet like that. Although Jiang Fei had a combat power of more than 60 million in previous battles, he could single-handedly take on the entire fleet. Even the main fleet could not fight back at all. However, things are different now. There was a Titan among the enemy fleet. This thing was not very hot. Previously, Jiang Fei had compared it. Regardless of the degree of flexibility or the cultivator's continuous combat ability, in terms of attack and defense, the reconnaissance ship was equivalent to a metaplasia stage powerhouse with 11 million combat power. The frigate was equivalent to a form synthesis stage powerhouse with 13 million combat power. The light functional cruiser was equivalent to 15 million combat power in the void interpretation stage. The heavy cruiser was equivalent to 17 million combat power in the Mahayana stage. As for the main cruiser, it was equivalent to directly passing the tribulation stage. It was equivalent to a true immortal level master who had already passed the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was only talking about pure attack power and resistance to attack. If it was a one-on-one fight, the warship would definitely not be a match for the more agile cultivators. On the other hand, the cultivators were not a match for the warship when it came to long-distance raids. Also, they would not be a match for the battleship. As for the new Titan that appeared today, according to the information that Jiang Fei had obtained, the combat power of this Titan was not something that an ordinary true immortal could shake. Its attacks were really easy to destroy. An ordinary true immortal would not be able to withstand the bombardment of its main cannon, let alone break through its defense. If one had to find a comparable attack in defense, it would have to be an immortal master like the Dragon Queen or the female Beast Empress who had a combat power of more than 50 million. It would not be a problem for them to kill a single Titan. However, if the Titans still had an escort fleet, even the Dragon Queen or the Queen of the Beasts would have to avoid it. Therefore, in terms of attack and defense, Jiang Fei's combat power was only half a grade higher than a Titan. After all, his combat power was only slightly more than 60 million. Moreover, Jiang Fei's greatest reliance was his mental strength. However, this thing was not effective on a battleship. As for the hard labor of fighting a Titan with pure strength, Jiang Fei did not intend to try it. After all, the Titan was equipped with a large number of secret weapons. From the information that he had obtained previously, Jiang Fei knew that this Titan that looked like an iron chrysanthemum was called the Kratos-class Titan. It was a super battleship that the development team had designed based on the Vizari battleship style. This ship was equipped with 120 sets of heavy phase missile launchers, 220 Space Death class heavy pulse wave cannons, and 220 fixed-point defense cannons, 370 heavy nuclear beam cannons, and 150 automatic cannons. It could be said that it was a ferocious beast with muzzles all over its body. In terms of defense, this Kratos-class Titan used a strengthened alloy shell that was up to level 9. One had to know that most main ships only used a level 4 alloy shell. The difference in defense between the two was more than double. In addition to its super powerful firepower and solid armor, the Kratos-class Titan also had a large amount of advanced equipment that allowed it to launch special effects attacks on other warships. The nano-leeches were one of its abilities. These so-called nano-leeches were actually some ultra-miniature robots. Moreover, these robots had close-range teleportation devices on their bodies. They could continuously steal the armor and antimatter of the enemy ships to replenish the Kratos-level Titan. Moreover, the release of these nano-leeches was limited in scope. That was to say, within the range of the Kratos-level Titan's release, the more enemy ships there were, the higher its recovery rate would be. This basically eliminated the possibility of multiple ants biting an elephant to death. This was because the more your fleet was, the more it absorbed. In the end, you did not blow it up, but your own fleet was sucked dry. Nano recovery. This was another ability of the Kratos-level Titan. In fact, it was the reverse utilization of the nano-leeches. These ultra-miniature robots decomposed the armor and antimatter of the Kratos-level Titan to provide repair and replenishment for the friendly battleships. Gravity pulse. This was a super-powered gravity weapon. It could interfere with the surrounding enemy ships in a large area, causing them to slow down under the strong gravity interference. It also allowed the weapons to cool down and recharge for a longer time. When the enemy was already affected by the nano-leeches, the enemy ships would be completely paralyzed. Therefore, if these two abilities were activated at the same time, then the small warships surrounding the Kratos-level Titan would be completely crippled. Not only would they be drained of blood, they would also not be able to attack. They were simply here to give the Kratos-level Titan warmth. Light of disintegration. This was the ultimate weapon of the Kratos-level Titan. All the nano-robots would be released at once. After these robots attached themselves to the enemy ships, they would steal as much of the enemy's armor and antimatter as possible. Then, they would detonate it, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. As all the nanorobots were released at once, after the light of disintegration was released, all the skills that the Kratos Titan needed to use the nanorobots would not be able to be used for a short period of time. It could only be used again after the internal factory had replenished enough nanorobots. It was precisely because Jiang Fei understood the Titan that he paid so much attention to it. The fleet that he was so proud of before was nothing in front of the Titan. Only with a Titan-class battleship would he be able to fight it. This was no longer a problem that could be solved with numbers. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking about how to sneak into the Titan, Another wave of spatial fluctuations came from space. Oh no, Jiang Fei was shocked. Vinolin had asked him to come because the player fleet's route clashed with the giant steel scorpion's route. The two sides would meet unexpectedly. As expected, a wormhole opened up in the void space again. As the wormhole expanded, a giant steel scorpion came out from it. After the steel scorpion came out, the wormhole did not close. Another cosmic behemoth that looked like a giant squid also came out. It followed closely behind with all kinds of things. The strange-looking cosmic behemoths leaped out of the wormhole one after another. At the last count, there were actually 14 of them. Jiang Fei thought to himself, if the steel scorpion had brought these reinforcements earlier, it would have been a great help to Jiang Fei. However, it was different now. The players already had the Titan. The threat of these cosmic behemoths would be greatly reduced. Although their energy levels were very high, they lacked intelligence. They relied on their instincts. Therefore, they were completely unorganized. Their combat strength was not much different from battleships of the same level. They could not be compared to cultivators of the same level. Therefore, if these cosmic behemoths came early, each of them would be equivalent to 2 to 3 main ships. It would allow Jiang Fei to instantly have the power to crush the player fleet. Even if Jiang Fei had 20 to 30 main ships, he would not be able to solve the problem. Chapter 2142. 2142. Translator 549690339. The sudden appearance of the cosmic beasts had obviously disrupted the original plan of the player fleet. After all, they had a purpose for coming out this time. This was indeed an accident. One of his underlings asked. The Brother Snow that he mentioned was the new player leader of the resistance camp. Previously, the player of the resistance camp had another leader. That person's financial strength was slightly inferior to Amon's, so he was usually suppressed by Amon during battles. A player had suddenly appeared in the resistance camp. Not only was he rich and powerful, but he also had a strong background. The moment he appeared, he had purchased the guild of the previous player leader. He had actually purchased a Titan-class warship that originally required an epic quest to unlock. One had to know that in the development team's settings, each camp only allowed the existence of one Titan. Unless this Titan was destroyed, they were not allowed to purchase a second Titan. Now that Ano had purchased one, it meant that the other guilds in the rebel camp had already lost the opportunity to obtain the Titan. On the other side, Eamon was still working hard on his mission. He was still far from purchasing the Titan. From this, it could be seen that this Brother Snow's power was extraordinary. Brother Snow smiled. If it was the local fleet of this universe, they would definitely avoid the universe beasts. Even if they had the power to defeat the cosmic beasts, they wouldn't want to cause this trouble. However, these players were different. They were a group of people who wanted the world to be in chaos. After coming to this universe, they came to enjoy themselves. They didn't care at all. Even if this universe collapsed, they would just change to another game to play. Therefore, when facing these cosmic beasts, their first reaction was to open fire. Therefore, the player fleet's small ships started to spread out to the two wings. Under the lead of the main ship, they circled around, trying to intercept the retreat route of the space beasts so that the Titans could complete a glorious hunt. A wave of spiritual energy spread out. The leading giant steel scorpion had obviously realized the hostility of this fleet. She started to warn her companions behind her. Roar. Various kinds of spiritual energy roared continuously. These cosmic behemoths had been the space lords for tens of thousands of years. Human battleships were so insignificant in front of them. Now, these guys actually dared to provoke them. These cosmic behemoths immediately became angry. Moreover, this time, the cosmic behemoths were able to gather together because the giant steel scorpion had brought news of the invasion of this universe. Previously, Jiang Fei had briefly explained the matter of the players to the giant steel scorpion. Although he did not mention the specific identity of the players, it also explained their identity as outsiders. It should be known that beasts were very hard to shake the concept of territory. The same was true for these powerful cosmic beasts. In their eyes, the entire universe was their territory. However, Those were internal conflicts within their own families. Now, outsiders actually wanted to encroach on their territory. Therefore, these cosmic beasts that were not very harmonious initially joined forces. They had to defend their own territory. The cosmic behemoths that came out with such thoughts could not tolerate being provoked like this. Therefore, when the player battleships were in formation, these cosmic behemoths were ready to fight. Zhang Fei thought to himself, if he did not come, these player fleets might suffer some losses. However, these cosmic behemoths would be completely finished. Although the help of these cosmic behemoths to Zhang Fei was not as obvious as it was in the beginning, the giant steel scorpion was Zhang Fei's friend. How could he just let his friend fall into danger? Thinking of this, Zhang Fei could no longer stay in the cave. He leaped out and stood on the small planet. At that moment, the giant cosmic beasts, led by the giant steel scorpion, were about thousands of kilometers away from Zhang Fei. The player fleet was still a little far away. It was about 100 light seconds. According to the information, the Titan's shooting range is about 10 to 15 light seconds. With its heavy body, it will take at least 5 minutes to enter the shooting range. Zhang Fei's brain was rapidly calculating. At this moment, his developed brain region showed its use. Zhang Fei leaped forward and charged toward the giant steel scorpion. After a few seconds, the cosmic behemoths noticed his existence. However, the player fleet could not sense Zhang Fei's existence. After all, his body was too small to attract the attention of the ship's radar. Moreover, the spaceship could not rely on its aura to detect the enemy. Therefore, Zhang Fei was practically invisible to the battleships. The giant steel scorpion was the first to confirm Zhang Fei's identity. Zhang Fei's aura was very familiar to her. Therefore, she began to tell her companions to prevent these cosmic beasts from hurting her friends. After a moment, Zhang Fei landed on the back of the giant steel scorpion. Old friend, long time no see. Zhang Fei communicated with his mind power. The giant steel scorpion's spiritual power was not very accurate. However, since Zhang Fei had communicated with her before, it was completely understandable. Then, the giant steel scorpion introduced Zhang Fei and the giant beasts. There's no time to talk about this now. Let's hurry up and leave, Zhang Fei urged. Leave? Why? One of the galaxy giant squid asked in disdain. Although these cosmic beasts were not very intelligent, they had a strong sense of honor in their territories. They were the type who would rather die in battle than retreat. For a moment, Zhang Fei did not know how to explain to these one-track-minded giant beasts. It was not something that humans could understand, not to mention these stubborn giant beasts. Another giant beast roared excitedly. Little Fei, don't worry. We're all very strong. I will protect you, said the giant steel scorpion to Zhang Fei. Although Zhang Fei's strength was far greater than these giant beasts, the giant steel scorpion still treated him like a child. Zhang Fei sighed. At this point, he could only do his best. If he had no other choice, Zhang Fei could only protect the giant steel scorpion. As for the remaining giant beasts, they were courting death. Zhang Fei had no other choice. After all, he was not familiar with those guys. There was no need for him to risk his life for them. Chapter 2143. Translator 549690339. Seeing that these cosmic behemoths were not willing to take the last chance to retreat, Zhang Fei gritted his teeth and prepared to adapt to the situation. However, it was impossible for him to protect all the cosmic behemoths by himself. He could only do his best and leave everything to fate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhang Fei was following these cosmic behemoths, a large number of battleships had surrounded them from both sides and blocked their way. The cruisers and frigates were very agile. They quickly completed the task of flanking them. Zhang Fei thought to himself, he could only use some extreme measures. In just a few minutes, the iron chrysanthemum-like Kratos-class Titan had already brought these cosmic giants into its range. Brother Snow laughed loudly before giving the order to attack, following which the Kratos-level Titan that Brother Snow sat on revealed its savage, sharp teeth and fangs. Every petal of the iron chrysanthemum opened its eye of death, and beams of destructive light shot out. These beams of light emitted an intoxicating light, at the same time containing an aura of destruction. The Star Ocean giant squid that was closest to the front was the first to bear the brunt, being hit by a large number of beams of light. The Star Ocean giant squid howled in pain. Its compound eyes also shot out red rays of light to counterattack. But its counterattack only left a faint mark on the Kratos level Titan's body, and it was beaten black and blue all over. Key. Ow! The other universe beasts all stepped forward. While they helped the space giant squid to share the damage, they also used long-distance methods to retaliate. However, it was a pity that the Kratos Titan used level 9 alloy technology. Their attacks couldn't cause much damage to the Titan's ship. The battleship's flank from both sides also opened fire. Although the heavy patrol ships and below couldn't cause much damage to these universe beasts, the main ships weren't to be trifled with. Their main cannons might not be as powerful as the Titan battleships, but they could still kill the space beasts. At this point, the difference between the space beasts and the cultivators was obvious. When the battleships fought against the cultivators, they often felt like they couldn't hit a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. Even though their firepower was shocking, they could still kill the cultivators. However, the size of the cultivators was too small. It was almost impossible to lock onto them with the main cannon. The space behemoths, on the other hand, were not able to do so. Their size was not any smaller than the main ship, and their speed was not as fast as a battleship. In front of the ship-based radar, one could lock onto them with accuracy, one could fire with accuracy, and they would not be able to escape. Although the space behemoths were generally tough and had a defense that was even stronger than the main ship, they would eventually be destroyed if they continued to be beaten up. These cosmic beasts were all injured, especially the galaxy squid. It was severely injured and had basically lost its combat ability. Little Faye, I will escort you out later. The giant steel scorpion was still thinking about Jiang Fei. This made him very touched. Old friend, don't be anxious. Jiang Fei wanted to try again. Break out of the encirclement? Are you talking about escaping? One of the cosmic beasts shouted. That's right. Another cosmic beast said. At this moment, they had already realized that they were in danger. However, even so, they were determined not to retreat. Jiang Fei suddenly felt a headache coming on. The stubbornness of these cosmic beasts gave him a headache. Sigh, little Fei, I'm sorry. The giant steel scorpion also realized that it was in danger. I will help you break out of the encirclement as long as you are willing to leave, Jiang Fei advised. The few cosmic behemoths roared. After another round of cannon fire, finally, one of the behemoths relented. No. However, there were still a few giant beasts that wanted to fight to the death. Old friend, think about your child. Jiang Fei did not care about the lives of the other giant beasts in the universe. However, he could not ignore the giant steel scorpion. After hearing Jiang Fei's words, the giant steel scorpion hesitated. Her child was still a few hundred years away from becoming an adult. If she died in battle now, her child might not live to become an adult. Don't think too much. Jiang Fei saw that the player fleet had just completed a cannon attack. At this time, their weapons were on cooldown. The injuries of these giant beasts would become more and more serious. At that time, they would not be able to run away even if they wanted to. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei could not care less. He directly jumped up and flew up from the back of the giant steel scorpion. Then, Jiang Fei moved his body, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant dragon that was 1,000 feet long. This was Jiang Fei's first time transforming into a dragon. Before this, he had completely changed his bloodline. Logically speaking, he could transform into a dragon. However, deep down, Jiang Fei did not really acknowledge his identity as a dragon. He felt that he was still a human. Therefore, he did not want to transform into a dragon. However, today, if he did not transform into a dragon, Jiang Fei would not be able to use some of the unique spells of the dragon race. In order to bring these cosmic beasts out of the encirclement, Jiang Fei had to transform into another form. F*CK. What the hell is that? The players on the side were all shocked. Originally, They did not have Jiang Fei, the little sesame, in their radar. However, a few thousand feet of his body was still enough to be captured by the ship's radar. Jiang Fei, who had transformed into a dragon, let out a dragon's roar. In this vacuum-like environment, Jiang Fei's dragon's roar could still be heard very far away. It even reached the ears of the players clearly. Following Jiang Fei's dragon's roar, a white mist spread out. A few seconds later, it covered Jiang Fei and the cosmic behemoths. What's going on? The players in the battleship were dumbfounded. The white mist was clearly not only able to block the reality, it could also block the radar scanning. Jiang Fei was leading such a large group of cosmic behemoths. It was impossible for him to use his teleportation ability. Therefore, he could only lead them into the asteroid belt. There were dense asteroids everywhere. The player fleet could not move freely in the asteroid belt. As long as they could escape into the asteroid belt, it would be much easier to shake off the player. Chapter 2144, 2144. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei used the dragon race's ability to create a white fog. The white fog blocked the player's line of sight. At the same time, it also interfered with their radar, preventing them from locking onto the giant beasts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Fei wanted to bring the giant beasts into the asteroid belt next to them. Once they entered the asteroid belt, the delicate battleship would not be able to move at high speed. The directional energy weapons would also be blocked by the asteroid belt. This gave Jiang Fei and the others time to retreat. Jiang Fei's plan was indeed good and very feasible. However, it could not stop his teammates from not cooperating. The few cosmic giant beasts were determined to fight the enemy to the death. They hesitated because these cosmic giant beasts were not very intelligent. Moreover, they were stubborn. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not convince them at all. Moreover, he did not have the time to convince these giant beasts. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. At this time, he could not care less. He could only save as many as he could. As for those who were courting death, he had no way to deal with them. The giant steel scorpion was a little hesitant. As giant beasts, although they were not very intelligent, they valued their companions very much. There's no time for buts, Jiang Fei roared. The giant steel scorpion sighed. Then it called out to the other giant beasts and followed Jiang Fei to the asteroid belt. You cowards! The remaining 5 cosmic giant beasts cursed loudly, especially the cosmic giant squid. Although he no longer had any fighting strength, he was still determined to fight to the death. Roar! Boom! 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 The roar of spiritual power came from behind Jiang Fei and the others. There was also the roar of the main cannon of the battleship. Although the remaining 5 cosmic behemoths fought bravely, they were already outnumbered. Therefore, their demise was only a matter of time. However, these cosmic behemoths were not stupid. They knew that they could not break through the Titan's defense. Therefore, they targeted the small battleships. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand their attacks at all. Therefore, one heavy patrol or frigate after another was sunk, and the players no longer suffered 0 casualties. However, to the players, losing a small ship was nothing at all. To the guild leader, Brother Snow, this small amount of money was just a drizzle. If a battleship dropped, it would drop. Anyway, the guild would replenish it, so they would not feel bad about it. Although the 5 giant beasts did not listen to Jiang Fei's advice and insisted on staying behind to fight to the death, their obstruction had indeed bought Jiang Fei and the others time to retreat. These giant beasts could also be considered heroes who sacrificed their lives to cover the rear. At this moment, Jiang Fei and the others had successfully retreated into the asteroid belt. Although there were some battleships chasing after them, because of the white fog, these battleships were unable to lock onto the coordinates of the giant beasts. Therefore, they opened fire blindly. The hit rate was extremely low. Judging from the thick skin and flesh of the cosmic giant beasts, it would not be a big deal if they were hit once in a while. About half an hour later, the 5 cosmic behemoths that were left behind were all torn into pieces by the players. They would definitely not let go of the corpses of the cosmic behemoths, because these were all treasures. Back then, Jiang Fei had killed some cosmic behemoths. The meat jerky that he obtained had greatly increased the strength of his subordinates. Moreover, the meat jerky had not been used up until now. The experts of the 5 directions were now enjoying these benefits. These were cosmic behemoths. They were more than 1 level higher than the cosmic behemoths. Their flesh and blood were more valuable. To cultivators, it was a great tonic. However, these players actually did not care about it. After they killed the cosmic behemoths, they did not stop firing. Instead, they used artillery fire to blow up the corpses of the cosmic behemoths in a playful manner. You would definitely think that these players were wasting God's gifts. "Brother Snow, stop playing," one of the player underlings shouted. "Don't worry, I have already sent people to follow them," Brother Snow said confidently. Another underling asked. Brother Snow gave the order. The player fleet adjusted their course and followed the periphery of the asteroid belt. They chased after Jiang Fei and the rest. After all, battleships and cosmic behemoths were different. The asteroid belt was filled with all kinds of small and messy celestial bodies. When traveling at high speed, it was impossible to completely avoid them. The cosmic behemoths had tough skin and thick flesh. Even if it was an asteroid with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, they would only bump into it. At most, it would only hurt a little. It would not be a big deal. However, it was different for battleships. Even the main fleet would not dare to be hit by a celestial body with a diameter of more than 10 meters while traveling at high speed, let alone 10 kilometers. The only outcome would be the destruction of a ship and the death of the people. Therefore, the player fleet only sent some scout ships to bite the tail of Jiang Fei and the others and lock onto their position. They did not dare to directly chase into the asteroid belt. After entering the asteroid belt, the giant steel scorpion asked, "Don't worry, Jiang Fei had already returned to his human form." After all, after transforming into a dragon, his entire body felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, as Jiang Fei returned to his human form, the white fog also disappeared. After all, in his human form, Jiang Fei was unable to use the dragon race's secret technique. After returning to his human form, Jiang Fei teleported to a scout ship. Then he shot out his chunging sword from between Jiang Fei's eyebrows. After a flash of sword light, the scout ship was destroyed in midair. After a few flashes, Jiang Fei raised his sword and killed all the scout ships behind them. He did not give the players any chance to react. After Jiang Fei returned to the back of the giant steel scorpion, his old friend asked, "Little Fei, what did you transform into just now? Are you also a cosmic beast?" Jiang Fei could not help but admire the slow reflexes of the cosmic beast. It had been almost an hour since he had transformed into a dragon, and the giant steel scorpion had only just remembered to ask, "That is my dragon form," Jiang Fei said awkwardly. After all, it would be awkward for a human to suddenly admit that he was half a beast. Chapter 2145, 2145. Translator, 549690339. Damn it, all of our scout ships have been sunk, one of the player underlings shouted. Consider them lucky. Although Brother Snow was slightly unhappy, this encounter was an accident. He had already tested the power of Titan through these giant beasts. Therefore, although he could not kill all of these giant beasts, it did not matter. After all, they still had a mission to complete. After Jiang Fei got rid of the player's tracking, he relaxed. He sat cross-legged on the back of the giant steel scorpion and chatted with her. The giant steel scorpion asked, Jiang Fei really could not explain to the giant steel scorpion and the other cosmic beasts about Vinolin. It was not that Jiang Fei did not trust these giant beasts. Compared to humans, Jiang Fei was more willing to trust them. However, the problem was that these guys had limited intelligence. If Jiang Fei went to explain to them about the high-dimensional space and how the players treated this universe as a game, Jiang Fei would probably be able to talk about the day the universe was destroyed. These guys might not be able to understand. "Where are the enemies that you mentioned?" said one of the cosmic behemoths. She looked like a ray fish in the sea. However, Her size was not something that the ray fish on Earth could compare to. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. It seemed that these behemoths were really warmongers. After suffering such a huge loss just now, they actually wanted to fight. Another cosmic beast asked. Jiang Fei was speechless. In the beginning, he had asked the giant steel scorpion to recruit allies. Indeed, he wanted them to help him fight the war. However, now that the Titan had appeared, these cosmic beasts were not as invincible as before. Therefore, the war had to be delayed. What's wrong? The giant stingray asked. Not yet, Jiang Fei replied. That's great. The giant stingray said excitedly. There's no rush. You guys go to the territory of the giant steel scorpion first. I'll look for you guys later. We'll fight the war together, Jiang Fei said. Okay, everyone, follow me back first, said the giant steel scorpion. All right then. These cosmic beasts were not very intelligent, so they did not ask much. They just followed the giant steel scorpion and left, including the giant steel scorpion. These guys did not want to ask Jiang Fei what he was going to do. At this moment, Jiang Fei naturally could not follow these cosmic behemoths home. Although he had saved 9 cosmic behemoths, Jiang Fei had not done his work yet. Seeing that the cosmic behemoths were ready to jump into space, Jiang Fei rushed out of the asteroid belt. Once he was out of the asteroid belt, Jiang Fei was overjoyed. That was because the player fleets had not yet jumped out of space. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have to spend a lot of effort to find them again. Jiang Fei sped up and rushed towards the fleet of players. Because of his small size, Jiang Fei's approach did not attract the attention of the players. It was only when Jiang Fei was only a few thousand meters away from the Kratos-level Titan, only then did someone see Jiang Fei through the porthole. Brother Snow, a player shouted. There's someone. Brother Snow could not react in time. After all, this was the void zone far away from the planet. The nearest human planet here was also tens of light years away. Therefore, he did not think that there would be someone outside the porthole. Another player also noticed Jiang Fei. F*CK. Brother Snow followed the direction of the other people's finger and saw Jiang Fei. At this time, Jiang Fei had already been close to the Kratos-level Titan. The Chungying sword appeared in Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei swung his sword. All of his origin power was converted into metal attribute. With the support of his origin power, Jiang Fei's sword slashed down and landed on a porthole on the left wing of the Kratos-level Titan. A crack appeared on the porthole. If it was a normal battleship, the crew inside would have been scared silly. Fortunately, there were very few players on the battleship. There were only a few players on the bridge. Most of them were empty. Therefore, although Jiang Fei's sword had caused the onboard computer to call the police, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Jiang Fei was shocked when he saw the result of his sword. After all, his combat power had exceeded 60 million. However, his attack was unable to break the glass porthole of the Titan-class battleship. Jiang Fei was not discouraged that his sword did not succeed. He raised his long sword and slashed down again. The porthole was attacked again, but it was still not broken. At the same time, the Titan's counterattack had arrived. Jiang Fei quickly raised a shield to block the automatic defensive laser beams that came from Jiang Fei's direction. No one knew which stupid player had actually fired 2 phase missiles at Jiang Fei. This thing was unlike the laser beams, which only dealt damage to a single point. After it exploded, it would affect the surrounding area. At that moment, Jiang Fei was stuck outside the battleship's porthole. The location of the missile's explosion was no different from hitting the Titan itself. Boom! The 2 missiles detonated next to Jiang Fei. The violent shockwave sent Jiang Fei flying. Jiang Fei was small and light. This was his advantage. He could avoid being caught by the ship's radar. However, the problem was that his small size and light weight also had a disadvantage. Under the reaction force, Jiang Fei was blown far away in an instant. However, after he regained his balance, Jiang Fei actually did not suffer much damage. Although the explosion of the phaser missiles was fierce, it was not enough to cause damage to Jiang Fei. However, although the 2 missiles did not hurt Jiang Fei, they did help him a lot. The porthole of the Titan had already been cracked by Jiang Fei's attack. The two missiles exploded at close range. It was no different from hitting the Titan. In a violent explosion, the porthole that was already cracked was instantly broken. Jiang Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. He accelerated abruptly and rushed into the porthole. A moment later, the porthole was automatically repaired. One had to know that the Titan's self-repair ability was also very strong. This small injury would be repaired in a moment. However, no matter what, Jiang Fei had already completed the first step. He had successfully entered the Titan's interior. The next step was to enter the bridge. After that, it would depend on Lux's ability. Chapter 2146. Translator 549690339 Alert. Alert. Intruders in Area C62. Alert. Alert. Intruders in Area C62. Alert. Alert. Intruders in Area C62. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the Kratos-class Titan, an alarm went off in the ship's broadcast. One of the player underlings reported, "It's okay. This guy is throwing his life away." Brother Snow was full of confidence. Although the enemy had broken into his ship, Brother Snow was not afraid at all. "Close all the connecting hatch doors in Area C and trap that guy in Area C." Brother Snow gave the first order. The underlings quickly completed the operation after receiving the order. At this time, the entire Area C of the Kratos-level Titan was completely sealed off. Jiang Fei could only forcefully break through the Level 9 alloy isolation hatch if he wanted to enter other areas. Brother Snow gave the second order. Yes, the 4 players nodded. They were the 4 strongest heavenly kings under Brother Snow: Gold, Silver, Iron, and Idiot. After the 4 heavenly kings received the order, they left the bridge of Kratos-class Titan and went straight to Area C where Jiang Fei was. At the same time, Jiang Fei was also communicating with Lux. Jiang Fei asked, "Theoretically, yes. However, this place is too far from the bridge. The connection is very slow and the efficiency is very low." Lux said. Jiang Fei asked, "The effect is very big. If there is no resistance, it will only delay the time. However, if there is resistance, the invasion will fail and the enemy will notice," Larxie explained. "Forget it. Don't be in a hurry to invade. Wait until I get close to the bridge before you take action," Jiang Fei said. Lux agreed. After that, Jiang Fei began his violent journey. As all the cabin doors in Area C were sealed, there was only one way for Jiang Fei to pass through these cabins: brute force dismantling. A door made of grade 9 alloy was turned into a pile of scrap metal under Jiang Fei's bewitching shadow sword. Although grade 9 alloy was exceptionally sturdy, it could not withstand Jiang Fei's strong attacks. If one sword could not break it, then 2 swords would be enough. If 2 swords could not break it, 3 swords would be enough. The outer shell of the Titan had been broken by Jiang Fei, so this gate was even more insignificant. Very soon, Jiang Fei had broken through the 9 gates and arrived at the center of Area C. Because he had the blueprint of the Kratos Titan, Jiang Fei's goal was very clear. He wanted to pass through Area C and Area D and go straight to the bridge. However, when Jiang Fei reached the center of Area C, he frowned because he sensed 4 very powerful auras. Moreover, these 4 auras were heading straight for him. These players are getting stronger and stronger, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Based on the strength of these 4 auras, these players should have a combat power of over 30 million. Almost all of them were on the same level as Xie Tianxin. Although these players were still enough to threaten Jiang Fei, with their strength, most of the powerhouses around Jiang Fei were no longer able to fight against them. Jiang Fei sighed. The way the players obtained their strength was too simple. They could buy battleships directly. Their individual strength could also be directly increased by purchasing carriers. Therefore, as long as these players were given a little time, they would be able to grow to an unimaginable level. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei met the 4 players. "How dare you barge in alone? Kid, your luck is running out. Big brother, second brother, why are you wasting your time talking to him? Just kill him." Third brother is right. Kill him. The four players did not take Jiang Fei seriously when they saw him. After all, when they sparred with other players, they were always victorious. Occasionally, they would meet some of the masters in the universe. They had almost never failed. Therefore, it had become a problem for them to be arrogant. Jiang Fei laughed and ignored the four of them. When Jin Mudu saw Jiang Fei's expression, he was furious. They were usually arrogant. He had never seen anyone who dared to treat them with such disdain. Big brother, don't be anxious. Silver Mudu reached out and pulled out the long sword under his ribs. Then, he leaped and charged toward Jiang Fei. A wave of blade energy struck Jiang Fei's face. Jiang Fei turned his body and dodged Silver Blur's long sword. Then, he took advantage of the situation and arrived behind Silver Blur. Silver Blur was stunned. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei had disappeared from his sight. Jiang Fei attacked Silver Blur from behind. He grabbed Silver Blur's wrist and shouted at the same time, "Give it to me." Silver Blur was an easygoing person. After Jiang Fei locked his wrist, he felt as if his right hand was being held by a steel clamp. When Jiang Fei exerted force, he felt half of his body go numb. His right hand could not exert any strength at all. Therefore, when he heard Jiang Fei say that he wanted his knife, he immediately let go. Jiang Fei reached out and grabbed Silver Blur's long knife. Then, Jiang Fei turned around and raised the knife. A silver light shot straight toward Silver Blur's face. This move was exactly the same as the one that Silverblade had used on him just now. Although Jiang Fei and Silverblade's moves were exactly the same, the effects were completely different. When Silverblade had swung his blade, not only did he not manage to hurt Jiang Fei, he had even thrown away his long blade. Silverblade did not have time to react at all. Immediately after, the blade flashed past. Silverblade was stunned on the spot. Hiss! A line of blood fell from Silver Blur's forehead. Finally, it condensed into a drop of blood on his chin. Silver Blur's corpse fell backward. A stream of consciousness left his body and returned to the safe zone to resurrect. The other three players were instantly dumbfounded. They never thought that Silver Blur would not even have a chance to meet Jiang Fei. He was cut down by someone with his own blade. Kid! Gold Blur was so angry that he swung his long sword and charged forward. Iron Blur took a look and knew that his big brother could not defeat Jiang Fei. Therefore, he raised his weapon and planned to fight Jiang Fei together. Silly Blur did not want to be outdone. Since his two big brothers had already attacked him together, he was not one less. Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. These three players were asking for it. He did not mind helping them. Chapter 2147, 2147. Translator 5496903. Seeing that the three players were charging at him, Jiang Fei swung his hand and threw the long sword in his hand. Golden Blur dodged. Of course, he would not be hit by such a casual attack. That's great. He doesn't have any weapons. After seeing that Jiang Fei had thrown away the long sword, Golden Blur shouted loudly. Gold Paste and Mud Paste approached Jiang Fei. The weapons in their hands were all aimed at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed. Then he tilted his body slightly and dodged Gold Paste's attack. At the same time, he grabbed Gold Paste's wrist and instantly locked his pulse. In an instant, Gold Paste felt the left side of his body go numb. He could not use any strength at all. Under Jiang Fei's guidance, he could not help but block the blade of Mud Paste's blade. Jin Mudu's long blade directly pierced into Jin Mudu's heart. This caused Jin Mudu's eyes to widen. He had never thought that he would actually die under his brother's blade. Jin Mudu was also dumbfounded. His blade was aimed at Jiang Fei's heart. However, for some reason, his big brother's body suddenly blocked in front of Jiang Fei. It looked as if Jin Mudu had sacrificed himself to block the blade in order to save Jiang Fei. He sacrificed himself to block the blade. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Iron Muddlehead shouted. He saw with his own eyes that confused Muddlehead had stabbed his long blade into his big brother's heart. No, he blocked it himself. No. Confused Muddlehead was panicking. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Damn it! Iron Muddlehead also knew that his fourth brother did not do it on purpose. Now, he could only avenge his two big brothers by killing Jiang Fei. Confused Obliteration's eyes were red. Whether it was to avenge his two brothers or to clear his name, the only thing he could do now was to kill Jiang Fei. Seeing that Confused Obliteration and Confused Obliteration were coming at him, Jiang Fei did not panic. He dodged their attacks one after another. Then, he turned around and came behind Confused Obliteration. He grabbed him by the neck. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Although these four players already had more than 30 million combat power, players were different from cultivators. Cultivators gained strength through hard work every day. Each move and stance had been practiced thousands of times. Therefore, they might be killed by Jiang Fei because they were not strong enough. However, they would not be like this. They would be played to death by Jiang Fei. After being held by Jiang Fei's neck, Confused Iron wanted to resist. However, was this possible? There was a huge gap between the two sides in terms of physical strength. In terms of combat skills, there was no need to mention it. Therefore, Jiang Fei only used a little strength with his two fingers. Confused Iron's throat was twisted. He was just about to escape when Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to kill him. However, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to kill him. At that moment, Bruiser had already gone all out. Seeing that his three brothers had died in battle, he knew that he could not escape anymore. Therefore, he leaped forward and wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Jiang Fei flipped his hand and slapped Bruiser on the ground. "You and bastard, just wait and see." Bruiser was a player after all. He did not have much fear in the face of death. After resurrecting, he would have plenty of opportunities to take revenge on Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not bother to waste any more words with Muddlehead. He raised his right foot and stomped down, crushing Muddlehead's head. In less than 3 minutes, Brother Snow's 4 heavenly kings had all died. They were all killed by Jiang Fei in the core area of Area C. Oh no! Brother Snow, that kid killed Silver Smear and then Gold Smear. Iron Smear is dead too. Because the surveillance cameras in Area C had not been destroyed by Jiang Fei. Therefore, the death of the 4 heavenly kings could be said to be a live broadcast. Brother Snow cursed in his heart. These 4 heavenly kings were groomed by him. Their carriers were also bought by him. He did not expect the 4 of them to be so weak. A subordinate asked. Brother Snow said with a gloomy face. The subordinate replied, and then released the cleaning forces in Area C. The so-called cleaning forces were actually the shipborne robot corps. The players were different from the local forces in this universe. They had fewer people, and basically each person had a spaceship. Even a super battleship like the Titan only had a dozen or 20 players on it. Therefore, it was not realistic to rely on players for the Marine Corps. Therefore, they could only rely on the robot soldiers. These robot soldiers were equipped with powerful energy weapons. They could be used for landing battles. They could also surround the ship to prevent the enemy from invading. Now that the 4 heavenly kings were dead, they could only send out the cleaning forces. Although these robots might cause some accidental damage to the ship, Brother Snow could not care less to eliminate Jiang Fei. Very soon, Jiang Fei was stopped by the cleaning forces. The actions of these robots gave him a shock. Jiang Fei had never thought that someone would dare to be inside the ship. Using high-energy weapons to attack randomly would cause unspeakable damage to the ship. It might even be worse than the damage caused by intruders. Jiang Fei frowned as he faced such high-energy weapons. Although the robots were weak, Jiang Fei could easily destroy them. However, these guys' weapons were too powerful. If such powerful weapons hit Jiang Fei head-on, even someone as strong as Jiang Fei would be injured. Jiang Fei hid behind a wall made of grade 9 alloy and did not dare to show his head. The enemy's firepower was too powerful. He did not want to be beaten up for nothing. Luck smiled. Dealing with these robots was a piece of cake for her. Sparks flashed on Jiang Fei's ring. At that moment, Larksy began to move. She fired a large amount of data streams into the core processors of the robots. After a few seconds, the robots stopped firing. Half a minute later, the robots appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Clearly, Larksy had completely taken control of the army. This player was like a jinx. Every time he spoke, nothing good happened. Brother Snow was annoyed whenever he saw him. Chapter 2148, 2148. Translator, 549690033. With the help of these robots, Jiang Fei's job of opening the gates was much easier. These robots held high-energy beam weapons and bombarded the gates one after another. Jiang Fei did not intend to take away the entire Titan anyway. Therefore, he was not worried about the damage to the interior of the battleship. Brother Snow, Area D-124 is on fire. Brother Snow, Area D-135 has exploded. The loyal underling kept reporting the damage to Brother Snow, but he did not notice that his boss's face was already ashen. Bastard, what is this guy trying to do? Brother Snow roared. The loyal underling said. Brother Snow gritted his teeth and stood up from the captain's seat. Brother Snow, I wish you all the best. The underlings flattered him. Jiang Fei had already killed the 4 heavenly kings. These underlings would not be able to handle an opponent of this level. Therefore, other than cheering for Brother Snow, there was nothing else they could do. After getting up, Brother Snow left the Bridge of Titan and went straight to Area D, where Jiang Fei was. Lux, how is it here? Jiang Fei had already arrived at the core of Area D. There was only a gap of 2 regions between here and the bridge. It should be about right, Lux said after doing some calculations. Jiang Fei nodded. After Lux's work was done, they could go to the engine room to snatch the neutron star core. When he thought about the fact that he was about to own a Titan-class super battleship, Jiang Fei was extremely excited. After all, this type of battleship was too powerful. One battleship was more powerful than the combined fleet. It would be even more powerful if he did not have one. On the other hand, Lux had begun to invade the central control core of the Kratos-class Titan. Jiang Fei frowned because he could clearly feel an even more powerful aura approaching him. Jiang Fei frowned. This time, his opponents were clearly not on the same energy level as the previous 4. His combat power was clearly more than 50 million. At the very least, he was at the level of the Dragon Queen. He could even be on par with the Great Elder of the Dragon race. In terms of individual ability, even if he had the same combat power, this player could not be as powerful as the Dragon Queen or the Great Elder. However, the problem was that the process of the players obtaining power was too simple. Although they could not defeat experts of the same level, it was not a problem for them to defeat opponents who were much lower in level than them. For example, powerhouses like Bella or Hua Mulan would not be able to fight back against the 4 heavenly kings. Therefore, when Jiang Fei saw that the players had so many experts, he was worried. After all, not everyone around him had the same strength as him. They were still very dangerous. After a moment, Brother Snow appeared in front of Jiang Fei. The two looked at each other for a long time. Brother Snow's next sentence shocked Jiang Fei. I know you. This was the first sentence Brother Snow said after seeing Jiang Fei. If it was just one sentence, Jiang Fei would not be surprised. After all, in the eyes of the players, it was an NPC. There was a name above his head. However, the second half of Brother Snow's sentence was what really surprised him. You have ruined a lot of things for us. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Jiang Fei's eyes were fixed on Brother Snow. However, he did not reply. At that moment, Jiang Fei was considering whether or not he should completely kill this guy, because he seemed to know too much. Although Vinylin had reminded Jiang Fei more than once not to completely destroy the consciousness of the player, because that would cause the player to become an unconscious vegetable in the real world. In that case, the game development team would be complained about or even prosecuted. After they were punished, the resentment would obviously be directed at the main culprit, Jiang Fei. At that time, even Vinylin would not be able to protect him. However, Jiang Fei was thinking about something. If Brother Snow knew too many secrets about Jiang Fei might kill him just in case. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not reply. He just looked at Brother Snow quietly. He was thinking about how much of a threat this guy was to him. He was thinking about whether or not he should kill him completely. Don't think that you are so well hidden when you cause trouble for us in the world of 5 directions. Brother Snow laughed coldly. Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows. From what he heard, Brother Snow seemed to only know that he had gone to the world of 5 directions to disrupt the player assassination attempt. This was not a big secret to Zhang Fei. What? Brother Snow smiled proudly. Then he continued, since you were able to disrupt our quest, you must have known about our identities. But so what? Your resistance was futile. Just like today, although you killed a few of my men, they will not really die. In a few days, I will change their carriers. They will come back. Zhang Fei thought to himself, if this guy only knew this much, then he would not have to take the risk to silence him. Your every move is under our control. How is it? Brother Snow smiled proudly at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei laughed coldly. If these words were asked to him in the past, Zhang Fei had indeed felt despair. However, it was different now. Zhang Fei felt that the light of dawn was right in front of him. As Zhang Fei's understanding of space and time continued to deepen, Zhang Fei believed that he would soon find a way to solve the problem of the gamma dimension human. Therefore, the more Brother Snow was showing off, the more Zhang Fei felt at ease. If Brother Snow really knew Zhang Fei's secret, Zhang Fei would not be so optimistic. He actually calmed down. How about it? Give up resisting obediently. Brother Snow said proudly. Zhang Fei laughed coldly. Then he suddenly attacked and hit Brother Snow in the face. Chapter 2149. 2149. Translator 5496903. As a veteran pretender, Zhang Fei knew very well that the more he said, the greater the chance of being exposed. The best way was to make it sound plausible, 70% true and 10% false. The remaining 2 points would be left to the opponent's imagination. That way, it would not be easy to expose him. However, Brother Snow clearly did not understand the true meaning of pretenders. Therefore, the more he said, the more loopholes he had. In the end, Zhang Fei saw through him with one look. Since Brother Snow did not know Zhang Fei's real secret, Zhang Fei naturally did not need to waste time talking to him. Therefore, Zhang Fei jumped up and attacked Brother Snow's face. You dare to hit me? Brother Snow thought that victory was in his hands. He did not expect Zhang Fei to suddenly attack. Therefore, he was really caught off guard. Brother Snow had been enjoying the fun of taunting the NPC. However, he did not expect this ignorant NPC to actually attack him. This made Brother Snow furious. Just as Zhang Fei's palm was about to hit Brother Snow's face, a golden light suddenly appeared and formed a golden shield in front of Brother Snow. Zhang Fei was not unfamiliar with this kind of defense method. He even had the same ball-shaped absolute defense tool in his hand. Zhang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. This kind of absolute defense tool was very easy to break, as it was a tool with a limited number of times. As long as he attacked at high speed, this thing would not be able to last even a second. Zhang Fei's originally fierce palm instantly transformed. His palm left afterimages behind. His speed was extremely fast, although the power of each palm was not very strong, but can also wear down a layer of golden light. Only a blink of an eye, Snog's absolute defense props were broken, 500 times the absolute defense of the number of instantly exhausted. Snog looked at Zhang Fei. Faced with Zhang Fei's attack, he did not activate the protective sphere again, although he had a lot of such items on him. However, since the other party knew how to break the protective sphere, there was no point in wasting any more. After all, for an expert, a few hundred attacks per second was a very simple thing. After giving up on the protective sphere, Brother Snow decided to face Zhang Fei's attack head-on. Although he could feel how powerful Zhang Fei was, Brother Snow was more confident in his own strength. Brother Snow's carrier was not an ordinary carrier. He had spent a lot of money to buy it. Not only was it very powerful, but he had also exchanged for a large number of powerful skills. Therefore, even if the 4 heavenly kings were easily killed by Zhang Fei, Brother Snow did not think that Zhang Fei would be his opponent. This was because during normal sparring sessions, Brother Snow would often fight the 4 heavenly kings one-on-one. Moreover, he would always defeat the 4 heavenly kings with a crushing advantage. The process might be a little easier than Jiang Fei. However, Brother Snow had clearly forgotten one thing. The 4 heavenly kings were working for him for a living. When they sparred together, would the 4 heavenly kings really dare to fight? When they sparred with Brother Snow, they were always going easy on him. That was why Brother Snow could win so easily. However, when they fought against Jiang Fei, they would die if they did not risk their lives. Therefore, the 4 of them did not dare to go easy on him. Each and every one of them risked their lives. However, they were still slaughtered by Jiang Fei in an instant. Therefore, the gap between Jiang Fei and Brother Snow was actually very big. It was just that Brother Snow himself did not realize it. Jiang Fei's iron palm and Brother Snow's right hand collided. There was a kacha sound in the eardrum, and Brother Snow's wrist was shattered. Brother Snow cried out in surprise. Then, he pulled back and retreated. At the same time, his wrist quickly recovered. After all, he was a top expert. This little bit of recovery ability was not a problem. However, while Brother Snow retreated, Jiang Fei did not give him a chance to catch his breath. On the other hand, Jiang Fei moved forward and threw a punch at Brother Snow's chest. Brother Snow was so scared that he quickly raised his arms to block, because he knew that one hand would definitely not be able to block Jiang Fei. However, Brother Snow did not know that Jiang Fei's punch was just a feint. His fist suddenly retreated in midair. At the same time, he flew and kicked Brother Snow's lower abdomen. As Brother Snow screamed, he was sent flying by Jiang Fei's kick. At the same time, Jiang Fei seized the opportunity to attack. He leaped forward and arrived in front of Brother Snow. Jiang Fei grabbed Brother Snow's wrist and held his inch-by-inch ruler. After locking Brother Snow's pulse, Jiang Fei's finger pulled back. Brother Snow felt as if his wrist was bitten by a large iron pincer. As Jiang Fei exerted force, Brother Snow felt half of his body go numb. He lost control of his entire body. Brother Snow was really afraid now. He did not expect Jiang Fei to be so powerful. The two had only exchanged a round, and he had already been captured by Jiang Fei. At this moment, Brother Snow was naturally unwilling to be captured by Jiang Fei. Although half of his body was numb, he still had half of his body to use. Then, Brother Snow's left hand quickly reached into his chest and took out a tool. As Brother Snow shouted, a golden light shot into the sky and shot toward Jiang Fei's face. What is it? Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent. Because of Natasha's example, Jiang Fei did not dare to underestimate the unique tools of these players. Without knowing the opponent's background, Jiang Fei activated the protective sphere just in case. After all, he had taken a lot of these items from players. The golden light hit the protective shield of the protective sphere. Naturally, there was no reaction. This was because the golden light's defense was an absolute defense. All other attacks were completely immune to it. When the golden light dissipated, Jiang Fei saw that the treasure that Brother Snow had summoned was a small snake. This small golden snake seemed to be alive. It shook its head and wagged its tail. It stuck out its tongue and looked like it was about to devour someone. Oomph! Brother Snow laughed coldly. Then, he ordered the small snake to continue attacking. I don't know if I can save you or not. Jiang Fei felt the threat from the little snake. Moreover, he also knew that this protective sphere would not be able to last long if he knew the details of the situation. Therefore, he immediately had the intention to kill. Following that, Jiang Fei pulled Brother Snow's right hand back. Following that, Jiang Fei raised his left hand. The origin power instantly gathered in Jiang Fei's palm and then suddenly fell down. With a crisp sound, Brother Snow's head was like a rotten watermelon that had been hit by Jiang Fei until it bloomed like thousands of peach blossoms. Chapter 2150-2150. Translator 5496903-3. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he crushed Brother Snow's head with one palm. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, he suddenly frowned because he noticed that the space around Brother Snow's body had suddenly changed. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. That was because right in front of Jiang Fei's eyes, Brother Snow's head, which was originally crushed, had actually recovered. If one had to describe the scene, it was like watching a rewind of a DVD. Brother Snow's broken head had actually gathered together and finally formed a complete head. Brother Snow stood up again and twisted his neck, making a few crisp sounds. Brother Snow smiled at Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had heard Sylvie describe her time reversal ability, Sylvie had only asked her to flash back to a second ago. On the other hand, Brother Snow had clearly turned back time. Such an ability actually existed, and it had happened right under Jiang Fei's nose. Brother Snow said confidently, "Oomph." Jiang Fei leaped forward. Brother Snow had no time to dodge before Jiang Fei arrived in front of him. Jiang Fei grabbed Brother Snow's shoulder and tripped him with his feet. Brother Snow was still shouting. Jiang Fei did not respond. He reached out and grabbed one of Brother Snow's ankles. Then, he lifted his leg and stepped on Brother Snow's other leg. "What are you doing?" Brother Snow instinctively felt that something was not right. Jiang Fei shouted. Then, he lifted one of Brother Snow's legs on his shoulder and turned around. Along with the sound of a torn pocket being torn, Brother Snow was cut into two halves by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei threw the half of the corpse in his hand away. Brother Snow snorted in disdain. Then, Jiang Fei saw that the space around this guy began to distort again. After a moment, Brother Snow stood in front of Jiang Fei, as good as new. "Kid, give up," Brother Snow said proudly. Jiang Fei frowned as he looked at Brother Snow. At the same time, he began to plan in his mind. If Jiang Fei wanted to kill Brother Snow, he would have to use the space of inheritance to detain his consciousness and make him a vegetable in the gamma space. However, the risk of doing so was very high. Once the development team was sued again, they would definitely eliminate Jiang Fei as a hidden danger. However, if Jiang Fei did not get rid of Brother Snow, he would not let Jiang Fei steal the Titan's power core as he wished. If Jiang Fei wanted to steal the neutron star core, he had to get rid of Brother Snow. "Kid, give up on resisting. You're just our playthings. No matter how hard you try, the result will be the same," Brother Snow said with a smug smile. Jiang Fei snorted angrily. Then, he leaped up and instantly appeared in front of Brother Snow. Then, he raised his palm and smashed Brother Snow into a puddle of meat. After a moment, Brother Snow recovered again. However, during the process of his recovery, Jiang Fei noticed something unusual. "Don't struggle anymore," said Brother Snow proudly. Jiang Fei sneered and attacked again. This time, Jiang Fei smacked Brother Snow into meat paste. However, it was different from before. This time, Jiang Fei did not wait for Brother Snow to recover. He reached out and cut the meat paste in half. He also used the ring in his hand to hold half of it. Brother Snow, who was resurrected again, let out a scream. Because his body was in tatters, there were wounds all over his body. "I knew it. You just let the shattered flesh and blood pile up again." Jiang Fei confirmed his earlier judgment. Brother Snow was about to say something. However, Jiang Fei did not wait for him to say anything and beat him into a pulp. The mysterious ring was activated. Jiang Fei once again filled up half of Brother Snow's pulp. This time, Brother Snow, who had just recovered, fell to the ground. Not only was his body riddled with thousands of holes, but even his leg was missing. "Oomph," Jiang Fei asked with a smile. At this time, he had already realized that Brother Snow did not have the ability to turn back time. Instead, it was his flesh and blood that had the ability to remember and was super active. Even if it was broken, it could be reassembled. Brother Snow roared. He wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei made a move that he could not understand. Jiang Fei said as he threw out a part of Brother Snow's body from the spatial ring. After Brother Snow retrieved this part of his body, he returned to his peak condition. This time, Brother Snow did not give Jiang Fei the chance to attack first. He immediately took out his powerful magic treasure and shot a golden light towards Jiang Fei's face. Jiang Fei activated his protective sphere and blocked the golden light. "Sacrifice! Sacrifice!" Brother Snow, who was risking his life, also went all out. He activated all the treasures on his body. Jiang Fei's body flashed with golden light. The defense of the protective sphere was quickly depleted. Jiang Fei smiled. The reason he gave Brother Snow a chance was so that he could take out all of his treasures. If Jiang Fei killed him directly, the items in the player's storage space would not drop. However, if he took them out and used them, if Jiang Fei killed him now, the treasures that were exposed would have no owners. Jiang Fei shouted angrily. The origin power in his body was instantly converted into fire attribute. Following that, a flame-wrapped Fong appeared in Jiang Fei's left hand. In his right hand, he held a large token that was burning with flames. The tooth of the god of fire and the sacred flame token were the ultimate treasures of the 5 directions, one of the 10 directions clear items. These treasures were all innate spiritual treasures. They were extremely powerful. Under Jiang Fei's powerful spiritual power, the 2 10 directions were all activated. With a soft sound, before Brother Snow could react, he was nailed to the ground by the tooth of the god of fire. Immediately after, the sacred flame token arrived. A purplish-red flame swept over, and in the blink of an eye, Brother Snow was reduced to ashes. A true spirit soared into the sky. Although Brother Snow's physical body had a powerful recovery ability, he had no more tricks up his sleeves after he burned all of them. Chapter 2151. Translator 549690033. With Brother Snow's death, all the treasures that he had just summoned had become ownerless. One by one, they fell to the ground. Naturally, all the treasures belonged to Jiang Fei. After Jiang Fei put away the treasures, he waved his hand again. The tooth of the god of fire and the sacred flame token flew back into his hands. These 2 decathlon artifacts were obtained by Jiang Fei from the 5 directions. The tooth of the god of fire was obtained by Jiang Fei from unintentional. The sacred flame token was a treasure of the Yuan family. However, the Shao and Wang families and the Moon Goddess sect had joined forces to eliminate the Yuan family previously. The treasure had fallen into their hands. In order to build a good relationship with Jiang Fei, the 3 families had decided to give the sacred flame token to Jiang Fei. If it was an ordinary gift, Jiang Fei would not have accepted it. However, the sacred flame token was one of the decathlon artifacts. It was a fire-type treasure. Jiang Fei could not bear to reject it, so he accepted it with a smile. Speaking of which, ever since the 2 treasures fell into Jiang Fei's hands, he had not used them much. This time it worked really well. A big fire instantly killed Brother Snow, who had an extremely strong recovery ability. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to use these treasures more in the future. After all, it had greatly increased his actual combat ability. After dealing with Brother Snow, Jiang Fei asked Lux, "How is it going? How is the invasion going?" "It's being decrypted. The central control system of the spaceship is highly encrypted," said Lux. There's no rush." Jiang Fei nodded. After ending Brother Snow, there was no one on the ship who could stop him. Therefore, it was not a big deal to delay for a while. "I will complete it as soon as possible," said Lux. After about 2 hours, Lux finally sent Jiang Fei a message. "Decryption completed. Hacking into the system. Partial control has been obtained. The intrusion has been strongly resisted. The system is locked on. Sir, my intrusion has encountered difficulties. The other party has shut down the core system. I cannot continue to hack," Lux said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, "I have only gained control of the main switch. The enemy has completely shut down the system interface," Larksy said. Jiang Fei nodded. Larksy wanted to hack into the enemy's core system. The enemy would definitely notice it. When they realized that they could not resist such an invasion, shutting down the external interface became the inevitable choice. Although this would cause most of the functions of the battleship to be unable to be activated, it was still better than having the battleship taken away by someone else. Therefore, it was not an easy task to seize such a super battleship. After all, the opponent's central control system was also very high level. Even an artificial intelligence like Larksy would find it difficult to complete the invasion in an instant. After sealing the external port, she would be helpless. However, this time, Larksy had already taken control of the main gate. This was enough for Jiang Fei. He did not intend to take away the entire Titan, so he did not need that much authority. As long as Larksy turned off the Titan's power furnace, Jiang Fei could disassemble the neutron star core. Let the robots lead the way, Jiang Fei said to Lux. After receiving the order, Lux immediately controlled the robots that had been modified to move towards the power room. As Lux did not have control of the automatic defense system, when the robots entered the illegal area, they were immediately attacked. The robots were also firing at full power under Lux's control. After all, Jiang Fei did not care about the destruction of the Titan. Along the way, Jiang Fei and the others used brute force to move forward. When they arrived at the engine room, there was a mess behind them. Jiang Fei ordered. Lux immediately used his authority to turn off the Kratos-class Titan's power system. As the engine was turned off, the Titan stopped in space. The neutron star core in the engine room gradually began to cool down. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he went to the location where the neutron star core was installed. Jiang Fei frowned. He had never seen such a device that could suppress the neutron star nucleus. He did not have the instruction manual on hand, so he did not know what to do. Forget it. Things will change if I delay. Although Jiang Fei did not dare to destroy the device that suppressed the neutron star nucleus, it did not stop him from dismantling it violently. Jiang Fei summoned the Chungying sword and started hacking at the engine that was connected to the neutron star nucleus. The blade of his sword was a certain distance away from the energy suppression device. The damage he caused was only the structure of the engine. The energy suppression device was not damaged at all. After a few seconds, Jiang Fei finished dismantling it. The energy suppression device around the neutron star nucleus was still in good condition. However, this thing was still connected to some parts of the engine. Jiang Fei decided to leave these delicate tasks for the engineers to study. Jiang Fei opened the inheritance space and put the neutron star core together with the energy suppression device into it. After completing all of this, Jiang Fei teleported to the outside of the Kratos-level Titan. Before he left, Larksy gave the robots the order to fire at will. When Jiang Fei left, he could still see the flames caused by the explosion inside the Titan. Although he knew that these robots were not enough to destroy the Titan, he could still see the fire inside the Titan. They would soon be destroyed by the other cleaning forces. However, it was still good to cause some trouble for the players. After leaving the Titan, Jiang Fei quickly left the star area. When he was a certain distance away from the player fleet, he summoned the yacht and started the interstellar jump. A few days later, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda Star. Jiang Fei ordered Olyer. Olyer did not ask much and gathered the engineers. How is it? Jiang Fei asked Olyer on the way to the conference room. It's still in production. More than 10 days is not enough time to produce so many specific devices and parts, Aurelia said. From today onwards, stop all production of battleships. Focus on producing these things for me, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia did not ask further. He knew that Jiang Fei must have a reason for doing so. Soon, Jiang Fei and Aurelia arrived at the meeting room. Jiang Fei asked, "The few here are all experts." The elderly engineer stood up and said, "All right, the few of you stay behind. The rest of you can go back to your own matters." Jiang Fei nodded and said, "And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.